Which Discord chat?
Where IoT is going to notify us when there's like
What the fuck?
the run starts.
I think someone was
online.
probably just trying to find their room and maybe pick the wrong one.
Apparently, we're already live.
Or not.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so good morning, guys. Apparently, we're already live, and welcome to the Irish
So, have your
PlayStation
friends
5
watching you right
tournament.
now?
I am Ryan Atlas,
Sorry,
and
what?
I'm joined by
Have your
my
friends
colleague for
watching you?
today, Kai Klein. Hi, Kai.
Hi,
Now
welcome,
watching
guys.
me or what?
As Ryan mentioned,
On the
my name's Kai
Twitch.
Klein. I'm here to join
No.
him on the day. We have a
this
lot
has
of
been
great
live
the
matchups
table
today.
ace.
I saw the deck list. They're amazing. many weird things. Many amazing things. Today in the first round, we will see Border Eldritch versus Pure Zodiac. The players are Marco Heron and Robert Tracy. So Robert Tracy is piloting the Pure Zodiac variant, and Marco Heron is going to play the Border Eldritch. So we already start with a lot of control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course, the Zodiac engine got a lot of power thanks to the introduction of Zeus in a few sets ago. So that gives it the power to, clean the board. And Border Elec is this really oppressive deck. If we take a look at his deck list, his only monsters are Elec the Golden Lord and Inspector Border, a few spells, and of course, a load of traps. He's playing 28 traps in his deck. So we definitely should be seeing some interaction back and forth, purple cards, Yu-Gi-Oh!
Purple cards really picked up pace. Like, it sounds weird, but they are really a strong point, I think, right now in the Yu-Gi-Oh meta game right now. And I think that it's going to be quite an interesting matchup because I think that Zodiac, like, if there's a border on the field and Zodiac just don't have an answer to it right away, it's going to be really, really tough for them to even out a normal summoning border because none of the normal summoned Zodiacs is going to be strong enough, and they really need to go into the XZs and like already invest a lot of resources only in like dealing with the border. And I think that this really comes up. So I'm really excited. I'm nervous. I'm shaking right now to play as a start, and I'm really looking for it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, luckily for Robert, he is playing it out against the border in his trap lineup. We see Infinite Impermanence, so that could be very big coming up. Infinite Impermanence, normally not an amazing card versus Elec, but against the border variant, yeah, that might be something that comes in clutch.
Yes, Impermanence not a card that that sees a lot of play right now because a lot of stuff is not happening on the field, but rather in the graveyard. Thinking about Brighton, thinking about Wood as well. But I think that right now, Impermanence might come down to just save your day if you hit a border with it. Yes.
Yeah, in some matchups it just really shines, even though in the meta matchups, the virtual world Tritron, as you were just saying. But this is a bit of a special event because Tritron and Virtual World together only take up about a third of the playing field. We definitely have an interesting metagame breakdown. A lot of players are choosing to bring rogue decks to the table.
Yes.
Hopefully, we can feature a few of those in the later rounds.
If they get far, yes, why not? Like, it's a fun tournament. The stakes are high, but you are still allowed and also appreciated to bring in your favorite decks. Like, we see Weather Painters on the board, we see Cyber Dragons, even UA decklist. Like, I haven't seen this deck in a hot minute, and I'm really curious to see whether or not like the people who are like piloting the rogue strategies are able to like climb up their way. And I'm also curious to see how the meta decks are going to pan out versus the rogue matchup, because this sometimes is a kind of a stepping stone that you just fall over because you're going X2 because you just lost to some rogue deck in round 4. Like, I think that everybody of us has been at this point where you're like, yeah, I'm so focused on all the meta matchups, and you don't have an out to normal summoned Inspector Border.
For example. Also, the opposite is true. The meta players might not be prepared for everything that the rogue players have brought to the table to beat them. So we saw that at the American Invitational events. Like the Subterra list just took everybody by storm because nobody really had the tools to deal with it, and it was perfectly adapted to the playing field. So that was interesting. I think we're starting already. Yeah, that is
We've seen set
3
3.
set cards. Yeah, so we can assume that Okay, the other table is the Ellic player. So Cursed Outland allows him
It's
to
going
pay
to come
800 life points.
800 chat.
Sometimes you just gotta pay 8.
Yeah, we've all paid 8 at some point, I guess. Maybe even like your favorite deck, Trickstar. I remember being burned by 800 a lot during the draw phase. But we see the Ash Blossom coming down to prevent the Eldritch Surge, which I think is a great time to use the Ash Blossom on. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe we don't know what is going on in the other player's head, but Ash Blossom is not something commonly seen to counter the Cursed Outland. So let's see what his game plan is from here.
I think at this point, like setting 3 and yeah, I think he's ready to pass. Yeah, and so we have a game on our hands, like cards being drawn, cards being set on the field. Not very another common thing in the past years of Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm really curious how the pure Zodiac player is going to what his pickup was, because I think he really needs to get going right now because
He needs to find access to his Zodiac engine, and he's playing quite a big Zodiac lineup. He's playing triple Thoroughblade, triple Whiptail, triple Ram, the one of Ratpier. Then of course there's the tankies that you're playing, the Barrage.
ooh, that is a good draw. That's a good pickup by the Eldritch player by Marco Heron here. He is picking up the extravagance. He's shuffling up his extra deck, ready to draw 2 more cards from his deck. I'm curious. Like this already, like he's up in card advantage by default because he went second, and now he's going to activate the extravagance to plus even more.
Mm-hmm. And also, thanks to the Cursed Outland, he's gonna keep gaining card advantage every turn because you
Yes.
basically get one card for free every turn. That's impressive. Reminds me of the
Yeah,
Grand Spellbook Tower back in the days.
yeah, that's really back in the day. But yeah, you're correct. Like, this
Yeah.
card alone puts so much pressure on because you can only if you open an ash, okay, you ash it for one turn, but if you don't have any follow up the turn after you ash, like Marco right here is in a very bad spot. I think right now he's staring down card advantage, and I'm curious to see whether or not he's going to able to deal with it. And yeah, he pays another 800.
Mm-hmm. The thing that Heron has going for him is that the Elding deck is kind of a slow deck, so it's not going to be punching for game in just one turn. So
It's true, yeah. But I think it's kind of similar to Sky Striker, where they just assemble so much advantage that at one point you're just not able to push through the board anymore unless
mhm.
you some crazy comeback cards, so like evenly matched or something like that. But it's out of the picture because he has set 4. Okay, there's the ogre that has been picked up last turn. I would imagine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, another one of
So
those.
again, like he's countering the Curse Outland because yeah, paying 800, getting ogred.
Yeah, but the issue is then Curse Island, whenever it's destroyed, it gets to send an Eldic or Golden Land card from the deck to the graveyard. So he's still gaining advantage in some way because now Eldic the Golden Lord is live. And he can start bringing it out again and pick up advantage from there in life points wise.
Yes, absolutely. But do keep in mind that Robert already paid 1600 life points. Maybe that comes up later. We'll see. But now he's gesturing. I think he wants to summon out the Golden Lord, right? Or add it back to hand and
Yeah, so we should be
discarding.
seeing him pay costs,
Yeah,
send Wakero to graveyard, and
special
resolves.
summoning.
Yeah, so no call by the grave or anything from
So DD Crow.
yeah, that's a really strong play. If you can respond by banishing the Eldic, but that's not going to be happening here.
Unfortunately for Marco, no, because now he has all his traps gain the extra effects, or like not the bad effects that if you don't control the Eldritch cards, they do something like, not so funny, like not popping a card with the Hakuro and stuff. So and he also puts pressure because he said, "Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. That's a good
He cannot summon Inspector Border while he controls
because
a
he
monster.
controls the
Let's
monster. Yeah, yeah, true,
try to
true.
see whether we can fix that.
Notify the judges.
We have the judges on standby, so let's just send them.
Yeah, should have normal summoned the water before. Happens when you are like being live streamed to the whole internet. Like sometimes mistakes like these do happen.
Mhm.
But we really need to the judges really need to hurry because
Yeah, right now it is
we
still
can't allow.
fixed. Yeah. Okay, it seems like the judges picked it up. So yeah, this was perfectly
Okay, yeah.
fixable. The only difference is 2,000 life points.
Player might receive a warning for this, but I think he should be fine with it. Just think about your moves the next time, and you'll be fine. As I said, like pressure gets to you. Being at round one with a tournament where the stakes are that high, it's
Mhm.
sometimes gets to you.
Yeah, we also don't know, have these players been playing a lot of remote duels? Maybe they haven't, and they're a bit rusty with physical cards right now. So it happens. When I
Yes.
started playing remote duels, it was definitely a weird step to take. But right now, I'm super happy that I
Hey,
eventually went for it.
because you're playing essentially by yourself. Like it's weird to sit in front of a monitor and like playing with cards, but so this maybe comes into effect as well. But we see Haku being banished and the Sanguine being set to the field. So like he's looking pretty stacked right now. 4 sets in Eldritch with 3,500 attacks cannot be destroyed by card effects. Is nothing to yeah write
Hmm.
home about. But here
Yeah,
comes the Sanguine activated. Is upon standby phase, and there comes the impermanence targeting.
the Ellic, which is going to keep its attack, but since it was played in the same column, the Scarlet Sanguine will be resolving without effect.
That's the same column. So sometimes column placement really matters.
Hmm.
It still gains the 1,000 attack because it's not his effect, but
Hmm. Yeah, it sticks on the Ellic. Oh, it looks like Heron is
it's
passing turn again.
Mhm.
This is not his game. This is not his game.
But maybe he knows stuff that we don't know, and there are like some spicy trap cards being set there on the field. I'm curious. I'm curious. Like I really like this slow start. Because Eldritch, as you said, they're not going to kill you in just one turn. Like they try to grind you out, and playing against still 3 back rows is kind of scary because you never know what kind of cards are being
Hmm.
placed face down there. Maybe it's Mirror Force. Sometimes it happens. Yeah.
Yeah, I do hope we do get to see a bit more Zodiac action in the next game or next two games even. That would be cool.
It would be even cooler if we saw some Zodiac action this game because I don't think it's over quite yet. So
No, if Elric attacks again, that puts Robert at 2,000 life points, so he's still alive.
so,
And he
but
uses
he
Book
has
of
something
Moon
to say. He has
to
something to say about it, like prevent the
yeah,
uh, down main phase
preserving the
2
life
flips it up
points.
again. Yes, but
Uh,
then again,
did,
it's just -1 for him. Yeah,
did Elric already attack? Did he do it at the start of the battle phase, the Book of Moon?
I would hope so. Everything else would be like a huge blunder. But I think it's end phase now, end phase action for the Eldritch cards because I think it was in the being played in the end phase,
Hmm.
in the battle phase because
Yeah,
everything else would have been a huge blunder.
yes. I think he used Book of Moon at the start step of the battle phase, it looks like. Otherwise, if he activated Book of Moon in response to the attack, Elric would not have been able to flip phase up again in main phase 2.
Oh, okay, because he has it hacked. Yeah, some basic Yu-Gi-Oh ruling stuff that I'm confused about.
Hmm. Yeah, so we are going to see the traps replace themselves in Marco Heron's end phase.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the strongest points in the Eldritch deck is just the recursion that this deck really offers with the trap cards, or with all the cards being able to banish themselves from the graveyard, really allows the deck to grind out more and more. And there comes the Twin Twister, discarding
Oh,
another copy of Twin Twister. That's unusual, I think. Like, Twin Twister in the main deck is something that's not really that common.
hmm yeah, he chose to play it instead of Cosmic Cyclone, which is gaining a lot more popularity right now. So there's maybe something that he was looking forward to facing that Twin Twister is very good against, but yeah, not as great in the Eldritch matchup.
Yeah. Also, the cost, even like, especially when you break, that's way too steep, I think. So it's ballsy, but that's a great pickup. Pot of Desires, that is, draw 2 cards off of your deck if it goes through, because we don't know
hmm
if Robert has the Ash Blossom ready. I'm curious to see whether or not. Vanishing
Yeah,
10. Yes.
if you can draw only one card, the best card you can draw is 2 cards, right?
Absolutely, yeah. A Pot of Greed is always appreciated. Okay, we
Okay,
vanish
banish
10.
10, wait for the response, no
No.
response, draw 2. Nice.
So he's still hanging on there, Marco, but
Ah, he's
it's
still
set.
setting back row.
Oh, I think, is it the monster set, because it seems to be in the extra monster zone. It's just his hand. I think it's just his hand, right?
I would assume that it's his hand and he's just placing it there to make sure it's visible at all times.
Yep. Another
And
end phase trap.
yeah, searching the Scarlet Sanguine again.
Weird. Like, Zodiac should be one of the most consistent decks in the room, because you have any one card Zodiac allows your whole extra deck to be spammed onto the board, and this
Mhm.
also leads to Zeus. So I'm kind of surprised that he just was unlucky and didn't pick up any Zodiac card whatsoever.
Yeah, he's playing 10 Zodiac monsters, he's playing triple tanky, he's playing the Barrage, he's playing, you know, so many consistency cards and he's not picking up any of them.
Yeah, it's sometimes you just have bad luck and you're not able to pick up anything. So yeah, Robert is going to be able to gain more and more advantage. And I think, at what point do you pick up your cards? Like, I think right now, if there isn't a Stormy Mirror Force in the back row, I don't see a Marco living through this turn, actually.
Well, he's not playing any Mirror Forces in his deck list, so
Maybe he snuck something into it, but I would really hope that he didn't. So see,
oh,
shuffling back. I'm curious what's happening.
something's going on. I think the game is over. I would assume the game is over because they're both packing up their
Okay.
cards. And
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, Marco picks up his cards and realizes that there's nothing he can do about losing the first game. But yeah, unlucky that he didn't draw any of his Zodiacs. Like, this is kind of weird. Like, the Zodiac deck without any normal summoning Zodiac. Like, okay, not even a Ram, but yeah, sometimes happens, I guess.
it's very unfortunate. So yeah, game 1 of the day goes to Marco Heron's Ellic border stun deck. We didn't see the border actually hit the field, but we know it's there. And now his opponent Robert Treacy also knows that it's there. Whereas Marco Heron is completely in the dark. He does not know what the opponent is playing. So he'll have to side deck according to the things that he's seen, which is Twin Twisters and Book of Moon. What do you side deck against that?
I think you just try to side back row hate because your opponent set 4. And I don't think that, like, any of the combo decks are really main decking that many interruption cards. And I think he should prepare for some kind of control deck as well. Maybe he's guessing Eldritch as well. But yeah, I'm curious to see what he side deck and what's in his side deck, actually. Let's have a look.
In Marco Heron's side deck, it's a very easy side deck. He's playing triplicates of everything. Gadarla the Mystery Dust Kaiju against the Bird Up strategy, of course. Ice Dragon's Prison, Solemn Judgment, Thunder King Ryo, and Waking the Dragon. Some very cool side deck cards. I think we could
Hmm.
potentially see Waking the Dragon coming in.
Yeah,
since
Waking the Dragon is really seems to be very popular because we too have been we have looked into some of the more interesting deck lists here, and other control players seem to pick up Waking the Dragon again. Maybe it's the card that decides its weekends. Who knows? Because it's a blowout card. Nobody expects it, and everybody is making like Hoppy's Feather Duster, Thunder, like Lightning Storm, and Twin Twister, Cosmics, and all these cards are just going to trigger Waking the Dragon, and sometimes monster that is summoned off of Waking just ends the game.
yeah, because Waking Dragon, when it's destroyed, can summon any monster from your deck or your extra deck. I don't think it ignores the summoning condition, but there's a lot of older cards that can just be summoned from the extra deck by Waking the Dragon, such as the Raid
Like
Raptor Ultimate Falcon. Yeah, stuff like
the
that.
last warrior from another planet, I guess,
Oof.
who immune. So there are many like very fun cards you can summon, but I think Waking the Dragon is a very fair card as well because it just punishes your opponent like trying to pop a face down and like an unknown card, and there we see Zodiac cards being played by Marco. I'm
Yeah.
excited, and he tries to activate discarding one card and drawing one card.
Oh, now he's drawing
And
all of the Zodiac cards.
yeah, even the one you don't want to
He
draw.
drew the combo.
The combo. Yes.
So let's see where he goes from here.
And Robert will finally be able to know what his opponent was playing, and
Yeah.
Probably lucky that he's thinking to himself, "Oh, it's kind of lucky that I didn't that he didn't see any Zodiacs in his deck." But
Yeah, sometimes when you're just going to lose game one, it's better to scoop it up rather than show your opponent what you're playing.
yes,
You
yes,
can
and I
even
think
try
this is a
to.
mistake that many new players make. They try to show your like your deck to your opponent, but this just don't do this if you do this because it doesn't make any sense because you're just allowing your opponent to gain free information of your deck, and he's going to get into the side deck with a huge advantage.
Mhm.
And we see now a huge trident being built here by Marco.
Yeah, we saw Chakanine, Hammer Kong, Trident. The whole Chinese Zodiac is here.
A whole year, like a whole century almost of years. And again, the extravagance comes down, banishing 6 cards or 3, you can choose. But the most time in the alpha check, it will be 6, banishing 6 cards from the X deck. Draw 3, 6, and it is there in response.
Well, Marco did put down his hand, so I don't know. I'm assuming that there's no Ash Blossom incoming.
Nope, there is not. And yeah, Robert is going to draw 2 more cards. I think he should
Greed is
have
good.
7 in his hand now. Yeah. Oh, and I think I've seen that one before. He pays 800.
Cursed Outland.
Would
Excellent
this be
card.
a good time to pop with Trident so he doesn't get the search? We know we saw what happened last time, but maybe
Mhm.
it's a good idea to pop the Cursed Outland. What do you think?
Ideally, the response to Cursed Outland being activated is Cosmic Cyclone or something that banishes the card. But yeah, as we saw, Marco
Yes.
is not playing that, so now he has to make the choice: do I pop this with Trident? Because if he doesn't, Robert is going to grab Ellie the Golden Lord, which is then able to send Trident to the graveyard. So that's a bit of a dilemma
Yes.
here.
I think he really has to because it puts so much pressure on already. I think he's really he needs to pop the elephant, even though then again he gets to he loses through, so but then again like he gets to send the elephant to the graveyard, but you need to do this, like that's very hard, like he puts him in a pinch, and
There's
hard to come back from that.
there's no correct choice. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, but Robert actually adds the Hakeru to hand, so I'm assuming that he already has the Eldritch in his
I
hand.
think it was Conquistador.
Conquistador, okay.
The one that destroys cards.
You're better with Spanish than me, and those cards definitely sound Spanish to me. So
Yeah, they're all based on like Spanish words. They're based on the legendary city El Dorado, which is actually based on a real place. There was actually this lake, and the Muisca tribe that lived around it, they have this annual ritual where they cover a guy in gold, dust, and stuff, and they put him on a boat and let him go to the center of the lake and then sink, and that's a sacrifice to the gods, and they're gonna get a good harvest and whatnot.
That sounds really terrifying, but also very cool as well. Here comes the impermanence.
Yes, he sent that away with the Elite Golem Lord, so now his
Yes.
Trident is sitting there completely unprotected.
Does, and also we see some side deck choice of Robert, which was the
Rivalry of Warlords.
rivalry. Yeah,
So
but it doesn't do anything
yeah.
against the decks.
So now Ellig the Golden Lord from the graveyard sends the Curse Eland from the field to the graveyard to come back with 3,500 attack points, cannot be destroyed by card effects. And Curse Eland can actually trigger if Marco actually wishes to do so.
Like this also leads to the first question that we had is should Marco pop Dryden? Should Marco pop the Elfland with the Dryden? And I think the answer was yes, because now he's just sending the Elfland anyway, and
it might have been the least bad choice to make there.
Yes.
Now it seems like they're clarifying exactly what the effect of Elite Golden Lord is. So right now it's
and
protect
sometimes
card effects. Yeah.
sometimes you can get confused because sometimes they summon without being protected by the card destruction. Sometimes just comes down. Sometimes has 1,000 tag. And if you had never faced against the Eldritch match, the Eldritch deck, it really becomes confusing. I really understand this.
Yeah. So it seems like they're rewinding the situation.
Because I think that Marco maybe wanted to pop the Atlant now before Eldritch summons, or
But sending Outland to the graveyard for Golden Lord
cost.
is a cost. So
yeah, there's no chance that Raiden activates an open game state. I think that Marco just has to accept this, that he's going to lose the Raiden.
So what I believe is the next play is just entering the battle phase and destroying the Dryden by battle.
Yes.
The only potential danger that he opens himself up to is if Robert has a Zodiac Whiptail in the hand, which can then equip to the Tridents and banish the Elite Golden Lord.
Yes. That would
Because
be,
like so, yeah,
but
like so
then
many
again,
decks.
like he loses another card in his hand, and like Robert already picked up so much just a tempo by opening up the extravagance. Like, look at this. Like, even if he had
5
Whiptail facing down a Paleozoic board like this, it's really, really intimidating, to say the least.
Yeah, but still, if you can banish the Golden Lord for good, he's only playing 2 of them in a deck, so if you can banish both of them, you should be winning the game from there.
Yeah, if he gets the chance to banish both of them, we have to maybe add.
Okay, we again see Twin Twisters. Discarding Nibiru.
Nibiru? What is he? Why is Nibiru in the deck still?
If we look at his side deck, there's maybe not a lot of cards that he wanted to side into this matchup because he's siding also triplicates of everything. Phantasme, Lancea, Effect Failure, Dark Ruler no more.
But we see the Twin Twister being negated by the flipped up
Imperial Order.
So this is quite a good card against the Zodiac deck as well, because it turns down the barrage, turns down the tankies. So yeah, it's looking really, really tough here for Marco with his.
Paying 8 may be great, but paying 7 is better.
Has 3 cards in his hand. Normal summoning the
Whiptail.
It's Thoroughblade.
Thoroughblade. My bad.
Yeah. So, happens. You can confuse them. But there's Conquistador.
On the summon immediately.
On the summon, yeah. He doesn't want any of this XZ stuff going on. He just summons, tries to pop the Thoroughblade. And I think if you just stop the summon of any Zodiac monster, it's turn over for a Zodiac player.
Indeed, at this point, Robert would really need an extender in the form of Monster Reborn or Zodiac Barrage, but both of them are spells, so there's an Imperial Order on the field.
Yes, really, really tough times here for Marco.
But he's not giving up, which is a good attitude. Since
yes, but here comes the
he
second advantage.
has
It's going
nothing
to be very tough.
he has nothing to lose at this point.
Definitely.
So
No.
if he scoops, the match is over. So he just has to keep playing.
Maybe there's some kind of miracle set there. Maybe Torrential Tribute even, because now I think Eldritch loses the protection of being unable
Yes.
to be destroyed by card effects. So maybe this is a way to come back. But even then, there's so much stuff going on in the graveyard of Robert, so that his graveyard basically is now his second hand, and there's the Link Spider being summoned. Like this is also very interesting. Like even though he's playing Pot of Extravagance, he also has still access to his extra deck, and yeah, maybe.
Yeah, he was lucky. He's only playing one Link Spider in the extra deck, and it stayed there. So
sometimes you are just this lucky, and
luck will always beat skill.
this is what I tell myself when I lose at locals and go 0-3 again. But yeah, pressure is being put down here by the Eldritch player.
Yeah, that is 6,000 damage on the board. So let's go.
Yeah. Is gesturing into the graveyard. Maybe is there something we're missing in the graveyard?
He did have the combo in graveyard. Did he just activate it, or was that banished in a different way?
It was last turn. He used it last turn to shuffle back the Trident to draw a card.
Okay.
Brian, you do have some fans in chat. I just realized.
Apparently, I do. Ash Blossom is a fan of mine. It looks like. Ash Blossom is an excellent card. Just in case the opponent flips a self-destruct button.
Because it negates the draw effect.
Yeah. Okay, so it seems like the 6,000 points of damage were inflicted, and he's going to his end phase again. Sets Conquistador, sets another card, another full back row. That's where you want to be, right?
Yeah, even the Harpy's Feather does nothing right now because there is still this Imperial Order sitting in the head ogre. It's cost like shouldn't be able to be over. Or
I'm having a look at Robert's deck lists.
And over
yeah,
it.
You can.
Can you? Oh my god, I'm curious whether
does it activate? Let me check the card text really quick. No, it does not activate, so you cannot use Ghost Ogre on it. It seems like the players are also aware of this.
And he takes back the Ogre. Like now we know what's in his hand. Like the one card is an Ogre, the other one is unknown. There's still one set card that he didn't use. Maybe it's another Book of Moon. Yeah, I think this should probably seal the deal. Wasn't that amazing? Didn't do anything. He's still not giving up.
He has the Ram.
The Ram. Yeah, if it gets popped, he's going to special summon a Zodiac monster from his graveyard. So
yep,
there is a way that there could be a Zeus coming even.
Zeus would be big.
But he's not activating the Ram, is he? Are they picking up the cards or?
It does like they're indeed picking up cards. So
okay. That just happened because I think that Ram could have triggered, right? Ram could have special summoned the
Yes, but we're looking at the rest of the set cards that that he had, and there was skill drain, dogmatica punishments, everything.
Okay, so yeah, Zeus wouldn't have done a lot. There was just too much advantage, I think, for the Eldritch play here. And if this deck picks up speed, if this deck really gets his graveyard loaded with a lot of trap cards,
Mhm.
going to be very, very tough. And also, hello, Tetsim from chat. How are you doing?
Yeah, it's there was just so much advantage going on for the Elite player. Zodiac player couldn't push through, couldn't get off his big Zeus or his big plays, Mega Clubs or something. So it seems like the players are logging out, and I think that's it for us as well.
Yeah, for now. At least we can talk a little bit more about the matchup, because I think it was really unlucky from the Zodiac player. He didn't do optimal in both openings, so this was like probably the reason why he lost. I think
Mhm.
my camera is frozen. Don't fix that.
It's okay. You're on the screen with a smile, so
Okay. It's better than not being on the screen with a smile, I guess.
okay. So then I think we are going to be taking a quick break, and
Don't go anywhere.
don't go anywhere. We will be back for, I think, 6 more rounds of action. So it's going to be a long day, and after that, a top 8 to determine who gets a brand new PlayStation 5.
I mean, PlayStation 5, you can't even buy it, so it's like even more of a precious thing to win. And I think I also have you seen the player names? I just realized we have very very well known players. Ryan Yu is playing today.
He's playing. Oh,
I won't spoil what he's playing, but he is playing. Ryan Yu is here. We also have I think I saw, where is he? Herman Hansen is playing today.
he's
So
also here.
yeah,
Cool. Well,
Vladis Baron Roskis is here as well. So they're very very high profile players.
yeah, very international players as well.
Yeah,
Oh, we have Sam Pearson is also playing.
yeah, I think so.
Joe Buckwell is in the event.
So
Clark
many
Kirk.
many well known players. Really
Yeah,
exciting to see them how they're doing.
yeah. We are definitely gonna keep an eye on them, and then we'll be seeing you guys later. And also we have Marijn van Duivenboden representing the Netherlands. We're not gonna spoil what he's playing. You'll maybe be seeing him in a feature match later. Uh,
Maybe if he
okay,
does well enough.
okay. See you guys in a bit. Hello, guys, and welcome back to round two of the Irish Win-A-PlayStation 5 tournament. Um, yeah, as we said in the chat, we have something pretty spicy to show you guys for this round.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I can. I'm a lot of words actually. I have the deck list right here on my second monitor. And I'm so excited to share it with you guys. I won't until the round starts, so I won't spoil anything. But I can guarantee you, it's something you didn't even think about. It's a 200 IQ thing to play. As Ryan, I think, already was kind of shocked when he read the effect of the one trap card.
I
to
read the name of the deck that was
Yes.
entered into our statistics, and I was like, we gotta have this. We
Yes.
gotta have this.
I also really liked he like usually the players they have a main engine and like Zodiac and maybe a second engine Eldritch, and the name of the deck we feature I will not tell, but the second one was just
Just.
and I think this alone maybe triggers some of you to what's maybe think about it, chat. Maybe pick up your thoughts into the chat of which card you think we might see. But I think we're already starting. So now I can tell you we can't really see the card. That's
It
a
is
bummer.
a Pot of Prosperity.
Oh, Pot of Prosperity, and now we can even talk about Pot of Prosperity as I have
Yes.
really hoped for. Pot of Prosperity being one of the newest additions to the TCG, a new pot card as well, being able to banish either 3 or 6 cards from your deck to draw, to look, or to excavate the top 3 or 6 cards, whether you banish 3 or 6 from your deck. And here we see the Moon Mirror Field, the Dragoon, the Dragoon spell that summons Dragoon, the Red Eyes Fusion.
The Red Eyes Fusion, yeah.
Yes, 6 cards being excavated, and this is like this allows the player to really look deep inside his deck. And yeah, sometimes the Red Eyes Fusion is all you need, but I think he picked up the Crackdown. Was it correct? Was it a Crackdown? I'm not too sure about it. But the new Pot of Prosperity, now he's going to activate the Red Eyes Fusion, going to fusion summon
Yes.
the Dark Red Eyes Dark Dragoon out of the deck, the win condition of this deck. Like Andrew Moore, he put up a deck list that just turbos out Dark Dragoon, and not only one, but multiple of them. So really, really, spicy. As I said, it's just going to burn down your opponent. Like, what's your opponent going to do against like triple or quarter? Like, they're not going to be a fourth Dragoon, but you know what's their opponent going to do with 1 or 2 Dragoons? Like, I mean, most decks already have a hard time outing one, and yeah, I think that Andrew really made sure that he's going to able to summon multiple copies of Dragoon, backed up by a lot of trap cards, as we have seen. He has picked up Crackdown with Pot of Prosperity, and I think, Ryan, what is your thoughts on this deck list?
The title of the deck was Just Dragoon, but actually, he's playing a pretty big Paleozoic engine. So we have that going for him.
Yes, Paleozoic's been able to support something like a Dragoon very, very well. But now we see that Luke O'Brien is playing a virtual world deck, and he
Yes.
activates the Kvaloon is the name, right?
Yeah, and that allows him to set up the Chuche from his deck. Dragoon is going to ignore that, let it pass.
Yeah, I think you there are like certain points in the like you really want to hit the Lulu. I think that this is one of the most important things, or the King Long in the graveyard. You really want to negate that. But you have to keep in mind that Andrew is also having 3 cards in his back row, and that some of these probably are going to interact one way or another, and with what is Luke trying to do. And I don't think that Luke necessarily wants to or likes this. Like we know that he has a Crackdown in the back row, so yeah, there's that. They can steal a Cloud Castle, for example, which would be very huge. But now he's going to add the Lulu in his hand, and I think this would be one of the main things to hit with Dragoon, right? Oh, he discards the driver, unlucky draw there.
Of course, the Psychic Soldier. The thing is, in a deck like this, which is basically protect the castle, you don't really have to negate anything unless it threatens your castle. So
that's a good thing. Yes. Dragoon with 3,500 attack is also pretty huge, and we also know that Andrew has something in store to really like allow Dragoon to not be run over by battle. He plays the Armory Call trap card that equips non-targeting from his deck to Dragoon a Moon Mirror Shield, so it also makes it immune to being run over by battle. So yeah, it's just protect the Dragoon, I guess, at this point.
oh, I'm imagining like Dragoon standing there and he's getting attacked, and suddenly his armor turns into mirrors, and wow.
And he's got a Moon Mirror Shield, yeah, and the Utopia double or something like that. Just nice.
Unlimited attack.
But
Meanwhile,
on the other side of the field, like Andrew, just go do whatever you want to do. I don't really care about that because I have Dark Dragoon. But like, don't like if Luke managed to like set up a triple like a double VFD, doesn't this like threaten the Dragoon?
well, it would prevent it from using its effect. Does the True King of All Calamities also negate continuous effects? I don't think so, does it?
I only think
I would have to.
negates the effect from activating. So there's a Stardust Charge Warrior being synchro summoned onto the field, and now Luke wants to draw a card, which
I think Andrew is going to be fine with that.
yes, I think so as well.
Draw your card.
Yeah,
I
draw a
don't
card.
care. I have my Dragoon. I have my back row. I'm
looking at Luke O'Brien's deck list right now and see what he's playing to maybe out the Dragoon. It would be the Divine Arsenal AA Zeus, which definitely would.
Also playing the Utopia Beyond, which decreases the attack of all your opponent's monsters. I think
it's true,
Utopia Beyond, right?
Yes, I think that as well, yeah. But there's the Crackdown activating on the summon of the M7, so there's that already.
It's
the chain going.
I think. The thing is, it activates on the summon, so chaining Crackdown to it will not prevent it.
Okay, that's a good thing, I guess. So there's TT being discarded. But I think a Crackdown now activates on the summon of the M7, so he really wants to take that M7.
The Utopia Beyond, you mean? Let's see.
There's Utopia Beyond being summoned. I think it's a M7,
yes,
or
it looks like a rank 6 monster.
This is the. Okay, and it's Utopia Beyond. Okay, good to know. I thought it was the M7 being summoned there.
Okay. So
no, you're correct. It's the Beyond. But he takes control of it regardless, and he still has the ability to negate with Zeus, which is very, very strong, obviously. Okay, so we know that Dragoon is now at 0 attack, but still, equipping Moon Mirror Shield from the deck would be enough to protect Dragoon from battle, and he has to pass the turn. Like, one Crackdown ends his turn, and Dragoon didn't even need to negate anything. Just the presence of this card being able to like chat, like walking into the into the room is really enough to
Andrew is flipping another set card. I can't really see what I think it's Necrofusion. And Necrofusion, let me tell you guys, it's basically Miracle Fusion in trap form. So you banish materials from your graveyard to fusion summon. So if it is Necrofusion, and he's grabbing his graveyard, so I think it is, he's gonna bring out his second Red Eyes Dart Dragoon.
And this really, really puts on pressure on Daniel. Then I can't imagine how he's going to out a second Dragoon. As I said, like, outing a one Dragoon is hard enough, and he picks up his cards. Of course he does. Like, Dragoon is such an amazingly designed card. You can't argue with that, really. And yeah, Andrew also knows what his opponent is playing, and he has a side deck that really shuts down the virtual deck, even when going second with the Forbidden Droplet. And Yeah, and what I really think is very like, what do you even do as the world player here? What do you do when you are Luke O'Brien? Like, is there anything like
I think the first thing you do right here is reevaluate your life choices that have led up to this moment, where you're facing Dragoon dot deck, literally. Second, you're gonna bring out your side deck, of course. Let's have a look at what Luke O'Brien is siding.
there's triple cosmic cycle. There's triple tactical talents as
Hmm.
well, and I think this card really has to come in very clutch for him here to maybe take control of the Dragoon as well when he's already when he already has negated
Yes,
previously.
definitely.
But we see that Andrew isn't that type of player that negates on the first thing. Like, he doesn't negate the first thing that he sees. He knows that Dragoon is such an oppressive card that he doesn't even need to be like, that he doesn't need to negate anything else but something that really threatens Dragoon, as you have mentioned earlier, Ryan.
Hmm. Yes. I think he's very used to playing these slow conservative decks. He's playing the Paleozoic engine on his Paleozoic Frog playmat. His
Yes,
Discord username is Paleozoic number that many. So he's definitely used to grindy decks. And I think that's going to be
yes,
paying off.
definitely. And I also think that this side engine maybe is enough to carry your deck even when the Dragoon plan A fails. Like, if it gets TTT'd, you think, yeah, okay, maybe like the I forget, like Luke maybe thinks after TTing his opponent's or TTTing, I should say, TTing his opponent's Dark Dragoon. Maybe he's, oh my god, now I'm able to play through everything, and then he still gets, Dynamicious, he still gets Lost
Canadia,
Winded or Crackdown,
Olenoid is
Canadia,
terrible.
and yes, like, these cards are all like real cards, and he's even main decking the Storming Mirror Force. So and even if you think that now I'm able to attack, there's only one face down card. Storming Mirror Force, back to the extra deck you go cards. Like, it's so amazing, and I'm so excited to also maybe kind of you know go this tournament together with Andrew and see how he does, because I think it's a very creative deck list, even though it's just we Protect the Castle 2.0, but curious, very, very, very curious.
Okay, it looks like his opponent Luke O'Brien will be going first this game, which allows him to set up, you know, whatever he wants to set up. He's going to set two cards. Is that
Oh
it?
no, are you kidding
Oh,
me?
okay. Play is back to Andrew. Let's see what he
And he
picks
is
up.
smiling. Did you see his face when he passed? Like,
Whew.
okay, great, great. I
Oh,
got this game, and he starts off with
the pot
a
of
Pot of Prosperity
prosperity.
again.
Yes.
Yes, great,
Ah,
great card, as I said before. He's playing
ah.
it at 2, seeing it in both games really feels good. Like, um, it's a worthwhile investment. Guys, you should pick it up. It's a great, great card. Like, digging 6 card deep into your X deck.
And
And
there's
I think that Andrew's deck even allows to really always go for the 6 cards, because his extra deck only contains the 3 Lagoons that you really care about.
yeah.
Everything else can, like, okay, you
And
can banish everything else.
there's the red eye
Yes,
fusion
this
along with
this
5 traps.
is so good. Like,
There's
he really
Crackdown,
did.
Lost Wind, Torrential, and he just ignores all that and goes for the Red Eyes Fusion. He definitely didn't have it in his hand yet. But
Yes.
things can go wrong because Luke is playing Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring,
Yeah,
which we
that is
see coming down. Yeah. Oh, unfortunately.
a lifesaver.
So no, it's Luke who's going to set his entire hand and pass turn.
But I think the trap card that Andrew like sets are way more intimidating than the cards that Luke can set, because he's only playing the Chuche and the
And
Juan Wu, and
Huan Wu, yeah.
in the main deck. Wu, sorry. Yeah, and that's it. Like, these 2 cards are maybe in the background. There's the what
Olenoides
is it?
chained to the Chuche.
Olenoides, yes.
So it
Great.
looks
And
like
so,
I think that was Nyan Nyan stays in the hand.
yes, it can summon.
Pa-
It cannot summon.
Pass turns again.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? I don't want to be in the same room with Luke. And there's a
And we have
non-summon of the
Red Eyes
Wyvern.
Wyvern.
Yes, it's one of 3 cards, 3 monsters that Andrew is main decking.
It's unfortunate that he drew the Red Ice Wyvern, because now his Red Ice insights that he has in his deck to search out the fusion, they won't function anymore.
Yeah, but he went straight into the battle phase, inflicting 1800 points of damage. And there's the King Long. Maybe it's getting hit another Oleanoides. Maybe.
Ooh, that would be choice. That would be good.
But you really want King Long in your graveyard, right? I'd rather have it cosmic. But he said that's fine. He's going to normal summon the new card, I think it is.
Yes, My Hime Toto.
Toto.
It
I think
can
you're
be
better with
normal summoned.
Japanese than me. Yeah. With,
Oh,
but there
gets
goes
hit by
Canaria!
Canaria! You fool!
As I said, like the trap cards that Andrew plays are much, much more impactful than the trap cards.
Oh,
And
the
they're
Nyan Nyan tries to come
just
out, but
everything
denied.
denied.
You
Yes.
fool.
My God, he passes turn again. He's going to the battle phase. Does he know the defense of Tutu?
I
By
don't know
heart?
the defense of Toto, so
I don't either. I think like 1800 tech. Like this is such a simplified game state because neither player can really get their engine going.
but that's 3,000 points of damage if it comes through. But no, there is a set monster to protect the life
Yeah.
points.
Tao. What the Tao and what the defense of Tao? Apparently it isn't. It is high enough to withstand the attack of Andrew, and there is something to combo off of for Luke the next turn. But still, two set cards are still in the back row for Andrew doing work so far.
I think that is the GG being
GG,
summoned.
yes. And another
Canaria to flip it face down, but
are we playing Duel Links? But it still gets to send because it's still a monster.
yes.
But yeah, Canadia really, really, really oppressive cards in Duel Links and really putting in work here as well. But he still gets the summon because it's still treated as a monster that he's targeting. So yeah, there's the summon. King Long gets banished and he gets the search. So I think maybe this time Luke has enough resources to combo off.
Yeah, Andrew still has one set card left. Maybe he was playing. He was pulling the trigger a bit too fast on his trap cards this turn and last turn. Let's see how this evolves further. That is a Lulu, which, if it hits the fields, can search a card from deck as well, different to the types that it targeted and sent. So it's going to send the new card, the Huanwu, and add Kowloon to his hand.
Renwu being able to banish itself to summon a monster from graveyard, right? So
Indeed, yeah.
yes, great card.
It also has a effect on the field where during the battle phase you can change a monster's battle position, but I don't think we are gonna see that come up often.
Yeah, I think that this card really has the better grave effect of both traps, but the 2J is of course the better trap on the field. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Contrary to Duel Links, changing battle positions isn't that broken in real game.
we don't need to semi-limit the enemy controller or the Dracaroid. Hydroid is.
Okay. Yeah, banishing the Chuche to alter some levels.
Yes. Now synchro summoning again for the
Vermilion Dragon Mech.
Another Duel Links card.
That's gonna get hit by a trap card.
Lost Wind, I suppose. And he's trying to chain the Canadia. Yes.
Again, it looks like Andrew is super confident and just trigger happy to shoot all of his cards and hoping that that's enough to stop it. His opponent is now asking, I can still banish for cost, right? Yeah, Luke, I guess you can.
Which really comes up sometimes, especially in Virtual World, where banishing cards, like Virtual World really seems to me like the new deck rulers. I think we talked about that yesterday, but I will try to mention it again. That your graveyard is actually like more of a hand to you than your actual hand. Like your graveyard is such a big resource, and it can get bigger and bigger and bigger. And I think this is one of the strongest points in virtual world. And you see, even being interrupted like once or twice already, Luke is still able to combo off.
Yeah, and comboing off he is. Looks like this game is a lot more in his favor, even though it was a bit of a rocky start. But that Ash Blossom definitely saved him there.
If it wasn't for the Ash Blossom, we would be talking in a very different tone, and the screen would already title waiting for the round 3 to start. But luckily, there's sometimes this little fiery girl who prevents sending from deck to the graveyard, which
stomps on the opponent with her tiny feet.
As chat mentions that if Luke has enough knowledge of his deck, he should not give this one away. It's, I guess it's true. Like he's in a very favorable position, but some mistakes can always happen because, especially on a feature match and like a lot of people are watching, sometimes it's just the pressure just gets to you. And now he tries to go into the battle phase and attacks over the Wyvern. Wyvern?
Mm-hmm. Both are correct.
Yes. What's your saying of this? Or like, how do you say it? How do you pronounce it? Wyvern or Wyvern?
I usually go for Wyvern.
Okay.
But I believe both are correct. And I see that the stream is out. Hopefully it will soon be back.
So no trash talking. It could be up in any second.
Maybe it's already back.
But yeah,
I don't know.
the Dynamicious is still being on the field. So yeah, there's it's
Well,
being banished as
Chuche is
well.
going to take care of that.
Yeah, Touche really took care of it. And what's the optimal draw here for Andrew? Of course, a Pot of Prosperity would be a very nice draw to maybe see the Red Ice Fusion, or maybe the Red Ice Fusion of itself would be a good draw.
His hand is empty, so I think he needs exactly the Red Ice Fusion.
But I think that he like last turn when he used Prosperity, he was able to take 5 trap cards and put it under his deck. So he knows that that his next draw is not going to be one of these trap cards. So the possibility of drawing the Red Ice Fusion isn't even that low.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he's like 30 or something cards in his deck are still there. He already picked out like 10 of them, and we know that there's 2 more Red Ice Fusions. So the chance is slim, but there is a chance.
And I think the way this match is going, it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest that if the Red Ice Fusion was picked up here. But you know, he's still coming. We shouldn't be is there the it's a rank 3 that's being summoned here,
The Fortune Tune, yeah.
Fortune Tune, one card that has never seen play before until
it
now.
actually did used to see play in like the Burning Abyss era way back in the day.
Okay.
It's such a nuisance to get rid of because it can detach if it would be destroyed. Okay, so Andrew drew, and it's sets or
Fusion.
it is a set card. Okay.
Can Touche pop face down cards as well, or only face ups?
Who I would need to check. Chat will probably be quicker than me, but let's try it.
It's TT. It's a trench.
Yo, that is big. But Fortune Tune,
but
as
again,
I said, protects itself.
Yes, but like TJ only face up,
Yeah,
so yeah, that was
what I thought.
faster than you. So I would have been way funnier if that was a Storming Mirror Force, and Luke would have ran right into it. But TT is also very strong. But you know, against Virtual World, maybe not that much because you know, as I said earlier, it's like the graveyard is his second hand, and he doesn't really care if its cards are in the graveyard or not because he's probably going to push in for a lot of damage.
Another
because
massive combo.
you know that Andrew already took a huge chunk last turn.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, maybe we are going to game 3 for the first time today.
For the first time, it's the second round, guy. I'm sure we'll see plenty of game 3 today.
Being brought into the game 3. You're correct.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, keep yourself, guys. Stay hydrated. I hope you're all drinking enough water today, as Andrew just did while he's watching comboing off.
It's 2 p.m. in the morning. I'm still on coffee.
Is it morning time for you, Ryan?
It's permanently morning time for me.
So it's
The entire
permanently
day
coffee
is a morning to me. I am a morning person. The entire day feels like morning to me.
time. That's a great one. He's going for another rank 6, I suppose, and this time it is the
M7.
M7, right? Yes, one of the most, I think, one of the most Virtuosai cards in the entire game right now, because you can even like bring back hand traps like the Ash Blossom, but he doesn't. He chooses to take the Tata,
Toto.
and yeah, but like, would you rather take the Ash Blossom to your hand to prevent top decked Red Fusion?
I think he's gonna push for game because Andrew has no cards in hand, no cards on the field. There's nothing preventing Luke from popping off and just pushing for those life points.
True. Opponent can't cup deck if he's dead, right? So
The worst card you can draw
yeah,
is 0 cards. Yeah, he sees the writing on the wall, scoops it up. We're going to a game 3, so the side deck is going to kick in once more. But game 3 is going to be different because this time Andrew is going to be going first.
yeah, he's guaranteed to go first, and I don't think that there's so much that there are like a lot of cards that Luke can side or hope to draw against the Red Eyes Fusion. Like if the Red Eyes Fusion comes down, you are going to have a problem. Like he can definitely side in, as I mentioned before, the triple tactic talents.
Yes,
as
also
well as hoping to draw the
the
Ash
Ash
Blossoms,
Blossom.
because this yes, it's like the most important card, obviously, but right now, but this is going to be interesting to see also the opening hands, because even though that Luke T sets 2 and passes his turn, he still was able to win the game. So like the slow pace of today's meta game, or like the meta game of today, the today's format, is really benefiting not opening optimally sometimes, but not all the times.
Yeah.
Speaking of sometimes, but not all the times, Andrew is only playing 2 Pot of Prosperity and 1 Pot of Extravagance. How and why would you play only like this ratio of pots?
Well, first of all, Pot of Prosperity came out a week ago, so it might have been difficult for Andrew here to get his hands on 3 copies, and that's why he's playing just 2 of it and 1 Extravagance. Maybe he has a higher plan, and yeah.
Yeah, we don't know yet. Maybe sometimes the most obvious answer is the correct one, but sometimes, there's a deeper plan. But I think that we shouldn't, like, it wouldn't surprise me if it was no. It's like this. There's this theory behind playing 2 Prosperity and 1 Extravagance, because I also have been like, I think that Andrew really proves us that he is a supreme deck builder right now by playing Armory Cores and the Trap Tricks. So I'm not doubting him at
I do have a theory. Like,
okay.
between
Sure.
the 2 pots, Extravagance might be the better card for like these slow, control-y trap decks. But you have to keep into account if he resolves 2 Extravagance, that's 12 cards from his extra deck gone, and the chance of all of his Dragoons being gone is pretty reasonable, pretty fair. So maybe that's why he's playing, the 2 Pot of Prosperity.
Hmm. And also, Pot of Prosperity and Extravagance, of course, they conflict with each other, because you cannot draw cards with artifacts with after you resolve the Pot of Prosperity. So maybe that's a reason as well. And we see Inspector Border being normal summoned, a card that is, renowned for being equipped with
Moon Mirror Shields. Nice.
Oh my god, let's go.
Let's put on the helmet, guys. Let's play Border Stun.
Yes. But there is the Harpy's Feather Duster. Are you kidding me? What has
Andrew sides in Waking the Dragon.
but it's not
No,
going to
ah,
work out for him.
unfortunately. Moon Mirror Shield has to go to the top or the bottom of the deck. Andrew chooses the bottom. Oh, that Feather
Wow,
Duster was
what
such a blowout.
this is why it's been unbanned to to deal with the monkey decks, I suppose. And another prosperity on the side of Luke being played here. But maybe the Inspector Border in it by itself is enough to stop the virtual world player, maybe
Hmm.
because you cannot use any effects in the hand. Like maybe it's enough to stop that. Like, okay, now he's choosing. Like, this is why I like prosperity so much. You can choose which cards are going to be banished, and I think this is like the strongest. Like, if it was random, I don't think that this card would see that much play. But being able to choose the cards is really, really important.
Uh-huh.
So he's going to excavate 6 cards from his deck, and I think that the that card would probably be favorable.
Hmm. Now, guys, we may already be in game three, but apparently there's a poll added to the Twitch chat where you can decide who wins the match. Uh, you might want to do that as fast as possible.
Yes, yes. Like it's I what and who would you pick? Like what is your pick to win this
It's hard to
this
say.
game? Like
Like,
knowing of all the cards here.
obviously, Andrew was just blown out by that heavy storm duster, but feather storm. But yeah, Luke is reading Inspector Border, so maybe he doesn't have an out to it right now, which is it's very well possible. I'm looking in his deck list, and I don't think he has a lot of ways to deal with this. Like the Chuche, of course, is a pretty choice option, but yeah, he has to be able to make that live, and that might be difficult without monster effects.
Really is not being able to use any monster effect is kind of blowout. Like it's it's so
He,
close, and you're still thinking about which card to take because he had to read Inspector Border. And to be fair, also always have to read it because it's just so much text and like convulsed text. But he chooses to take the Kowloon, I think it's called.
yes.
You're better with the
Kowloon,
Japanese
yeah,
name. Yeah,
that's
I'll leave that to you. Going to
Kowloon
activate
to me just sounds like a Vietnamese harbor city or something.
it. They are playing Inspector Border there as well. And there's a Foolish Burial Goods being sent to the graveyard. I don't think, but it's sending a spell trap to the graveyard from the deck, obviously.
Yeah, I was wrong with the name. It's not Kowloon. It's Qinglong.
Qinglong, oh, okay. But I mean, it's pretty understandable that sometimes you get confused by all the
Yeah,
Japanese names.
Qinglong actually has a really interesting effect that will come up right now. It can banish Virtual World from the field or the graveyard and negates a monster until the end of the turn.
Oh,
So,
this is yeah. So this is insane. Like I said, the graveyard is the second hand, and being able to have so many kinds of effect that Andrew is probably not being yeah, that he probably also doesn't know about is a huge deal.
mhm,
But of course, that Happy Feather Duster did a lot of work there.
yeah, because right now, Luke is completely able to pop off and even beat over the Inspector Border, and it's
But we also have to praise Luke here. Like he knows his deck inside out, and being able to like really know the line of play and picking the right card out of the deck. Like um, to realize, okay, I can banish the card from my graveyard. I can negate the Inspector Border, and then probably just combo off. It's also very good. Like it really proves how good of a player Luke is.
mhm. Okay. We see this massive combo string going down, and yeah, 62% of the votes are indeed for Virtual World.
I actually invested 200 points into Dragoon because I was thinking that Inspector Borders may be able to carry Andrew through it, but yeah, maybe I was proven wrong.
Whew, he would need something to protect his border and then an amazing follow-up next turn. But whew, it's not looking good. Not looking good.
It's not looking good, no.
But Andrew has surprised us before, so I'm keeping my eyes on the screen to see what's going to happen.
But like also bringing so many monsters to the field without using a single monster effect is like, oh, is the border already negated, or?
I think negating the border was one of the first things that he did.
Okay, so okay. I think that Andrew now knows that he's going to be comboed off, and also probably killed this turn, right? Because Virtual World is one of the decks that is capable of OTKing through one monster, and he has the tools in his extract to do so. And there comes the Cloud Castle activating its effect, summoning back the what's the thing called? The Juju, I think.
Whew. Yeah, names
Makes it
aside, he is going to bring out the true king of all calamities.
first time today we see it. Virtual World is known as VFD Turbo, but he hasn't summoned it all match long.
Yes, it's definitely a card that will be seeing more of later today, unless we can magically avoid having Virtual World players on a stream. But I don't think that will be an option because I'm looking at the deck breakdown, and Virtual World is the most commonly played deck today. 12 players chose to bring it, which is some 17%. Closely followed by L-League with 11 players, Tritron 7 players, and from there on it's all 4 or less. Dragonlink has 4, but then Zodiac, Invoked, Altergeist, and Tri-Brigade all have 3 players playing it. And from there on, it's Rogue City, baby.
Yeah, Rogue City indeed. Rogue City, would you consider the Just Dragoon decklist to be a rogue deck as well?
It's very rogue. It's as rogue as can be.
Really? Like playing one of the strongest cards in the format right now and just focusing on it?
I had never seen before until today, so
sometimes metas are created on one day. I remember what Chalice being suddenly meta after the 2018 YCS Bochum.
YCS. Was that Bochum? I think it was Rimini.
It was Bochum, definitely. I was there.
I was there as well, but so many events, you know.
It was Matteo who won the finals, right? Yeah, but yeah, Virtual World who took the game back. But let's get back to the game here because Luke is actually declaring attacks onto Andrew's field, but he's not able to kill him off. But yeah, as the chat corrected me there, Luke indeed summoned the VFD already last turn. Last game, not last turn, but last game. So
also, Kai, you were correct. It was YCS Bochum 2018 that was won by World Chalice.
Yes,
yeah,
I knew that.
but
I'm happy to be correct at least once.
So we see Zeus. There's the true king of all calamities. So wow.
Yes, and Andrew picks up his cards, or is he? Yeah, yes, he is. Yes, he is picking up his cards. The game is being won by the Virtual World player, and I think that was just a blowout. The Harpy's Feather Duster that came down and destroyed, especially the Mirror Shield. Because if it wasn't for that, I think that Andrew might have had a chance to survive the turn. And
I think the last card that Andrew had in his hand has to have been one of the vanillas, like the Dark Magician or the Red Ass Black Dragon, because otherwise he would have set it as well, right?
Probably, yeah.
I can't hear Kai anymore, but
am I hello?
You're back. I can hear you now.
Okay, what was your question? I didn't had an internet failure for a second, I suppose.
The last card in his hand, I think, was the Dark Magician or the Red Eyes Black Dragon, because otherwise he would have set it as well, unless he opened Wyvern border or double border.
Okay, yeah, true. I mean, this comes with the risk of playing the Dragoon package that you can sometimes draw the Dark Magician and or the Red Eyes Black Dragon, and of course these cards are you can't draw any more deck. Like this card is as useless as the Garnet in your hand. Okay, maybe not as useless because you can at least still fusion summon with them, but you know.
Yeah, I wouldn't call Dark Magician useless. He's one of the best cards in the game, you
Yeah,
know.
with no cards left on the field, as some Dark Magician declare direct attack.
Yeah, we didn't see that this game, but maybe at some point today. There is actually a Dark Magician player in the event, so I'm curious to see how he's doing. But as for now, I think we're going on a short break. Let's see how much time is left in the round. Only 10 minutes, so I don't think we're gonna hop into another table. So
Yeah. I
that
think
was a
maybe
right.
our technical team can search a table that where people are still playing.
Maybe we'll try to grab that for you guys. But if not, we'll be seeing you in round 3.
See you soon. People play like like one of the most fan favorite decks that exists because of Ray, I would say.
Hmm.
And he gets his
Yeah,
the afterburner. We don't see any cards on the field right there. There's an evenly matched being okay.
being
Yeah, of
sent
course.
by the field spell, the Area 0.
To add the afterburner to hand, like not the greatest pickup at this stage. I really need to like focus for a moment on what's going on before commentator can really begin.
Uh-huh.
But there's multi-role being banished. It's a bummer because multi-role is at 1, of
Hmm.
course. And I think that people really changed their minds about Sky Striker after the engaged ban, because I think that now it's a really really high skill capped deck,
Hmm.
because only like players that have very much experience with the deck, a lot of experience with the deck, are able to still pilot it
Hmm.
with like a huge success.
Also, you
Uh,
can't hate Sky Strikers anymore.
No, really not. Like, because they don't do any unfair things, I think. Like, if you get beaten by a Sky Striker player, it was probably because the other player is better, like, is a better player than you are.
Uh-huh.
And
Maybe.
but we see a Nadir servant being activated, or you just drew bad, like we said in game 1, that you like luck always outweighs skill.
Well, there is still getting hit by Mystic Mine Utopia double, but I'm not sure
It should
whether
be
he's playing the Utopia double. Let's. I'm gonna search for his deck
interesting.
list for you guys. Let me open that up.
The Entis is being discarded from the exile to the graveyard to be able to pop a monster, I think, or a
Hmm.
card. A card. I think it pops a card. And the Ecclesia is being added from deck to hand. And may I say that Ecclesia is one of the like most beautiful cards in the game,
Oh,
because I
yeah.
really like the pragmatic style in it of itself. And Ecclesia is really just also a very like soundful name, like Ecclesia. Like this name is very very
Yeah, they're based
nice to.
on what, how do I say it in English? Sort of clerical group that used to be
Yes,
at
yes.
the side of a certain king. Which king was it? Was it Charlemagne? I'm not sure. My history is definitely a bit fuzzy, but we see
You
it
see a
getting
lot of
hit by
interactions going
infinite
impermanence, yes. So the
impermanence.
servant,
Yeah.
but like the Nadir servant is such a great card to just gain card advantage on an already like established field, because being able to pop a card with the Intis is really strong.
Hmm.
You saw that the Widow Anchor had to like go to the graveyard, and with multi-role band, it's obviously just it's kind of hard for Sky Striker to get back. Of course, you have Kagari, but other than that, your graveyard isn't really that accessible to you with the Roll Gun. And there is the Afterburner being able to, not only, I think there are 3 spike cards on the grave, right? So, yes,
Two, three, yeah.
3, yes. So 2 maximum value out of it, being able to destroy both cards, and it was a punishment. So this is a huge, huge pop. Are you thinking about popping his own field spell to get access to the Ray, maybe? Or Rose?
Possibly, but now that he saw the punishment because his opponent was just playing too fast, Jason,
Yes.
maybe he's reconsidering it right now. But no, he is actually going for popping his own field spell. So the punishment is still there.
Because I think that this is actually a great play because punishment. Oh, there's the Ash Blossom. But because if he had Summon Ray, like punishment doesn't really do that much because of course you can just chain the Ray to summon out
Mhm.
an Link monster, so you essentially are dodging. But there's the Rose. Of course, Rose doesn't have that effect to tribute her off as a quick effect.
No.
Does she? Doesn't. She can special summon herself, yeah. And now this should like probably trigger the punishment that is set because, as I said, he cannot dodge it. That yeah, and punishment is being activated. And I really really like this matchup. Like I can understand why we are like still in this game after 35 minutes because it's such a grindy deck, and it really yeah, it really
Yeah, it tends to go on, right? Both of these decks are a bit slower.
tests your limits. So that's what I was looking for. Because and there's a Skullmeister preventing
Yeah,
that.
negating the El Shaddai App Cologne.
Oh, the App Cologne was it? Yeah, true.
Yeah. Mystic Mine, but that's just going to destroy itself in the end
Yeah,
phase if he
I don't-
passes turn.
don't
Oop, there it goes.
I've seen this kind of play before.
Maybe get an extra spell in the graveyard. I don't know.
Yeah, but you already have 3 in your graveyard. Like
More is better.
yeah, but Mystic. Oh, but
Another
there's
pass turn. Oh, with just
yeah.
under 4 minutes left, we don't know the life points. I can see on his calculator, 6,500 versus 7,000.
So still very much healthy both players, and I think that they're like there's an evoke package obviously in the Dogmatica Invoke deck, but he's just not top decking into like the Meltdown or the Alistair, so it's kind of unlucky as well because you're like in the first game the Zodiac player who just didn't really see his engine, and of course this is sometimes game changing. Okay, he also he sets one
Daniel
and passes
setting,
like
passing.
yeah, unlucky. Daniel not being able to find what he needs, no Ray, no.
Well,
Field
if that's a
spell,
Widow Anchor set, he can make sure to survive for a bit longer. I think
That's
he's
true.
ahead in life points.
No, he's down 500, I think, because I think that was a Cosmic Cyclone that banished the multi-roll. I think 1,000.
Oh, yeah, and then Daniel would have the 6,500. Yeah.
Yeah.
I always put my own life points on the left of my life pad or whichever I'm using to write it down. So
Is that Maximus being summoned there? Yeah, right. That's
yeah.
Maximus.
By banishing
sum-
cards from the graveyard, it's going to use Maximus's effect to send 2 cards from the extract of both players to the graveyard. Let's see.
And this kind of fuels the graveyard for the Sky Striker player who can just put the Link monsters there to potentially shuffle them back with the equip spell if he's playing it.
And he's playing Pot of Avarice as well.
Okay. So a lot of grind options he has
Mhm.
there. Maybe even that there is a there's an unknown card that he hasn't used since a few turns. Maybe this is the moment where he can now activate the Pot of Avarice. That would be like very very unlucky.
Uh-huh.
But with Maximus being summoned, there is like a huge pressure on the Sky Striker player because the beat stick is on the side of Jason, and he can just start beating at the life points of
Yes,
Daniel,
asks
right?
to see the opponent's graveyard. And Jason, it looks like he sent the Wind Pegasus at Ignister, which is a kind of like Pero Kerberos, which you used to see playing Burning Abyss way back. After an opponent attacks, it can banish itself from the graveyard to return a card on the field to the deck, I believe. I'm not entirely sure of the effect, but it's something like that.
I think this is how it works. Yes, I will quickly look that up.
Oh, we had a poll to see which deck is going to win this one, and Sky Striker took the lead there. So
Oh, so people having faith in Sky Striker and he passes turn.
yeah, there's not a lot of time left. If they are using the timer that we have access to, there's less than a minute left. So that's
So
gonna have to
Windpecker.
be like Widow Anchor. Oh,
Ooh. Widow Anchor, but Windpegasus. He doesn't trigger. No, Windpegasus triggers when a card is destroyed by battle or card effect. You can banish him and shuffle a card back. And there is the area 0. But do you really want to use that effect? Because if you miss, you're probably throwing the game away, aren't you?
is it mine? Imboom. Ray! He gets the Ray! That's incredible. He just has to go to the battle phase and start pushing. With 10 seconds left.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? 10 seconds left, go normal summon the Ray. Huh. Do it. Oh, there's the, I think it was the timing. Time is called. At least maybe the players have a little bit different timing, but this is insane. This is insane. Amazing pickup. It kind of reminds me of draw engage off of engage because or picking up the engage because this is what it feels like.
In the
Activating
battle
this
phase.
deck. My god.
Is there a gamma? There is no gamma.
There's no gamma.
Going
And
for
attack.
the Kagari?
Hayate.
Hayate? Yeah.
Going to use its effect. They are still very calm. Like I don't think that they are playing with the timing that we have. So maybe we are like they got a few minutes because of or something like that. We don't know.
They may have gotten a minor time extension because the stream had to switch to this table, which causes some delay. But I don't know. But they're still playing. So
the Sky Striker player is actually playing Mind Control in his main deck.
they have. I was just informed that they do have a 20-minute time extension.
Oh, 20 minutes.
So time is not as big as a factor as we thought.
But Ray is still a great
yeah.
nonetheless because now he has access to his whole engine and he sends the hidden armory.
Is that Vector Blast?
Oh, that's it's equipped
It's
spell.
Hercules base. Yeah.
Hercules base. Yeah. Hidden armory. I was still in last game. The Kaigari being able to pick up the Widow Anchor from graveyard to further increase the protection that the Sky Striker are renowned for. But there was a Glee Crow being
DD Crow,
and he changed the Ghost spell to the Glee Crow. Nice play.
That works.
Yeah, that works. So we know what the card in his hand was. Wasn't an Everest, but it was the Ghost spell, which is kind of useful in this matchup. Don't lie.
Going for the Shizuku, sets the Widow Anchor, I would believe. He's just checking his graveyard again. And after that, he will go into the end phase.
It's kind of understandable as well because you really want to check, double and triple check which cards you have in your graveyard, especially when using Shizuku, because she can only search the Sky Striker cards that you're not already having in grave. So there are reasons why Sky Striker players really need to check on the graveyard for multiple times. And he picks up the Hornet Drones. And does this mean that he's showing his opponent, okay, I'm going to kill you next turn by Link plays?
You have one turn to live.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he has one turn to lift himself out of the deficit that he's in. We know that he's played a large part of his extra deck already. We saw the Abcalone already leaving the extra deck. The Entis I see banished. He's put the Wind Pegasus in the graveyard.
Yeah, so that means if card is being destroyed by battle card effect, he's able to. Oh, yeah, but
that's an evenly matched.
That's an evenly matched. That's true. He probably wants to keep the Sky Striker Link on the field, but then again, he's losing one of the 3 Widow Anchor that he has access to in his Sky Striker deck, and also the spell, so no more advantage for free.
There's arguments for keeping either of the 3 cards. So right now we are going to see Daniel making the choice. But of course, I'm assuming if you're still playing Sky Striker at this point, you are disconnecting.
Disconnecting, yeah, and reconnecting.
And he's back. Okay.
Lucky.
And it looks like he kept his Shizuku on the field. I don't know where we
yes, I
see
think
a judge being called because
that
of the disconnect.
no, it doesn't. He doesn't seem to mind.
Okay,
I think
Jason
that
is a good guy.
yes, yeah. I think when you're playing remote duels, you just kind of have to accept that sometimes you have these disconnects for a few seconds, as I had as well. Like my camera has been frozen for a couple of times now,
Hmm.
and yeah, this sometimes leads to a problem. But I think that we can assume that all players here they are fair players and they have a good sense of sportsmanship here.
Hmm.
So there's no hidden lens here under the game mat or something like that. Um, 4 cards in Jason Pereira's hand, and he's still not seeing his invoked engine. So we kind of have the Zodiac situation going on here right now.
He still hasn't normal summoned Alistair,
Yes,
but
and linked it up to Almirage.
he is looking at Omega in his graveyard, so he
And
could potentially return that to the extract to shuffle a card from either player's graveyard back. And he's looking at Daniel's graveyard. There's multiple routes he could take. He could shuffle back the Ray,
which I think he
banishes
banished
it.
it, right? Which is
I thought
reasonable.
Omega returns to the deck, right?
Get that?
Sets one and passes turn. Let me just check Omega's text real quick.
In one target, you can target one banished card, return it to the grave.
From the graveyard to the deck, yeah.
You have both this card.
Looks like. Are you still there, Kai?
Yes, I am still there. I'm just
Okay.
reading.
Okay. Play is back to our Sky Striker player. Goes from Shizuku into Kagari. That is the new Dual Overload artwork that came out at the start of the year, which seemed, well, start of last year, which seems so long.
Yes.
Grabs back the Widow Anchor.
Picks up the reasonable choice.
It's definitely one of the more powerful cards in the Sky Striker arsenal because it's one of the few ways to interact with the opponent during their turn.
And also doing new opponents, such a versatile card as well, because you can take your opponent's monster and obviously link them away. But I think we all we all have been at this at that stage where your opponent just takes your monster and just links it off. With you having no chance to interact to that. There are 2 sets now.
One of them,
and an attack being declared, and he's down at 1,500 attack. And I think he had the fixed play, right? He could have like used it and summoned the token and maybe pushed for game.
the token summons itself in defense, I believe. So he would have had to link that away, and for that he would have first had to go into one of his downwards pointing Sky Striker X-Rect monsters. Maybe he doesn't have any of those left.
Okay, that's true.
The
It feels like
Kaina and yeah. Yeah.
Oh, disconnect.
Oh, again, that's such a hassle.
Camera is trying to get back up. Maybe the players can hear each other and talk.
Mm-hmm. So now it's Jason who's at the receiving end of the disconnection.
Yes.
Let's see. Yeah, this is one of the minor disadvantages that remote dueling has.
Absolutely.
Like, this can't happen in real life unless your opponent faints.
That's true. He cannot just disappear. Like he in his body. Imagine the scenery if your opponent just disappears into the void and the dark abyss.
My planet needs me. Suddenly,
I'd like to see that.
Thanos snaps his finger and your opponent disappears. Do you get the match win? I don't know.
When you're losing in time again. I just snap my fingers and you're gone. You're not burning me in time, Steven.
Okay, it seems like Jason is completely gone right now. He's off the planet, and Daniel just has to, wait.
He still didn't do the meltdown on the Alistair and he decided just to rage quit, but no, I wouldn't hope for it.
Well, we could show you another match, but we're already 10 minutes past the end of the round, so most other matches should be finished by now.
We like this is the second duel we are showing in round 2 because the other match also finished inside 25 minutes. So yeah, we kind of have to wait on the judges to maybe
Okay, I've been told that there is a judge in the room examining the situation and how they're going to resolve it. And right now you can see our beautiful faces. And we will be going back to the match once it resumes, if it resumes. So for now, yeah, it's looking so good for the Sky Striker player because yeah.
only 1,500 5 points, meaning that a normal summoned Ray can end the turn by just linking off into Hayate and just attacking directly. So yeah, it's one being down to that threshold of 1,500 life points against Sky Striker is really. I mean, but I'm agreeing with the killers in the chat that the Liviania map looks really, really awesome. Like imported from the OCG, as you can see, as you can tell from the visible Yu-Gi-Oh sign. So, so yeah, it's a great map. Yeah,
they do
really
have
looks
some
awesome.
amazing maps over in Japan.
Not only maps, but I also admire all the sleeves. As you can see, the extra deck of Daniel is also sleeved up quite well.
Oh yeah, he's blinging out.
He's just flexing with the OCG stuff.
Yeah.
Do you have any OCG stuff lying around?
Well, I do have my own playmat that I really like. It's the mat for YCS Nagoya.
Oh.
Yeah, they made a TCG version with a very similar artwork that you can win at your remote tool invitational qualifiers. There's Win-A-Mats going for the TCG equivalent of this mat. But yeah, I really like the design, so had to get one of those.
I don't think that I have anything to flex with because I usually prefer the mats where there's like the space for all the cards, like But I really admire my 2-player playmat, like the 2-player playmat from.
Oh wow, was that from like demo events or?
I don't know. I asked Zodiac Duelist if somebody sells it, and somebody did, and I bought it because I really wanted a 2-player playmat, and but it doesn't look that good as the Levian map, I have to say. But I ordered a new one. I ordered a new. I will look it up because I bought one on eBay. Because I felt like I need something special just to show off, like you.
But for remote tools, I really prefer my playmat that has zones. It's the registration mat from YCS London way back, and it's blue, it has zones, and it's very basic. But it looks like our player has returned.
We don't know what the judges said about the disconnect, what are the consequences, but I think that they are picking up the cards, and it seems like he receives a game loss for this. I would imagine.
Well, either he receives a game loss or his situation is kind of hopeless at this moment. Yeah, it wasn't looking good for him. So yeah, maybe it was just
because
time to scoop up.
Not having access to having access to the invoked engine when you're playing in like Dogmatica invoked really feels bad, man. Just like when you don't have access to your Zodiac decks, your Zodiac cards when you're playing a Zodiac deck, right?
Okay, I've been informed that Jason indeed got a game loss for the disconnect, unfortunately. But if we look at it at the bright side, it's better for him to get disconnects now than in a game that he was about to win, you know?
Yes. I think the situation looked dire regardless. I'm agreeing with you.
Oh, that was game 2! So they still have some time left.
They are 1-1 currently. So Yeah, I mean, it's what do you expect? It's control versus control. Both decks aren't really renowned for their potential to OTK
Hmm.
in the early stages. Because Sky Striker really do have the OTK potential in the later
Uh-huh.
stages when they have enough resources. Um, but I think this is what makes this matchup so interesting.
Okay, so I was informed that their time extension is a few more minutes, so they'll have 8 minutes left at this point. And going into time in a game 3 versus Sky Striker is super scary because they have so many ways to deal little bits of damage, but 8 minutes should be enough to make that not matter as much.
Heal a little bit in the case of Kaina, just not just linking into Kaina and gaining some life points. Sometimes really is enough to
Hmm.
win the game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who do you favor in this matchup, though?
Who do I favor at this moment? Well,
Mhm.
it looks like the invoked player is going to be going first. So if he is able to set up his interruptions in the form of Mekaba, for example, and set a punishment to deal with attacking monsters, the duel could be looking very much in his favor. But it's Daniel who is going first. Summon Ray.
Thinking it off. And now he's moving
Probably.
faster than. But his cam is frozen. Oh god, I'm really getting nervous about all these freezes going on. And the multi-roll
Multi-roll.
being
So he
drawn.
will be able to do the Shizuku shuffle, as they call it, where
But
in the end phase you add the Widow Anchor, and then you play it in the end phase, target your Shizuku to negate it, and then trigger your multi-roll to set your Widow Anchor back, and that enables you to have access to it on the opponent's turn. And it
this is
looks like
very.
that might be exactly his plan, yeah.
I think this is very greedy because it just dies to an ogre, and you just lose 2 cards. And he is not doing it right. And he
Well,
just passes.
no Ogre here.
Because I think they're playing into.
Oh,
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 are you
there's a
kidding?
Feather Duster. I always feel that.
Me too.
Oh,
This is so
and
unlucky.
that Widow Anchor is gonna get banished because it was
No,
reset using the
yeah,
multi-roll.
it was okay. I
Oh,
didn't.
that is devastating. Normal summon Alistair.
And now he has access to it. Now we are talking in a different, very different tone. No Ash Blossom there onto the Alistar wouldn't have mattered anyway
Hmm.
because he had Invocation anyway because an Invoke player,
So
they always
right
do.
now, he has two routes. He can go into the Almirage and fuse that away for the Purga Trio, which can then attack Shizuku and Rei. And if he
Ray
tags
can
out Rei,
tribute,
he can even attack. Yeah.
but I think that like Ray can
Well,
summon out the Kaina and Kaina prevents Purcha Trio from attacking further. So there's that. I wouldn't. That's kind of
hmm
I would. And yeah, but there's a Hugh Gardner indicating that he wants to summon out the Kaba.
hmm The other route is going for Mekaba, and that can negate the effect of Rei to come back.
That's true.
He banishes Alistair and the Secure Garna. So it looks like he's going for the Mekaba play.
It's not even negating the ray, but also banishing it. So
Mhm.
activating the ray here would be a very big deal because it just removes the threat of ray in the graveyard. So Mekaba really, really puts on pressure on the Sky Striker player because he's down to only 2
Mhm.
cards. And looking at the opponent's hand, he has 5, and to make and the negate. That's a and oh my god, he's summoned the Maximus
Oh,
as well, putting more and more
he just
pressure onto
he's not only putting more pressure on the opponent, but he's also, you know, pushing the clock forward because making more actions, that means closer to time, less time for the opponent.
Yes, absolutely. But I think we still have like 10 at least 10 minutes to go to so there's
Actually, at this moment, we only have 4 minutes left.
4
If
minutes only. Okay.
if I was informed
reading.
correctly, yeah.
I'm trusting you, Ryan. You're you're so correct about this one all the time. So I think we just got a message saying you guys are doing great. Okay. Just some motivational stuff going on in the background. But not so motivational for the Sky Striker player here because he's staring down yeah, quite a huge ball. And isn't that fossil fusion that's being sent there by the
I think it's
Maximus?
Apkalun. Yeah, he adds the Schism.
Yeah,
He's going to discard a card. And also, Omega was sent to the graveyard, which can shuffle Ray back in deck.
deck, not banishing it.
Not banishing
As
it.
we
No, no, no.
as, I think they were like misplaying that before, but
Mm-hmm.
why I got confused last round and had to read Omega a couple of times. Yeah, and he's in such a great position right now,
He's
Jason.
getting out
So
the Shaddoll Beast
I
as well.
think that there's a way that he loses right now. Maybe like we know that that his opponent's playing evenly matched in his deck, but yeah, and there goes the Ray into the deck.
But evenly matched won't be triggering until after all the damage is done. So and we were talking
I don't
about
think
that
that
little splash damage that Sky Strikers can do, but it's not going to be enough. That's a huge amount of damage. That's
and then
like
Harpy Feather
900.
was a huge draw.
That's the second time this round we saw Harpy's Feather Duster being such a blowout.
Very old card, very powerful. Yeah, it really proves that old Yu-Gi-Oh cards sometimes are
Harpy's best
too
deck.
much to handle.
Harpy's best deck.
Okay. Yeah, it really is. Like we have a Harpy player playing right now. I will check on how he's doing after this round. So
That
maybe we
would
can
be cool.
put him on a few.
I have his name
I think
here,
so. Yeah,
so potentially we could, if he's still doing well, if he's like 1-1 or 2-0.
we can feature him. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. But now there is a lot of damage being inflicted. He's down to 5,600. No evenly match in the battle phase, so maybe he picks it up now.
Maybe he sided it out for going first.
Yeah, but yeah, I would. And there's got the Afterburner trying to pop cards and forcing out the Mechaba. But there's only one spell in his grave, so the Schism in the background is still live.
Mm-hmm. So he could let it go, actually, if he wanted to. Yeah.
Yeah, yes. So one card less for his opponent to play, and there's the Rose being summoned. So
Okay.
no more negation right now. Still the Shadow. Can you take us maybe into the thought pressing of playing the Schism in the Pragmatic Invoke deck? Like, what do you do? Like, he flips it up. What does this
Oh,
card do?
it's basically another sort of miracle fusion, but this time for Shaddoll monsters. And since in order to access the Schism, you send the El Shaddoll app clone from your deck to the graveyard, you have a Shaddoll monster in the graveyard for fusion summoning. And it looks like he's banishing a light and the Shaddoll, is that Wendy?
Winda?
Yeah, Wendy. So
Oh,
Wendy,
okay.
right? So
Yeah.
it's gonna bring out Construct and Construct triggers, which yeah. Also, Schism has this additional effect that after you fusion summon, you get to send a monster from the opponent to the graveyard that has the same attribute as a monster you summoned. And here's the
It's the
evenly
same.
matched, but too little, too late.
Yeah, probably. It probably is. Like, okay, you are removing a lot of cards, but now you have no cards left on the in the hand, and your opponent
Mm-hmm.
has 4 cards now. Draws another Alistair, and I think this is just the writing on the wall. Because with nothing really defending Daniel here, this is probably game
And
over. Now
also
he
time on the round. So even after their time extension is over, whew, that was a pretty cool match to jump into, really.
really was exciting. Oh, there's even a game missile for to counter any more Sky Striker links. But yeah, great game. I was happy we were able to watch this. Really.
Yeah. Okay, I think we are gonna wrap it up for now. The players are also logging off, so I don't think you guys wanna listen to us ramble about what we just saw for too long. So yeah, we are going out for a quick break because I think most of the other tables are already finished, and we'll be seeing you guys in round 3 of the Irish PlayStation 5 tournament. See you guys in a bit.
Dude. And welcome back. Just like that, we're already back. Welcome back, Ryan. A little bit surprising. Okay, the last round took very, very long to
Mhm.
conclude. That's why we immediately jump into the game with Cyber Dragons versus Altergeist Dogmatica. Am I correct?
Yes, we have the Cyber Dragon player on the right, which I assume is a bottom for you guys or top. I don't know. They're both reversed, but Dylan Clayton is playing Cyber Dragon and is playing versus Luana Shera, who is playing Altergeist.
Yes. And we saw the Cyberdragon Nesta being summoned, and he is passing on that. And we see a pot of prosperity. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm a huge, huge sucker for this new card. And I will continue to defend and just advertise this card, even though I do not sell any copy of it on card market or anything. So just so you know, that this card is just really insane be good, especially in decks that really don't care about the extract, so they can immediately banish 6 cards from the extract. And is there a response from the Cyberring player? No. So
Well,
he gets
his
to activate up 6 cards of his deck.
torrential, the Marioneteer, Nadir Servant, the Multi-Faker, the Melusik, and Ash Blossom.
There are many, many good cards to pick from. I don't think that any of these, like every card in itself, is a good draw, but he chooses this to pick up the Nadir Servant, which
Of
is
course.
understandable because brings so much advantage to your field. But he's going to normal summon the Meadow Seek first, try to simplify the game state by just attacking directly and sending a card from the field to the graveyard, or maybe just linking off straight away into Link Kuribo and search the Motivac.
It looks like he's going to poke for some minor damage.
Yeah. Makes total
Yeah,
sense.
it looks like Dylan Clayton here didn't have the best of Cyber Dragon starts. He has the Nexter on his field. He discarded the, what is it called? The Hertz to the graveyard? Yeah.
Yes.
Heads. Okay. This is your
This
opportunity to
time,
flex your German.
yeah,
This ist Alte Geistspieler versus Cyberdragon Mann. Das wird ganz gut werden.
totally, yeah. It's Nesta on the field. I think that's a very, very hard word to pronounce, and I think that the camera froze because one card is either being sent to the graveyard by the effect of Meloseek, or that is being chained to the attack declaration of Meloseek. Because I think as soon as your opponent attacks directly, it's too late because we are on the damage step and you cannot really activate anything in damage outside of negation effects and cards that modify the attack value. I think it was a compulse that is being sent to the graveyard. Or was
The
it?
Cyber Overflow, which has
Why
an
wouldn't
effect.
you why wouldn't you activate it like on the attack declaration to just banish the or just destroy the Meloseek
It
to
destroys, so he would still get to search. So I kind of get why. Maybe he was hoping one of his other cards got hit. Uh,
get the search regardless because he just links it off and so you basically what the Cyber Dragon player now did was to allow his opponent to dictate his field. So I'm not a huge fan of it because I always want to actively activate cards and I want to control when you are going to trigger the Meloseek.
Mhm.
We didn't do that, and Overflow usually triggers when it's destroyed by a card effect, but not being sent to the graveyard.
Mhm.
There goes another servant. Is he thinking on that, or is he thinking about what to pop with the Antis? I think he's thinking about popping the Nesta or the Nesta or the face down card.
Yeah, that's definitely a choice he has to make at this very moment. Yeah, the Nexter in itself is not really that big of a threat, but maybe he's thinking about letting the Cyber Dragon player keep a monster on the field so he can't special summon the normal Cyber Dragon from the hand.
But then again, you can like normal summon it. And Nestor does have interesting effects in the graveyard as well. So, but he just passes turn, and he really wants to keep the advantage in hand. No trap cards to be played onto the field there. Galaxy Soldier is going
Was the
to
Nadir Servant negated by like an Ash Blossom or something?
didn't catch that. Or no, but I think he added Ecclesia to his hand. Yeah, but he has normal summoned before, obviously. The screen froze again for the. Let me look up his name. For
Dylan Hogan, it says on his deck list, but it says Dylan Clayton on the pairings, which are both pretty cool names. So
maybe he married. Maybe he married in between, and now he carries a different name. And he adds a Nibiru, or why is it going?
I think he's discarding it for his Galaxy Soldier.
Ability. Didn't think about that. To make a Nova and detach a card to special summon the Cyber Dragon and then Infinity to soak up that Milliseek so it doesn't trigger, which is a great thing.
Yeah, here we have Infinity. Is that the new art from Dual Overload, or is it the old art? I think it's new art, right?
The old one. The other one is pretty like convoluted, I would say. It's the old art, definitely.
Okay, so here we see Cyber Dragon Infinity soaking up that Altergeist Meluseek, and then attacking for quite a big amount of damage. It has 4 materials.
Gains 200 attack for each.
29.
I think it's now at 29, so huge chunker of damage that
He's a big boy.
that the outer guys play there, and also he's being able to negate like anything that activates is Infinity is able to negate. Quite strong, but he didn't use the Nova. I don't know why. Do you know why he didn't use the Nova?
Maybe that put him under 5 summons. Like
Okay.
right now, I think the Infinity was the 4th summon in total. I don't know, maybe. I wasn't really counting the summons, but I think it has something to do with playing around Nibiru. Okay, there we see another Prosperity, so he's going to send 3 cards now from his extract to the graveyard, and grabbing the Altergeist Protocol. Manifestation? Sorry.
I think manifestation, and this can bring back an Altergeist. Oh my god, this puts pressure on immediately. He has to negate the send effect from Meloseek when he goes into the battle phase. But there goes Ecclesia being summoned onto the field.
Summoned. Yes, because there is an extract monster on the field in the form of Cyber Dragon Infinity.
Going to activate its effect to search Dogmatica cards, probably going to be the punishment.
Or the Fleur de Lis, because he could bring us out from his hand and negate the Cyber Dragon Infinity. But you are right, it is the Dogmatica punishment.
Which also is an insanely good card because it keeps up card advantage during your opponent's turn. Being able to pop 2 cards with only activating like 1 trap card. Good, obviously. But he also already had it in the hand. That's why he didn't search it.
Oh, right. Okay, even better. So let's see. He should be negating that with Cyber Dragon Infinity, right?
Because if he doesn't, he just loses. Like his opponent has 1 more card on the field. So that's just a dead giveaway to just negate.
Or he has like a Storming Mirror Force.
I'd be surprised to see that in the deck list, to be honest.
Unfortunately, the Cyber Dragon player is not playing a lot of traps. He is playing, let's see, another copy of Cybernetic Overflow. He's playing Cyber Network all the way from the structure deck, Blitzkrieg of the Mechlight Emperor. Yeah, Infinite Impermanence as well. So let's see. He looks like he's flipping something up in slow motion.
This allow him to circumvent that his Infinity goes to the graveyard. I'm curious.
And yeah,
it's targeting the Meloseek, so the Meloseek is not able to attack directly. I hope he activated it in the at the start of the battle phase. So because if Meloseek declared the attack already, okay, she wouldn't get the send. But yeah, just do not take damage if you just why would you like just negate the Meloseek at the start of the battle phase and you don't take 500?
Yeah,
because sometimes 500 damage can really matter.
Okay, so Fleur de Lis clears the Cyber Dragon Infinity.
What's the attack of Fleur de Lis?
I think it's 25 base power, but it gains 500 attack points whenever it attacks. It makes all your Dogmatica monsters gain attack points.
So yeah, he should have negated the summon, right? Or is it inherent special summon? You can't negate that. Because if so, then the Altergeist player
I'm
really did well.
I'm pretty sure it activates in a hand. It's a quick effect because you can also do it in your opponent's turn. So, but yeah, now it's looking really good for the Altergeist Spieler. Setting 2 back row.
There's so much advantage in hand, like 3 cards in hand, or is it 2? Did he? Oh, I think it was in the. Everything happened in the main phase. There was no battle phase happening yet.
Okay.
So how did
Now
he get rid
will.
of the? How did he get rid of the infinity? I'm really curious. Because if you because he just sat and attacked again, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Or did he pass? Maybe he passed turn
Maybe
already.
he passed
Because
turn, and yeah, turn was immediately passed again. Okay. Not a great hand for the Cyber Dragon player.
Oh, no.
In the end phase, the Altergeist Call of the Hunted comes down, manifestation, and summons Meluseek again. I think it's once per turn, so we can't link them both away to gain 2 search, just scan it.
And I wouldn't be surprised if it could, but I'm going to look that up.
Link 2 for
Hang on
Verte
one
Anaconda! Wow! Nice.
Another player who's playing Dark
Another.
Lagoon. Yeah, but it's once per turn. You're correct. He gets only 1 search. So, but
Surprisingly,
I think that's bad news for the Cyber Dragon player here.
that's the Conquery. Surprisingly, Dylan is not playing Verte Anaconda, even though he has a lot of targets that he could send to the graveyard. He has Cyberload Fusion, Overload Fusion.
Sometimes you just don't get your hands on a card in time for a tournament to start. So this is maybe a connection
True.
on why he
But on the
why he isn't playing the Water Anaconda, because it's a great card, obviously.
Mhm.
There goes the gold rare Dark Magician, the gold rare.
No.
You don't like them from Maximum Gold?
No, I'm not a fan. I'm looking forward to the the ghost rare ones though.
Okay. Like, I think you're pretty alone by that, because I think it's a great rarity. Like, everything looks so super
But
clean. And
in my Dark Magician deck, I'm playing the starter deck Yugi and starter deck Joey, Dark Magician and Red Eyes. So
okay,
we
those
keep
are
it
great.
classic. Yeah.
Yes, but I think is that game already? It should be, right?
That's a lot of damage. That's
And
3,000. That's 25. That's 25. That's 8,000 in total.
And it's enough. And
That's
yeah, Luana Shera wins the first game against Dylan Clayton here. So Sourdrang not being able to carry, like, Infinity is not enough to carry Dylan through the match here, because yeah, as I said before, Luana had so much like advantage just by activating Nadir Servant and popping cards, and like all these Dogmatica cards are so good in maintaining card advantage.
Yeah.
That like decks like Cyber Dragon, who don't grind that well, are very they can't keep up with it.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, the top 10 table deck counts contains the Dark Magician deck, so there's that.
Yeah, I did see that he won his first round, but yeah, we had to be really quick in choosing a match for this round. So this is the match that I found that I thought was interesting enough. I didn't check the Dark Magician stats, but I think he's 1-1 at this point, right? Oh,
Okay. I'm not quite too sure on it, but I just wanted to mention it because their players are siding. So yeah.
Maybe. Also, didn't pick the Dark Magician player because he's playing against Virtual World right now. So we already saw Virtual World in the last round. So we tried to keep a bit of variation in here. We'll be playing, seeing plenty of Virtual World later in the tournament. So
Yes, definitely. We will be seeing a lot of, and also Dryden. We haven't seen Dryden today, but yet. But I think I'm so
we will at some
certain that we are
point.
going to see. Let me just quickly grab the deck list of both players to maybe
Yeah, I
peek into
already
their side deck and
have them
you already
here,
did
but
that.
I
Okay.
I think something is wrong in Dylan's deck list because it doesn't have a full side deck list. It just has 3 cards. So I think something went wrong in converting his deck lists.
Or maybe he's a sealed only Yu-Gi-Oh player and he tries and he hasn't picked up any cards that are useful in the side deck yet. But in the side deck of it's wait, I picked up the wrong deck list. It was I'm sorry. For a second. I'm still trying to find the deck list of Ruana. So
Oh, I have
you have
them
it on your
open right here. Yes, in their side deck, I see a few things that could come up against the Cyber Dragon deck. They're side decking Ally of Justice Cycle Reader, which, of course, you're side decking it against the Drytron, but it banishes lights from the graveyard, so it could come up versus Cyber Dragon as well. We see.
and oh my god. But we just see set one pass by the Southern player
This is a
by Dylan. So
not the game plan.
bad opening again. The
You
game
have to
plan is
stick to the
to
game plan.
make Electromite of. Yeah, you have to make Electromite, but he's not able to do that either way because he's just T setting one and passing. And
Or
I don't think that this is enough to even remotely, pun intended here, play against the Altergeist Dogmatica deck. And he simplifies. Like he isn't even overcommitting, and he's not running into a VF like a Harpy's Featherless or something like that
Mhm.
because he's playing just he's one, maybe a second one, and then he's passing. He's not like over like yeah, he has still 3 cards in his hand, so he's always a follow up. And this
Okay.
is what I really like.
Okay, but now Cyber Dragon is back in play, and now he's basically going second, even though he went first, because the
Yeah,
opponent
and
has a.
he took 1600 points of damage, and he's going to activate a Foolish Burial, which is, of course, a very good pickup there. And he sends the hearts to the graveyard, which, of course, means heart German. And it is really the heart and the soul of the Star Dragon deck, isn't it?
Oh, I always thought it referred to like hertz, which is the sound amplitude symbol, isn't it?
Yeah, it can mean both, yeah.
It's a good pun if it is intended like that.
I think it even applies in the like in the sense of the Star Dragon deck to both, because like as I said, it's the heart and soul of the deck, but it's also like kind of amplifies the tone of the deck. Like in a
Terrible
way.
puns aside, I see that we
Or
have a
maybe
request to feature a Team Disciples member in one of the next rounds. I saw that Sam Pearson is playing. Maybe we could feature him.
only if you get
Sam
a
Pearson,
sub here.
yeah, Sam Pearson is known for playing Cyber Dragons. Actually, he took second place at YCS Ghent with Cyber Dragon Orcusts. I
Seems
remember that
pretty
finals. His opponent had Mega Fleet in his extra deck. So when Sam made his board, the opponent was just like, okay, I'm gonna fuse away your Infinity and your other monster.
It's so sad, Alexa. Play Despacito, please. This was so sad. I think the camera froze again because there's just no movement going on the on Dylan's side.
hmm Okay, that is unfortunate. So there will be a judge involved at this point, I think.
Yeah, there's nothing happening on Dylan's side of the field except for the pixels that are increasing and decreasing from time to time.
I see that we had another poll going. Which decks would you guys like to see? And one guy wants to see Drytron, one guy wants to see Other.
I think that it was Shadow 9000 said other. He told us in the chat. But what like maybe Shadow 9000 can tell us like what decks are the team disciples give us a
I
point.
don't
So
think we should spoil it because there's a high chance that we will feature Sam Pearson, and I don't want to spoil his deck yet.
okay, that's fair. I didn't think about that.
He's playing something interesting, something we haven't seen today yet, and it's not Drytron.
Oh,
Oh, check
I'm
your
excited
Excel
as well. I
sheet.
won't look.
You're gonna like this.
I'm not going. Okay, I will. We have nothing else to do right now because, as I said, the judge call is going on. I'm just going to.
Oh, is there a judge call going on?
Because should be because the screen is frozen and I think that should be a judge. But at least he should be called to the table.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see that he even has the Cyber Dragon Infinity Field Center. That's cool.
Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah, dedication.
I love it when players are so dedicated to a deck that they have the matching gear and stuff.
But sometimes I think this is a giveaway because if I know that my opponent like has the Cyber Dragon Infinity playmat in sleeves and Field Center, then there's a good chance that I will let you go first. If I'm honest, like sometimes there's that giveaway of certain strategies, and I don't think you should ever do this because you shouldn't give your opponent any free information.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it looks like nothing is happening really. There is a judge call at the table, so
Okay.
I don't know what the judge call is about. So we will just have to wait until we find out more. Let's see.
No, guys, we always keep you updated on what happens on screen. At least we try to.
Yeah, it looks like play is resuming.
Okay, so we see the special summoning of Galaxy Soldier. There is no Ash Blossom being played right now.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah,
but there's a strike.
oof, that's rough.
That is rough. Yes,
Because
he
he
loses
lost.
2 cards essentially. Yes, this is why I don't. Oh,
And
and the
there's the
multi.
multi-faker as well. Back at 3, he's taking names, bringing out a Altergeist monster from the deck, which is probably going to be the Silquitos.
Probably. This would be logical, you know, because protecting your Altergeist players and also having another kind of interruption during your opponent's turn is
Mm-hmm. It is a
really
Silquitos, so if Dylan decides to bring out a monster, he could even bounce his Marioneteer back to the hand and next turn normal summon it again. Cyber Rev
and there's
System, that's a cool card.
special summoning one Cyber Dragon from his graveyard. Of course, Hertz being treated as Cyber Dragon in the graveyard, allowing Dylan to summon out the Hertz.
Machine
And
Duplication! This card is so insane in this deck because the name is treated as Cyber Dragon, but the Ash Blossom comes down. No, no, no. Dylan will not be summoning 2 Cyber Dragons for free from his deck. Ah, oh, that's unfortunate. That's an excellent Ash Blossom.
Luana has everything. Luana really has everything. She had the answer to every card that was being played. She's playing so calmly as well. Like sometimes people forget to use their effects. Like I catch myself just agreeing on your plays, and oh my god, I have the Ash Blossom. I just let your extravagance resolve or something like that. And yeah, but Luana is having none of it. She's very serious, and now she's just going to bounce back the Hertz, probably doing the end phase.
Mm-hmm.
To just further, or just the okay, she's going to bounce the face down, which obviously opposes more threat than a single Hertz on the field. And I think at this point, how does Dylan win this? Let's put it at this. How does Dylan win this?
Luana overextending and having Nibiru.
Good call. Good call.
Okay. Protocol is flipped. Multi-Faker gets special summoned from the hand. So there's one summon. Multi-Faker effect. That's 2 summons. I don't
Maybe
know.
Chet can, but I think Luana is playing so methodically, and I don't think that she will overcommit. And there's a link summon, that the third summon.
Oh,
Hexia.
Hextia, yeah. Which gains 1600 attack points because it's pointing at the Mariana tier. Melcy
And
gets
remember
the trigger.
that already took 1600 damage from a Marionette attack in the second turn.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he
Now,
also, like with Hexia being field, he gets to negate spell or trap card and or effect being active. So
yes.
no more machine dupe.
Yeah. Luana grabs another Mariana tier. So they can normal summon it again to get another trap card in the back row. Then potentially make a second Hextia under the first for even more damage. I don't know.
At this point, I wouldn't link off before the battle phase has ended because it's just more damage on field because you still have the heads. But you can just bounce your protocol or something like that, bounce the hearts and then just attack for game. I would do.
Mm-hmm.
It's 3,000. One Hexia had 3,000, right? If she links, and the
15
other
plus
1,000.
16, and the other one would also have 15 plus 16, depending on where she places it. The Silquitos goes to attack. That's 800 over the heads.
3,200, 4,000, 4,500. It's not quite enough to go for game yet, I
It
think.
directly comes
Also
in 16, 16, 31. So that should be enough for the game. No, that's 100 life points short, right?
But she didn't use the effect of Secretus to bounce hearts, I guess.
No, Silquitos
The
attacked over Hertz. Hertz triggers, getting to add Cyber Dragon to the hand. Yeah, it looks like 16, 16, 31 plus the 16 that was already taken is 7,900.
And this would be the greatest comeback of all times. And
With
the
100
protocol
life
being
points left, I draw.
would be a good time to use the Destiny draw from the anime or from the. But yeah, he picks up the cards. He knows, Dylan knows that he's not going to come back from this deficit. And yeah, Luana
No,
Schreier is going to win with Dogmatica Altergeist. So defeating the Cyber Dragon player who didn't really had that good opening in the second game already.
no, we didn't see the Blitzkrieg of the Cyber Dragons, as
No.
the structure deck was called. No.
I could be like doing some historical puns now, but I just won't.
We don't want to get thrown off Twitch, so let's not. Instead, let us take a quick break and we'll see where we can find another table for you guys that we can jump into because there's a lot of time left in the round. We still have over 20 minutes. So let's head out for a quick break and then we can look for another table. Hello, guys. Welcome back. And we just jumped into another table. And as you can see, we have a Dark Magician versus Virtual World.
Yeah, very interesting matchup. As you can see, Dark Magician is really holding strong because they have a Dark Dragoon controlled. I mean, it belongs to their archetype. Like everybody's just stealing their card, but it's still the Dark Magician card. Having a lot of synergy with the deck as well. And yeah, Eternal Soul being activated, allowing now the player to banish one card because of the Dark Magical Circle, who's just
Yes,
repeatedly going to banish one card on the field. And
every
I
turn.
think banish, yeah, every turn. Yeah, every time some Dark Magician is summoned, you get to banish one face up card, one face up card on the field. I think
Any
uh,
card, actually, not just
any.
face ups. Yeah.
So this is amazing because it's really good against the virtual world matchup as well because you can just banish the spells and traps and not just destroy it or send it to graveyards. And this
Hmm.
is huge because now Dark Magician summons, the circle activates, and he gets like to choose now. Does he want to get rid of the BFD or the Bamboozling Shadow or the
I think
Long?
maybe if I were in this place, and I'm guessing it's Ryan Bear's end phase, the Virtual World player, I think I would have banished the True King of all Calamities. Just to make sure that during your turn you can link away your Dark Magician, summon him again, and then banish the Gossip Shadow.
Hmm?
But
But he chose to banish the Gossip
mhm.
Shadow.
Yeah, I don't know exactly which phase we were in. It looks like it's now Ryan Bear's turn, because he just switched his True King of all Calamities to attack position.
Really threatening. 3,300 attack, right?
I
It's
think
pretty
it's
huge.
just 3,000.
Okay. Not enough to threaten the VFD, but enough to threaten the Dark Magician. But then you have to think: do you really want to get the Dark Magician into the grave?
Oh,
But no,
he
crashes
crashes
at 3,500.
the yeah, and our Martin Clayton, the Dark Magician player, lets it pass by. There's this really cute play that you can do if your opponent crashes a monster into your Dragoon. Then you activate an effect and you negate your own effect with Dragoon to make sure that you gain the
Okay.
attack. That maybe was not an option here. Let's see how the rest turns out.
Maybe the set cards just weren't something to negate, I guess.
Hmm. We're also seeing Dark Magician being played in the correct artwork. I can appreciate that.
Is that your favorite artwork?
Yes, not this one. This one I just had to pick because only one artwork available.
Just yeah, okay. I think that the Arcana Dark Magician is actually my favorite artwork. But now we see, like, is it Lulu being summoned here? I think so, right? It's Lulu, or I can't really see that. I'm too blind. I think it's a Lulu being summoned, sending one virtual world card to the graveyard. It's another trap card to the graveyard because she targeted the spell. Am I correct? Yeah.
Yes,
And
I actually think it's Nyan Nyan, but I can't
I
tell.
can, yeah, I can tell. I can tell. I'm sorry. This time I have an excuse.
And that is an XZ summon. He's stacking up the materials.
I can't quite recognize because of clothes, but it's a totem,
Fortune
not a
Tune,
totem bird, but fortune tune. Yeah, I always mix them up.
number
Fortune tune,
49.
yeah, being able to protect itself
Oh,
from destruction, and a dark magician. Ah, ah, you summoned that. Okay, no,
the
he's going to
no,
summon
because
Zeus.
no XZ monster attacked this turn, I
I
believe.
think it didn't VFD crash?
Oh, yeah. Uh, he's reading his own Zeus. Yeah, now he's putting the downward on top of it, and now the
Okay,
Zeus comes down. Yeah,
which
Martin
would be the correct play.
allows him to take back the play.
Ooh, now he's going to activate the Zeus and 4 cards being sent to the graveyard and the King Long as well. So
But
but is there anything in response? A call by the grave comes
oof,
down, but I don't think that there's a Zeus in the graveyard, which could negate the Zeus from
from the field.
clearing the whole
Yeah.
board. But there isn't. He has to banish something, and yeah, there There you go. Like 4 cards being sent to the waiver. This is why like Zeus is one of the best cards of the format right now. Just able to clear the field, not caring about back row or like okay, you can be stopped, but like yeah, it's just such an oppressive card, and he can do that not once but twice or even 3 times in the Zodiac deck. So this is really really strong.
Hmm. So yeah, now Martin is left with only one card in his hand. I don't think he has a good graveyard setup. So now he has to combat the Zeus.
Which is kind of a hard thing to do.
Especially since he already used his Red Eyes Fusion.
But isn't okay? The spell card, the quick base spell card, has also been sent to the graveyard, so this is out of the question as well because I think you can banish from the graveyard as well to summon.
What just was sent to the graveyard was Secrets of Dark Magic, the quick play fusion spell.
Yeah. But I think he's played Magicalized Fusion, so this is the fusion spell that allows him to summon another Dragoon.
That would be cool. Let me check whether I can find his deck list real quick.
And I know for a fact that he plays it, yes.
He is indeed playing one copy of Magicalized Fusion.
But he's just setting one card and probably passing his turn.
It's not really what you want to see.
That's not how you combat the Zeus, because he's just going to activate it, send the card to the graveyard, and this is another Eternal Soul. So it would have been a good draw if it wasn't for the Zeus. But now the Zeus is out of material, and if Ryan doesn't find a way to kill Martin this turn, there might be some comeback options available. But I think that his graveyard is so loaded, and I think I've said that enough times on stream today already, but I will repeat it a final time, but probably not the final time, but another time, that Virtual World graveyard is essentially their better hand, and they have so much going on in there that they probably will kill him in this turn. But we'll see.
I think that is Toto.
I think it's level 3, so Toto is out of the picture.
Oh.
Toto is level 6.
Yeah, then it has to be GG, right?
Yeah.
Probably, playing the Virtual World Lottery.
Yes. I know that you have prepared a very nice spreadsheet of like the all the cards, like all the virtual cards.
Mm-hmm.
Now we see a Synchro Summon happening, and I think it should be a level 9 Synchro Summon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the crocodile. Yeah, it's a crocodile that allows you to draw a card, right?
Yeah, one card, because he used one monster besides his tuner.
And he goes into the battle phase, attacking.
That's 3,000, and Crocosaurus is also, well, it's not that big, is it? I know it has a lot of defense.
2,900.
How much attack?
Something else.
2,000. Checking it real quick. Yeah, it only has 1,000 attack points. So.
Okay. So
and it
really...
also has only 1,000 defense points. So.
Okay, but there we go into another VFD, I suppose. Yeah.
Whew.
So. But, like, I don't think that Dark Magician really cares that much about VFD, because, like, okay, you have Dragoon, which is then not being able to activate its effects, but like, your Dark Magician is a normal monster anyway, right? So.
Mm-hmm. But it really depends on a situation. In a situation like this, where he really needs to advance his game state, you really need your effects, like your Magician's Souls, your Magician's Rod, to fight back. And thanks to his use, he won't be having access to those effects. So let's see what he drew and how he decides to play it out.
I mean, he has 2 cards in his hand. 2 cards sometimes really can do a lot. So if it's like a Dark Magical Circle into Eternal Soul or something like that, there's sometimes it's enough. But no, he picked up his cards. he sees the writing on the wall, and
Yeah.
he's going to surrender this game. I don't know. Is that game 3 or game 1? I'm not too sure.
If it was only game 2, they have 7 minutes and a half left. They might have gotten a minor time extension due to having to prepare for the feature match. Maybe, I don't know whether they had to switch tables or something. But yeah, let's see. It looks like they're not really preparing for a next game, or are they? It's a bit hard to tell.
Yeah, I think they are siding. So we have
Okay.
game 2 or 3 still coming up. So I'm excited because yeah, I don't think you expect Dark Magician to be like that relevant and really tie virtual world into a game 3.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't expect that, and but I'm happy as well because Dark Magician is being one of the most recognizable cards in the entire game. Like it's even in your background. You people will be able to see that after the round. Um, yeah, I'm quite happy for the deck to do so well until now. Maybe he even picks up this game and he goes 3-1, I think, or 2-1. We're only in the third round. And you.
Okay, it does look like they are preparing for the next game. So either that was a really, really long game 1, but I don't think so because the Dark Magician player's graveyard was empty when we joined, or that
Yes.
was game 2. So Dark Magician won the first game, lost the second, and now we are going into a game 3 where Dark Magician will get to start. So in this position, there's a few things that you really that can really hinder your plans, such as Joel and Lockbird can be terrible depending on a situation. Ash Blossom stopping Red Eyes Fusion if you hard draw it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm
But
very curious to see how this game is going to go.
me too, because I'm really curious whether or not Dark Magician is able to, like, do they have any strong cards going first to burn, or is there just nothing?
For burning, I don't know whether they play any burn cards. I know I don't in my personal list. I can have a quick look at his deck list, but I don't think he's playing burn cards. So
Or
let's see.
there's just no way to burn, right? There's no Dark Flare Metal Dragon or something in this extra deck that would like probably ensure that he's
He,
winning.
now that you say this, he is playing Red Eyes Flare Metal Dragon, which
I actually have an Ghost Rare copy of mine in the background. Just
oh,
wants to flex. Yes, which is a great card. It inflicts 500 points of damage each time your opponent activates
anything.
an effect. Anything, yeah, basically anything. So it really puts pressure on in time. So
But I don't
you might.
think you're able to summon 2 level 7 monsters on the first turn in the Dark Magician deck. So
I'm not too sure about this one either, but this could be a potential. Like maybe there's some crazy way we don't
maybe,
know, but there's
maybe.
there's a rot, which is a good
Mhm.
draw
It's
because adding a card from deck to hand is good. And
it
is the opponent thinking about negating it with an Ash Blossom?
no.
No.
This allows
Soul
him to
Servant.
add Soul Servant to the hand. Very cool
What
card. You get to
what does this card do, Ryan?
oh, let me tell you. It has 2 effects. The first effect is not once per turn. It lets you put a card with Dark Magician attacks from your graveyard or your deck on top of your deck. And then the second effect is that you can banish it from the graveyard to draw 1 card for every different Dark Magician monster that you have on the field or in the grave, which is Dark Magician Girl, Palladium Oracle Mana, or Palladium Oracle Mahat. But it looks like the turn is ended here. Very unfortunate.
Yes, very unfortunate indeed, because just one rod isn't really posing any threat, because his opponent thinks that there's like the Soul Servant set. So essentially, you're saying Soul Servant is kind of a Destiny draw like effect because you can just search any card and just basically draw it, right?
hmm Yeah, basically. What I really love doing is chaining it to draw cards, like activate Allure of Darkness, chain Soul Servant.
Ah,
That
okay, yeah.
guarantees that you get the draw that you want. Our virtual player Ryan is playing super fast. He is very much aware that this could go into time. They have
Mhm.
little under 3 minutes left, and they have no time extension. So
So
let's see
yeah,
whether
and we
we
know
can.
how long. Like I think that if he plays smart, um, that he can like really delay his turn for a long time and then go into battle phase with like little to no time left,
Mhm.
so that ensures that he's the one who's dealing damage. There goes the Vermilion mech cannon,
Mhm.
or however it's called. Then he
Vermilion
one tuner,
Dragon Mech. Yeah.
the dueling card as well.
Okay.
Going to vanish. Not it's not going to chain. Okay, you can chain them, right? Because it doesn't target, right? Because okay, he doesn't chain the Soul Servant. So one he the virtual player has to work only through one more face down card.
Could be anything.
Anything.
Let's see what he would have sided in. It could be Crackdown, maybe. It could still be Solemn Strike, but that would be really unfortunate because we're so close to time. Could be Magician Navigation, actually, which summons a Dark Magician from your hand and any spellcaster to from your deck.
But that still leaves the rod in attack position, like very easy to run over 1600.
Oh, with Sinibiru!
Are you
Okay,
kidding?
that's gonna be a massive token
It is.
in defense point, of course.
Yeah, you summon its defense, obviously, but like virtual wood, are they like at what point do you really Nibiru them? Because and he also has to send the magician rod to graveyard, right?
Yes,
Does
I
it?
would assume that he Nibiru'd right before entering the battle phase.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yes, and but this allows the virtual world player, of course, to continue on with his main phase,
Mhm.
combo off.
That
He'll have to work.
rod should be tributed.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's get a judge on that.
But he's T setting too and passing. He passed, but the magician rod really has to go.
Okay, the judges have been informed. There's only
Good.
20 seconds left if my timer is correct.
Yeah, but like maybe it ends in a draw, because I don't think that the Dark Magician player is able to like deal any damage through the big token, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm curious to see what happens. Maybe the judge call will take a couple of seconds as well. The time's
Mm-hmm.
up now, so it should be time on the round now. Maybe the players are a little bit off sync.
Okay, that was resolved.
Kimbo Spinaki saying Dark Magician showing off his rod to establish dominance. I have to agree with that. But it's being sent to the graveyard right now, so everything is back to normal, I guess. So
Okay, so they are going to continue their play. Maybe they got some time extension because I don't see them scooping up their cards, or maybe my timer is not correct. So they're doing the maths on the token.
Okay, crackdown, and
Oh,
you can't target that.
double crackdown.
Hmm.
I don't think crackdown has to take an effect monster. Let me just quickly check on that.
But it has to negate effect, right? Because and you can't
Activate
negate
by
it.
targeting one face-up monster your opponent controls. Take control of that monster.
Okay, so maybe that's a missed opportunity to win, because as far as I see, you can just go into battle phase, just shout battle phase, and but maybe the judge call also took its time, and it wouldn't be like if you misplay that much, but not like sending the rod to the graveyard, maybe you just don't deserve it as well. Like it's a bit harsh, but
Uh-huh. I am checking with our colleagues to see whether this result could be confirmed. Was it a draw or was it a win for Dark Magician due to let's
it would be insane. It would be insane if Dark Magician really took that game, because it means that he's at least up 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
But going 1-1-1 isn't that bad either, to be honest. Like you still have all the chances for going to the top cut.
Mm-hmm.
Waiting on confirmation. We are still waiting on confirmation whether or not this game was a draw or a win for the Dark Magician player, because he had the Nibiru and he had the crackdown, so he could have been able to. But I also didn't see the token on the side of
Mm-hmm.
virtual players.
Maybe doing the maths took too long. maybe that's why he revealed his crackdown, saying, "Hey, don't do the maps. I'm gonna crack down it."
Okay, possible, yeah.
We are waiting for this result. It could go anywhere based on what we saw. So
But no, I admire the two beautiful mats because we were talking about mats earlier. I really like the Gravekeeper's mat. Okay, it's gone now, but I really like this play mat as well. It's really looking amazing, like really redefining the enemy battles that took place during season 1
mhm,
and 2, 3, 4, and so on between Dark Magician and the Blue Eyes. It's really, really good look.
it's classic. I am.
And what's funny, you have Dark Magician in your background. I have the Dark Magician girl in the background, and now it's appearing uh, on the mat as well. Like, oh, maybe we should play Dark Burning Magic Attack or something like that. This thing's called.
Alexa, play the Dark Magician theme.
It's a draw. Okay, so
It
I
was
think
a
that's
drop.
I
Okay.
think that's a mistake. Like, because I think that the Dark Magician player should have been able to win this off of like activating Crackdown even in the end phase and just shouting battle phase. And I think that he should have been allowed to enter the battle phase and deal the points of damage
Mhm.
that are necessary to win the game. But I
Yeah,
could be
but
wrong.
he had the Nibiru. Without it, it would have been a loss. So
That's true. That's true.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that was Dark Magician going 1-1-1 right now against Virtual Worlds, also going 1-1-1. So I think we are going to go on a short break, and we're already far past the end of the round, so we shouldn't be gone for too long. See you guys in a bit.
See you guys soon. Okay, that definitely sounds very promising. Herald
Hmm.
of
Ultiminus.
yeah, the big ritual monster is just you're gonna go crazy with that. Put it on board. You keep 4 cards in hand, probably something like an Eve, right? So
Yeah.
you'll just go plus and basically make sure your opponent doesn't win. That does sound very dice roll related though, but luckily he won the roll, so nothing to complain there.
Hmm.
Grabbing the orange lights. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's a good card. Always
It's
has been.
definitely a good card. Yeah, you pitch that, you pitch Eve, you let Eve go off, and then you have 2 more cards for your ultimateness once you
Hmm.
get it down. So we'll see the standard Dawn Knight setup here. Declaring
Hmm.
Union Carrier, probably. There we go.
Yep.
So, yeah. So what do you reckon he's going to send with Dawn Knight in this situation? Because it's a pure build.
Um, let's see what he can send. I'm not sure. I'm not too familiar with the Herald build, but the important part is that Union Carrier became 2,000 attack points for the thanks to equipping the Dawn Knight, which gives it 1,000 extra points. And
Yep,
his
getting the
ritual
Benton
summons.
down here. So I feel like the logical situation, yeah, getting out the Gamma, summoning back the Zeta, I think it is, and I'm pretty sure. Oh, he's gonna go for E first, so that should imply that he probably already has ultimateness on hand, or he's gonna go for some more shenanigans first.
Mhm.
So he grabs back the ritual spell. Looking pretty standard so far, but this is where it often gets interesting in dry town combos. So he already has it on hand, probably, right?
Let's see what he ritual summons. Yes, that is
It's
the
the
Herald of
ultimateness.
Ultiminus.
Yep. With an
Thankfully,
Eve on hand, orange light on hand.
whew, better have a kaiju.
Yeah. I mean, it is Invoke Mech Knight. Everything can happen here.
Hmm. Oh, having a kaiju would be choice right now.
Oh, that would
He's
be
also
absolutely wonderful.
he's also playing the Forbidden Droplets. Uh, he's playing Lightning Storm in the main deck, so but he summoned Herald in defense mode, so there's no chance that that can be a threat.
Well, let's see how he's going to add this. He draws returned.
Yes, Asa is going to draw. I like that he's using Joy-Cons as field centers. Oh,
Very
no,
nice, yeah.
no kaiju, looks like. So
Ooh, rough stuff.
no kaiju, no droplets. That is indeed a rough start. So, but now he's going into the side deck with knowledge what his opponent is playing, whereas Ryan does not know what the opponent is playing.
Not at all, and he will be surprised because Ryan is probably going to opt to side in to go second, because that would be the logical solution here, right? Because you're going to say, oh, it's either a mirror match and he couldn't outmine my ultimateness. It might be virtual world. I don't know what to do here.
Hmm.
So I feel like he's just going to side into the wrong option here, and that's very much going to be in Asa's favor.
Hmm. Speaking of Asa, in his side deck he has the Cycle Reader, which we already discussed earlier. He has Droll and Logbird, which is also incredible against his deck. He can definitely side out all of his dead quote unquote going second cards like the Lightning Storm and bring those in and have like a deck that is specifically tailored to beat the Drytron matchup.
That sounds about right. That does sound about right. Now, the only thing that he needs, of course, is also the heart of the cards, because you can side in any card you want, but if you don't see it, it's not going to help you
Well, you just have to believe a little bit.
just a little bit. Have faith, Yugi.
Faith, trust, and a little bit of fairy dust. That might be the wrong cartoon, but you get my point.
That might be the wrong show entirely. But hey, as long as it works, right? As long as it's gonna help Asa achieving the goal that he wants to achieve, then all the power to him. But let's see. It looks like they're done siding. They're both shuffling. Can you tell me how players so far have been resolving
cutting the deck. So, for example, we see in other tournaments, we see very often that players tell each other, "Hey, I want you to cut the deck in half," and then they roll a die and they say, "Okay, I also want you to send the top this many cards from your top to the bottom of the deck."
Hmm. We've seen a bit of everything. I think every possible way has been used. I'm super lazy, so I usually tell my opponents, just halfway, and that's fine.
Yeah, me too, me too. I mean, most often it's a remote dual locals anyway, so the stakes aren't that high. You just want to have fun. But if you're gonna go into the competition a bit more seriously, especially when there's, for example, something like a PlayStation 5 on the line, I would definitely understand for players to roll a die and say, "Hey, I want you to cut this many cards as
Hmm.
well," and
Yeah,
be a bit more competitive about it.
yeah. So it seems like Ryan is having some trouble siding. He's taking quite a while to get his side deck ready, but now he's
He,
finally file shuffling. So it looks like he found a strategy.
yeah, for a second there, he was already shuffling before, so I already had the idea that he finished siding, but I guess a last minute idea popped into his mind and he said, "No, I actually need this, and this is how it's going to go." So hopefully that'll help him if he thinks this will make him achieve that. But let's see how it'll go. We see that Asa already has his starting hand on the table, and there goes Ryan as well. No, just cutting first. There we go.
Okay, he had to
And
cut a
that's
few
the
cards
card.
to the bottom.
Yeah,
Okay,
so the thing we discussed.
now we're completely ready for the game. Good luck, duelists.
And you see Asa dropping his hand, clearly wanting to go second and telling Ryan. Ryan might be caught off guard a bit here, thinking about what he needs to do now.
Did Ryan just end his turn?
Actually, I think so, yeah.
Whew, okay. In that case, Asa is gonna go to town with his
He
normal summon
is.
Alistair.
Alistair Effects, best card in the game. It's gonna be orange
Orange,
lighted.
orange light? No big deal. I already have the invocation.
Yeah, and now that he actually discarded orange light, he can go for Mekaba because there's now lights in the enemy's graveyard. There we
He
go!
already
It
has the
goes
invocation.
down!
Always,
Banish
always.
Alistair,
Wow.
banish Ultimus. Don't even worry about it. There we
Okay.
go.
So there goes the one Herald of Ultimateness. We won't have to worry about this for the rest of this game.
Summon
Okay.
Mekaba, and now it's just easy pickings. He doesn't need to worry about a Nibiru. He doesn't need to worry about anything else. So if he's gonna go for a bonkers combo, at least he's gonna do it in the comfort of Mekaba being on the field.
Okay, but the thing I want to point out is he summoned Mekaba in his main monster zone and not in his extra monster zone. So that means that he probably doesn't have the Mech Knight hands to follow up on this and really push for damage. But
That is
hey,
true. He went to battle phase. He attacked. So it's probably just gonna be a passing turn apparently.
okay. So now Ryan has 4 cards and he's facing down the Mekaba. And he can't just run over it because there's the Alistair in hand. Okay, Pot of Prosperity. Good start. If you can draw
Great
1
card.
card, the best card you can draw is 2 cards.
Such a good card. You probably already discussed how great this card is, right?
Yes, but it's not so great if the opponent has an Ash Blossom. Oh, he's getting denied every play he's trying to make here.
I mean, rightfully so. They're both out for blood. It's a PlayStation 5 on the line. You can't really allow your opponent to do anything you don't want them to do. There's the
Okay,
Alistair once again. Another invocation, not going to be stopped this time.
okay, he's down to 5,500 life points. So yeah, he already sees the writing on the
There we
wall. So he's gonna scoop it up and go to game 3 now with knowledge of an invoked package. The important thing is he doesn't know anything about the Mech Knights yet.
It's true, it's true. So, however, do you reckon that because Asa already went twice and he let Ryan go second when Asa lost, do you think that Ryan might actually opt to go second himself this time just to throw Asa off?
That is an option. However, Asa might be fully aware of this and actually side in a bit more of going first cards. If we have a look at his deck list, he doesn't really have a lot of going first cards, but he does have like really powerful turn stoppers like potentially the cycle reader. Droll and Logboard usually stops their turn entirely. So yeah, let's keep an eye out and see what
Definitely.
happens in game 3.
Oh, for sure. Like, if Droll and Lock is going to be there, and if Droll and Lock is going to go down on the Cyber Emergency or any first surge, Drytron are going to have a rough time.
Mm-hmm.
As I said before with every other card, though, you have to believe in the heart of the cards. And so far, the heart of the cards has been proving to do well for both duelists. So this is this is promising to become a very good game 3.
So duelists are back in their side deck. Let's see what Ryan Lindsay has in the side deck. He has, of course, a set of his own cycle readers. He has a Forbidden Droplet, which could be big. He's siding Ghost Bells, Nibiru, the entire. Yeah, it's depending on how he chooses to side deck. This could be a very interesting game 3.
I think the most interesting part about what might happen in this game 3 is Asa now lost the game, they're 1-1 is what I'm trying to say. And Asa is not sure about whether he's going to go first or second, because as you said, he might be onto what Ryan might be doing, where he is going to force Asa to go first. Regardless, however, we also see 2 Mystic Mine in the side deck, and we do know that that is very, very nice to see against a full Drytron board.
That is very cheeky. So okay, duelists are finishing up their pile shuffles, so maybe just a few more cuts to be made, and then we can get this game 3 going. Both playing on Spellground playmats as well. Those used to be all the hype back in the day.
I mean, to me, they still are. They look beautiful. Look at them.
Yeah. But there was like a period in 2013, 2014 when everybody had to have a Spellground and a calculator case and a max rarity code control deck.
Oh
That
man, do you remember the calculator cases with the dice in them and like the special flaps for the notepads and the pens? They
Mhm.
looked so cool. It was next level.
But where'd they go? Okay,
There we
we see
go.
the Tritron Nova getting negated by Ash, getting negated by Herald, and there's an Eva as well. Oh, phew.
Pretty bonkers. Pretty bonkers to start with already.
Summoning the Tritron monster from the deck.
So the fact that he summons this means he probably has either Gamma or the Monster Searcher in hand. So he's going to tribute this, go for the Monster Searcher, search what you called again, Benton, and go for your regular combo. Or you go for Gamma. Eve is first going to grab Start with Petit Angel.
Mm-hmm.
So you have
That's
a free normal.
that's probably going to be his normal summon. Eventually.
Eventually, yeah, but first we're going to search a monster. There goes the Benton.
Not one of my favorite cards in this format. But
It's
it's doing amazing things for the ritual deck.
absolutely. Without Benton, Drytrum wouldn't be what it is right now, and I kind of like tournament time.
Oh, tribute to Benton, change the DD Crow, and thanks to the revised Master Rule 2020, Benton will not have a chance to trigger.
He is going through his deck, however, for the ritual spell. Of course, that makes sense because
Mm-hmm.
he did summon the Zeta. Yeah, that was a very strong DD Crow right there because if I'm counting cards correctly, he is now on 3 cards in hand.
Yep, of which one of them is the ritual spell.
Yeah.
This is where he would go into the new Xyz monster that's coming out next set, I believe.
Normally you would. You can still do a lot by going into Union Carrier here, however. So
Mm-hmm.
there's still Ryan is still in a somewhat frosty position. The only thing is that he needs to maintain that position.
Oh, he is going for rank 1 Xyz.
Ikiganashi Fucho, probably. There it is.
Yep.
Little bird.
What does the name mean? I know you speak Japanese, so
Kikiganashi. So Kikiganashi, Ganashi means without, and Kiki is probably for listening. So non-responsive bird, or the bird that refuses to listen or cooperate, something like that.
Oh yeah, yeah. Stubborn bird.
Stubborn is the word we're looking for. Perfect.
And that is going to be it for Ryan.
I mean, the bird is still a pretty good way to end your turn, because they can just make sure that they're unaffected, cannot be destroyed. I don't think Mech Knight can do a lot against the bird.
Well, there were the kaijus.
There were the kaiju, and there it
There
is,
is
the
the kaiju.
Galvateel, exactly like you said it. That means he's probably gonna go for game. Otherwise, you wouldn't aggressively kaiju a bird like this.
Places it in the middle zone.
Yeah.
I think I saw him, activate the magical
Invocation.
meltdown.
There we go. So Alistair into Invocation, and that
Here it
should
comes.
be
Here it
some
comes.
bonker plays.
Normal
There
summon
it is.
Alistair. Hey, let's go.
So strong. Such a strong card.
Ash Blossom, taking it out. But you know what they say about good invocation players. They
Well,
already
what did
have
they
it.
say? Oh, of course, of course. He already had it before, so there's no reason not to have it again, right?
Well, there's a 50-50 chance. Either you have it, either you don't.
I like the way your statistics work.
I failed maths, but
Didn't we all? He's just gonna pass on Alistair. That's fair. Normal summon the Cyber Petite Angel, probably gonna go into a Natasha because he already has the Benton ready, right? Oh, just goes into a Benton.
Yeah, the previous Benton got banished, so
It's right there. I don't even pay attention. Like, it's right there. It's right on the screen. But if he were to have Benton, I hope you would agree that Natasha was the right play here, right?
is there another DD Crow or perhaps a Cycle Reader? There is
There
another
is!
DD Crow!
There is!
Who cares about not having Invocation if you have double DD Crow?
If you can just win the game by DD Crowing, nothing else matters.
Yeah, but he is going to search out the third Benton.
But that's where Cycle Reader comes in. Quickly look at the graveyard, check the resources. Everything you do is in your graveyard, so you don't need to worry. Basically a whole new hand. Which is probably why I like Drytron, because I think for me, one of the first decks that utilized the graveyard as an extra hand, so to say, was Infernoid, and I love that deck. I played it so much. So I feel like Infernoid biased me into playing decks that utilize the graveyard as an extra hand, and Drytron is definitely falling in that category.
Mm-hmm. Kind of the same for Virtual World, as Kai has pointed
Oh,
out.
absolutely. Yeah.
This is your format. Let's go.
I love it. I like Virtual Worlds. There's some cards that I feel everyone has questions about. I don't think I need to name the cards' names. But hey, other than that, I really like the archetypes.
There goes another Link Summon. That
In
will
the
probably
meantime,
be...
Keaton in chat, on Twitch chat, is asking us, or specifically Irish Dante, who is your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh monster? Ryan, can we answer the question first? So, in your case, who is your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh monster?
There's a lot of monsters that I think are really cool. There's like classics from the anime, like Dark Magician or Celtic Guardian, which are really cool.
Of course.
In the actual card game, I really like the Trickstars because I played that deck for such a long time. But my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh monster, it's a tough question that people always ask, but that I never have an answer for.
It is a tough question, right? In the meantime, Irish Dante himself says, I'm a big fan of Metal Dragon. I agree there. Metal Dragon is a very cool card.
Is that Rare Metal Dragon he means? Or, oh no, Metal Dragon, the fusion. Yeah, all the way from Legend of Blue Eyes.
All the way back.
I was thinking about Rare Metal Dragon, the card that cannot be summoned.
Oh, right, 2400 level 4? That one, right?
Can't be normal summoned. Yeah.
So bonkers.
But yeah, Metal Dragon is a fusion of Steel Ogre Grotto #2 and Lesser Dragon.
Meantime, Chaos tells us about Gizmek Orochi der Schlangenthron Himmelschlitze, as he likes to call it, also known as Gizmek Orochi, the Serpentron Sky Slasher. A very strong card. 1 to 2 years ago, saw a lot of competitive play. Very nice. In the meantime, while we are talking about our favorite cards, Ryan is still setting up a board. As we saw before, he did some combos with Union Carrier Dawn Knight. He is currently on this board, has 1000 attack decreased on his beta. So he has the Ritual spell on hand, is searching Ultimateness, so we're going to see some crazy stuff here. He also has a comfortable position with having Gamma Seal here, being able to already run over the Alistair if he wouldn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
But now that he's also going to go for Ultimateness, I feel like Ryan has this.
Well, unless Asa is lucky and has a Nibiru, but I'm not sure whether he's playing it.
Well, Ultimateness is coming down apparently, so I feel like we're a bit too late on that.
And Ryan is obviously not going to link away the Kaiju, because that would open up the possibility of getting his Herald Kaiju'd.
Exactly. Currently talking about the Kaiju as well. They're discussing it a bit.
Yeah, attacks over Alistair, that's 12 damage. And then the Drytron, I don't think it can attack, right? Oh, it can attack, 2000.
Big boy damage. Taking the lead.
Yeah. But now play could go back to Ryan, who obviously has the massive going second deck. So, but Ryan's turn isn't finished yet. Obviously, he still has stuff to do.
He's going to go into the Herald. Wow.
The Herald Link monster. Yeah.
Incredible. And he's just passing turn on this. If I'm not mistaken, that's 2 cards on hand for Ryan. So he is pretty comfortable with that Ultimateness. Asa, in the meantime, checking his graveyard. Yeah, that's an Alistair, 2 DD Crow, and an Ash Blossom. That's a lot of hand traps you've been playing there.
Mm-hmm. But it wasn't enough.
I mean, it still could be. We don't know what's in the hand, but it's definitely a very tough board to break through. That's a hard meal to chew. Special summoned his own Gamma Seal on his side.
Okay, let's bring out the Kyoto Waterfront. Let's go.
It's gonna happen.
It looks like they're crashing.
Trying to attack.
Oh, no, he ran over the Drytron on board.
There's no attack boost for Gamma Seal as far as I'm aware, so that's just 2200. I'm pretty... Oh. We're gonna see the Eve effect here in the meantime. Or was he just counting?
Yeah, Keaton's favorite monster is Red Eye Zombie Dragon, and that's a card I really want in a Speed Duel if it ever gets a new update. Like,
Red Eye Zombie Dragon is such a cool card. The Synchro as well, by the way. When they retuned it for the new zombie structure deck, the Red Eye Zombie Synchro also looks so good.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we see Alistair getting normal summoned, but its effect will be stopped by Herald Orange Light. That's a wrap. The good thing is we still have a lot of time left in this round. So even though we saw that that defeat, I think we can pop into another table and watch some more Yu-Gi-Oh!
That sounds pretty good. That sounds like something I would like to do.
So was this something we could have expected this match?
I'm honestly not sure what we could have expected this match because, well, we haven't seen Invoke Magnite in quite a while, but as we remember from before, when it goes off, it can do some very explosive plays on going second. We saw that in game 2, it was explosive enough to get the game. However, then in game 3, once again, it just was slightly not enough.
Mm. But yeah, it looks like Ryan, what's his last name? Ah, there's so many Ryans today. It's Ryan Lindsay. Yeah, apologies. Is going undefeated with his 4-0 record. So it's still looking pretty good for him. If he loses the last 2 rounds, he still could make it into the top 8 for the PlayStation 5. But there's still a lot of rounds to be played before we can hand that PlayStation 5 to somebody. Let's see here. We are currently looking at tables.
We're currently looking for a new table indeed. Now, if you have any suggestions on what you would like to see right now, Ryan, there's definitely. I'm leaving the floor to you. It's you're the expert on this one. You know what's good. You know what's nice to look at.
Uh-huh.
You know what's nice to talk about. So I completely trust you in
Yeah,
this.
we had to request to feature Sam Pearson, but unfortunately he already dropped from the event. He was playing Prank Kids at Emancipator, so that would have been really cool to
Oh,
feature.
that would have been a lot of fun. So it's basically Rockstun with like triple Roxys and one of every name, and you just go nuts on the Battle Butler, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's maybe look at what could be found on the top tables. We have here a little breakdown. At the top tables, the top 10, so the top 20 players in the tournament right now, we had 4 Drytrons, 3 Dragonlings, 3 Invoked. So that included one of these guys. Virtual World in 3 copies, 2 Elix. Dark Magician is still at the top 10 tables. Dinosaurs, Dragon Mates, Salamangreat, and Tri Brigade.
Wow,
So
we're seeing a lot of stuff. I mean, personally, if you would ask me, I would automatically shout Tri Brigade because I love that deck and I love the playstyle of that deck. But if you don't want to watch it, that's of course fine with me. As I said, I'm gonna trust you. But if it's okay with you, then it would be wonderful if we can see a bit of Tri Brigade action.
uh-huh. Let's see. We need our technical people to help us out here. Let's you were talking about maybe featuring Tri Brigades. They are playing at table 9.
Table 9. Let's give a quick look see.
We have the okay to move to table 4.
Let's do that.
And
That sounds good.
let's
Yeah,
let's
perfect.
move to table 4. Okay, table 4 should be Colm Carrew playing Virtual World versus Gabrielle Netz playing Dragon Link, and we do indeed see Virtual World versus Dragon Link. Okay,
Perfect.
seems like we are midway a game,
Sure
pretty
looks
full
like it.
graveyards. Yeah.
We
Uh,
already see the VFD on board. In the meantime, they are just chilling on doing some combos with the Wyvern into Striker Dragon. Is going to search the Collapse Serpent. It's not going to search the field spell, probably because VFD is already live.
yes, and seeing as the light monster was able to resolve, I think the Virtual World player called Dark on his
Exactly.
True King of all Calamities.
Honestly, that sounds like a very fair call. If you already know that you're playing against Dragon Link, honestly, I think Dark would be the better call instead of Light.
Mhm.
Blind, you would definitely yell Light instead of Dark, but hey, looking at how scary the rocket monsters can be and come out of a blind corner, the Link monsters going nuts,
Mhm.
definitely.
Yeah. So a bit of a thinking here. I see the Dragon Maid tidying in the graveyard, so he's playing the Dragon Maid version of the deck,
Oh, nice.
which
So
is
do you?
it's a very small engine, I believe. Let's see if I can pull up the deck list. But most of the lists I saw only played like the Chamber Dragon Maid and then the tidying. Let's see Gabrielle Netz's deck lists.
go.
Yeah, found it. He is playing Chamber Dragon Maids, and that is it for Dragon Maid monsters. So it's just that very small engine, very compact, but it does bring out quite a few link materials, which allows you to go into the Guard Dragon LP and PST.
Right, that is definitely something that can give you hope in this game. However, his opponent is Colm, and he is a pretty well-known name right now. He has won some remote duel locals a few weeks ago. Also, running Volkswagen, always a very strong option, a force to be reckoned with for sure. So he probably is prepared to face Dragon Link and know what it does. There goes the other VFD effect once again, just detaching, declaring, chaining Lancia.
Okay. That will stun him out of banishing from the graveyard in a bit.
That works. He is going to be very comfortable regardless because that Heradic Link monster is not going to be live anymore.
No, I believe it can only trigger during the main phase, right? So he can't
I
chain
think
it to
main and
the...
battle phase.
let's have a look. During your opponent's turn.
Oh, the entire turn. Look at that. That's pretty strong.
So he could chain it to the VFD to get rid of it. But
Right.
yeah, there's a big chance that it would be brought out again.
Looks like he is considering it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, chaining 1 True King of all Calamities, chaining 2 the Artifact Lancia, chaining 3 Tribute Spheres.
There we go. Sphere. What a absolute heavenly play. And
Something
Lancia down as well.
Something he could have done was activate Spheres, Chainlink 2, and then just in case the opponent has Called by the Grave for the Spheres, you can chain the Lancia to that, but that's such a niche situation. So I don't blame him for not playing around Called by the Grave.
You're thinking about the biggest of brains, the beyond next level.
Maybe. Let's see.
In the meantime, Colm is setting up his next turn, even though he knows he cannot banish this turn. He is already going to send the trap, the revival trap to graveyard. And he'll make sure that even if he can't play this turn, he will play next turn. Luckily, the Nyanyan is already in graveyard, so he has a bit of a leeway and a bit of a situation in which he can create some space for himself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, depending on the life points count, he could even push and take the game here, but I don't know how many life points the Dragon Link player has left.
That's definitely a good question. I doubt that he can go for 8,000 here, but hey, if they're only on 6,000, then that's all you need. I feel like it would be very difficult to even get to 6,000 though. Because what would the safe play be here? Like depending on your hand, you either go for greedy charge warrior, or you go for Shen in this case. They already have a level 9 in graveyard, so you can go for Cloud Castle, so you don't need to banish stuff, and you can just do that and make another VFD.
Mm-hmm.
There's plenty of options to make sure that even if you don't have game, you still have game, but with extra steps. I feel like he can push for direct game here. So I feel like another VFD is the safest bet.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever think that Cloud Castle would have become as relevant as it is right now? Like we saw the release of Gigantic Castle. He's gonna drop Vermilion in the meantime, by the way, instead of Cloud Castle. But we saw Gigantic Castle. We said, oh, that's cute, that's fun, that's nice. Then it got another version, another castle, Cloud Castle, and everyone was like, oh, cute. It's to bring back Gigantic Castle, and it's their own little cute thing. And now you just bring back anything and make VOD. I personally never expected it to happen.
It was bound to happen at some point. Like you see the card, I'm a level 9. I bring back a level 9. So yeah, we could have known as soon as we have a rank 9 Xyz, it could become abusable. And I think I remember people actually playing Cloud Castle in some decks way back, but I'm not too sure what deck it was. I
I
know
mean,
at
the only
some regional, a guy was looking for, hey, does anyone have Cloud Castle? And I still remember that, but I don't know what he was going to play.
That's fair enough. I don't think I've ever seen Cloud Castle being played in competitive play. I mean, I go to a lot of locals, and of course, you're going to see Cloud Castle there in like the early days. But other than that, I don't think I've seen it at any other point. In the meantime, Lao Lao is going to bring back the Chen Chen, so it looks like he still might just have game, right?
He's gonna poke,
That's
definitely.
big poke. Or he's going to summon Chen Chen in defense and be safe about it.
He has to, right, if he's bringing it back.
I think you're actually right. Yeah, I'm just not paying enough attention. It's still a lot of damage. It's still a VFD, so it should be fine.
Yeah, he summoned it back with Lao Lao. I think Lao Lao has to summon in defense.
There he is. True king of all calamities, a calamity himself, a force to be reckoned with, a very fun dragon.
He's a big boy,
For
definitely.
sure.
Standby phase, detach, probably calling dark again.
Pretty alright, pretty alright. Now, what would the Dragon Link player have on hand to say, I'm comfortable with this calamities being on board?
Well, I don't think he has a lot of choice right now. Looks like he's
Yeah.
gonna use Chaos Space from his graveyard. It shuffles back. No? Yes? Well,
I
he
mean,
has
that's
the
a nice
option. He has the option of using Chaos Space from his graveyard.
definitely. I mean, is there any way for him to quickly bring back Collapse Serpent right now? I'm not sure, so I'm not sure how much value there would be in shuffling back Wyver Buster other than just drawing a card. But he
Mm-hmm.
is probably going to shuffle back something else because he's going to banish three things first. There's going to be
Oh,
one light, one dark. So light and dark.
okay.
All right, there it is, Livioneer. Also a very, very strong card, making sure that Dragon Link is still the deck that it is right now, or at least part of the deck that it is right now.
Yeah, it's been relevant for such a long time. It evolved from the Thunder Dragon deck that first started to incorporate Dragon Link cards, and eventually, when the Thunder Dragon Colossus got hit on the Forbidden list, the deck just evolved past it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think my favorite appearance for Livioneer is Burning Abyss, but that's because I'm personally biased. I love watching
Italian
Burning Abyss.
Italian blood, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. No, Burning Abyss is just so much fun to look at, especially when Livioneer was relevant. Even better when I forgot the card, the big cannon was relevant. The big boy that said you need to have 5 cards with different names in your graveyard. Special summon this.
Uh, Orbital Hydralander.
Hydralander, thank you.
I think you need 8 cards with different name in your graveyard, but I'm not sure on that. It's been a while.
5, and then to activate its effect, you send the top 3 cards from your deck to the graveyard, and to resolve it still needs to be different names.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I think I've been bested when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh trivia.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Pretty sure you're still the expert here.
Oof. I don't know.
When,
I haven't entered any competitive quizzes or anything, so
I mean, you don't have to win quizzes to be an expert. Like, I'm pretty sure you have the most fun facts on weird Yu-Gi-Oh trivia and interesting interactions. Thanks to you, I know that Beaver Warrior is called Lewis in Japan. So
I summon Lewis in defense mode. Oh. So yeah, we see our players considering their options. It's not looking good for Gabriel, who's just walling up, bringing back the Chamber Dragon Mate. He knows he has to outgrind the True King of all Calamities, and it's costing him so many resources just to stay alive.
Would there be something like an Abyss Dweller looking on the board here to chain to VFD when VFD goes off? Does that do enough? I'm not sure. Is he going to do anything else? Baguska, maybe, if he plays it. Does he play Baguska? I doubt it. That's not.
He's not playing Abyss Dweller or Baguska.
Oh, no Abyss
He does
Dweller
play.
either.
Oh, there is the Chaos Ruler, the Chaotic Magical Dragon, and the
Ooh.
Rocket Synchron. Does he play the Abyss? Hot Red Dragon Archfiend Abyss is in his deck. It has 3,200 attack points, if I'm not mistaken.
It does. Absolutely beautiful.
And it can
There
negate
it
a
is.
card once per turn.
There it is.
But
Passing turn, though.
because it's dark, it can't attack this turn. Because
Yep.
it was under True King of all Calamities.
A true shame. However, this is giving hope.
Whenever a Hot Red Dragon hits the field, you feel that.
Chains VFD to the Hot Red negating the effect of Queen Long.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's just a standoff, a battle of the beasts, a battle of the beat sticks, should I say?
The big dragons.
Yeah. Trying to banish some stuff, banish some things.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like he wanted to alter levels and go for something big. There we go. Probably
There
going
we
to
go.
increase the level of Nyun Nyun by 3, or that's a Lulu, my bad.
Oh,
Yeah.
then he could go into Utopia Beyond, right?
Exactly. Making it 0 and just kicking over it.
He is going for an XZ summon. Stack him up, put a card on top. It's
Oh,
Ptolemy
Ptolemaios!
E7. Wow.
Beautiful card. Mwah.
It allows him to add back a card from the graveyard to his hand or from the field to the hand.
Yep.
So he's gonna shuffle back that red dragon into the extra deck. Well, not shuffle back, returns to the hand, so goes to the extra deck instead. My apologies. Meanwhile, there's judges having heart attacks hearing this commentary.
Oh, don't worry about it. All they need to do is watch and suffer while we keep saying things incorrectly. Fine.
Hey, judge, inherent summon.
Oh, how dare you. Oh. Let's just go back to the match, shall we?
Well, guys, if I'm suddenly gone next round, you'll know why.
Gonna put the VFD in attack mode. He's making sure that he's gonna push through and push through all the way. Ptolemaeus kicking the Legionnaire.
It does have 0 defense, so
It sure does. Brotar effect. Ooh.
ooh,
That'll
preserving
have
life points. That could actually be relevant, preserving the life points, because
be
there's
relevant.
5 minutes and a half left in the round.
Oh, scary stuff. Kicking with Shen Shen and then kicking with 3K. He also still has the VW trapping graveyard, so he can banish that. I'm not sure if the trap card forces you to summon in defense mode as well, but if it doesn't, that might be another chunk of damage from Shen Shen.
Okay, it looks like Colm entered his main phase 2, and he is now looking through his options to make sure that he can set up to survive the next turn.
He's going to search with Queen Long.
That adds a virtual world card to his hand, and then he has to discard one, I believe.
Exactly. So he's adding the Lulu. He was thinking about Lao Lao before, and he's going to pitch the Call by the Grave.
Hmm.
Interesting pitch there, because I would say that Call by the Grave might be your saving grace against a Dragon Link deck. Actually, against any deck right about now.
I see Keaton asking what GOAT means. GOAT control refers to the format of summer 2005, and it was a people still play it for fun. It's a pretty good, very grindy, very slow format that's loved by many players.
Yeah, it's definitely a fan favorite format. It stands for greatest of all time. It involved a lot of chaos decks. So if you're interested in Dragon Links, you would definitely be interested in what the format looked like back then. Lots of chaos stuff. Bombs like Breaker the Magical Warrior.
That's how
Absolutely.
long Dragon Link has already been relevant. It was already played back in 2005.
Exactly. It's just, it never left. It just evolved.
It's been around longer than Burning Abyss.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Lao Lao reviving. Let's think. I think another level 3 so he can go into level 9. No, he's going to go for a rank 6. Nope, never mind. He, of course, had the Lulu. I am absolutely blind.
Yeah.
But hey, 2 level 9s on board once again.
Yeah. But he already went through 2 True King of All Calamities. Not sure whether he's playing 3 of them, or maybe did he recycle one somehow?
There we go.
Oh,
He
it
just
does
plays
look.
another one. No need to worry.
And the
Oh,
Zeus on top of the M7. Wow.
ooh,
Adding insult to injury.
that is just wow.
Okay.
I I would pack my bags, move, move to Chile, and just raise alpacas against this board.
But Gabriel is still in his seat, looking at his graveyard.
Very confident, definitely a better duelist than I am.
That's why we're doing the commentary, and these guys are actually playing at the top tables.
Absolutely. Quickly thinking, tapping down the patterns of what the correct play would be here. Yeah, so what would you do against the board?
Oh, I would definitely join you on your alpaca venture.
Nice. Chamber
There's
Dragon Maid, World
yo,
Legacy, Guard
this duel
Dragon.
is going into overdrive. He has 1 minute
It's-
20 seconds left.
Oh, look at this. Shifting into 5th gear, just the fastest dueling in the West.
Jake Quincy, is that you?
Oof.
Keep smacking him down. Okay.
That's a Pearl Sword right there. Zeus
Even
effect.
under Zeus
Zeus
effect.
effect.
Okay.
Which,
Zeus
which?
is in defense. And unfortunately, Gabriel is all out of gas, and he has to pass turn back to Comb.
Rough stuff, and that's the
Has the
driver in
driver in
hand.
hand. Who does this? Who's writing these duels?
There's no other place for your driver to be other than in your hand. It's always in your hand.
You could get like a tattoo on the palm of your hand.
Just sci-frame driver goes here. Never not in your hand. Rough stuff. You hate to see it.
Whew. Okay, that was in the end a pretty exciting match, even though it was dominated by True King of All Calamities every turn that we saw it.
I mean, Gabriel played through 3 calamities, like 4 calamity turns. That's insane.
Yep. It will be definitely interesting to see once virtual world players start to innovate past True King of All Calamities. Like maybe one day they'll decide, yeah, I'm gonna stop playing this card for some reason, and it's interesting to theorize how the virtual world deck can evolve past that. Because let's be fair, if even without calamities, they can just go for the hand loop
Well, they
with
can do a lot of things with golems, yeah.
Gothams, Monster Reborn, Cloud Castle into Enter Blafnir.
And then maybe even some Trish loops if you're really adding the spice there.
Okay, guys. I think we are going to be wrapping up. For next round, I will actually be removed from the Steam because of no, not because I will be forcefully removed, but I'm going on a break. But good news, Kai will be back. He will be joining Gabio for commentary in round 5 of the Irish PlayStation 5 event. This was round 4, right? Yeah.
It sure was.
Okay, so I will be seeing you guys later today.
All right, hello and welcome back to round 5 of the Irish Remote Duel, where players compete to win a PlayStation 5. This round, I'm being joined by Kai. You know him from previous rounds. Kai, how you doing? How do you think the event has been going so far?
I think it's been great so far. We've seen a lot of different decks, and I think this is always my biggest concern when I'm watching Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments, to see different kind of decks, different approaches of players, like rogue strategies or some weird variants, as we have seen the Zodiac Alt, that's just not really weird, but it's uncommon to say. But we see on the left side there should be the I'm messing it up. It's Ivan Kutch playing the Virtual World deck, and he's been met by a drone lockbird that is immediately going to be caught by the grave. So great pickup there.
That is it. Oh, the second draw though. The second draw though.
Oh my god, insane. It's bad, man.
Wow. Very strong. Look at that.
But the TTT, are you kidding? Like draw the cards. He's
Wow.
choosing to activate the setback card, and he's already gaining information about what his opponent is playing. So yeah,
There's no stopping
great
him.
start. Yes, those players do not have their brakes on; they're just going full power.
Yeah. There's no Mr. Guy, nice guy in this tournament. There shouldn't need to be, and
Yes.
he's definitely showing this.
It's great TTT. Like what, it's a very expensive card, but I think you see why. It's a very strong card. It combines a lot of different strong cards that we have seen in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh, like Pot of Greed, like Strongful or Forceful Guard, I think, where you just like ditch one card back, or like take control of one card your opponent controls, one monster your opponent controls. Very nice. He sends one trap card, like the one set card that his opponent sets with the effect of Eldritch to pitch one trap card from his hand to the graveyard, and now he's going into the end phase immediately to set an Eldlixir from deck, which is probably going to be the Sanguine to special summon the other Eldritch. So yeah, both players are playing at enormous speed. They know the inside outs of their decks, and probably also the matchup, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like Eldritch is something you've been seeing for the past couple of months already. Same goes for Virtual World. The new additions for Virtual World, of course, now being Toto and the new trap card to revive. You definitely have a lot of knowledge on the basics on what both decks do, so you can really speed through that first game to just get some knowledge on what's going to happen in game 2 and 3, because of course those are the ones that matter. Because what you don't know is what the side deck looks like, and that's where the scary part happens. So yeah, for sure, definitely just playing fast, making sure that they find as much info as they can find. Still playing relatively safe, of course, with the Virtual World deck. Not necessarily bricking, but definitely saying, "Hey, I think I'm comfortable. I'm just going to set 2 cards and pass turn to the Eldritch player." Turns out that was a pretty safe bet, and of course, Eldritch being Eldritch, trying to grind it out and staying safe.
But it's hard to grind out if like he opened 2 draws, which he had to use both of them because one has been caught by the grave, so he had to use another one, and then getting TT'd, only starting the game with 3 total cards, like with a draw, like 2+1. It's very, very hard, like for a deck like Eldritch that really needs all of its cards in its hands. Like it's tough, but you see that he's still able to get the Golden Lord on the field, and the M7 is going to attack into the Golden Lord that has been summoned by Sanguine, so he can go into the Zeus that he will summon right now. And it's very important to summon him into the extra monster zone, because there is definitely the Cerberus still an option. Like some people are still playing the Nightmare Cerberus, and if that gets summoned, it's too late for Zeus to do anything. So very good play
Sure.
by Ivan to summon that card in the extra monster zone.
Absolutely, very safe. In the meantime, going back to the Eldritch, we're just going to see a card being set. Anything else
Yes.
special? No, just past the turn. No Elixir either.
Why isn't he using the Elixir Engrave though?
I guess he was waiting for Zeus.
Okay. But yeah, the Zeus player here, like the virtual player here, definitely has the advantage because he's creating he's the one with the pressure. Like definitely, he's the one who is being able to tell to dictate the pace of the game, right? So, yeah, there's a Hakuro, so he definitely gets rid of the Zeus, or I can't see that. I don't have my glasses on right now.
It's a Hakero, definitely
Yes.
banishing a relevant thing from graveyard. Not needing to worry too much about the Zeus, but getting rid of the Toto, so that's pretty good, so that the trap is not live anymore. Otherwise, he would have been able to revive Toto, do some silly stuff with that. No need to worry about that anymore. The only resource is the virtual world player's hand. So that's at least a bit of a threat out the way.
But that hand is pretty huge, and I was about to say like the
That's beyond huge. Look at that.
yes, I mean it's pretty easy for the virtual world player to get like monsters into the grave that can be revived with the trap card, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, of course. The only thing was the consideration of, is it going to be two virtual world monsters or two virtual world cards? Now, of course, virtual world plays everything of free, so you should have been betting on it. But hey, sometimes you want to take the risk, especially as you said, double draw and lock. You had to run through your resources, tactics talents coming down as well. So you're really running with with limited provisions here. So he's doing what he can, I reckon. Because normally I feel like this matchup would be a bit of the Eldritch deck being a big wall, and the virtual world player being the drill or the guy that is trying to punch through said wall. And so far, the virtual world player is definitely smashing.
Yeah, talking about smashing, like look at this. It's an empty board for Ivan to just attack for game, possibly even this turn. Like but I don't think that Fabian took damage yet, but I think that's going to change in a hot minute.
Yeah, he will. He will take plenty of damage. We don't need to worry about that, I think.
The Stardust Charge Warrior is also such a nice, well-designed card, I think. Drawing card
It's
on
so
summon,
nice.
very nice.
I love drawing cards. It's so strong. It's so good. I remember when Plant Synchro was a thing. I'm not sure if you still experience that, because you said that you got big into Yu-Gi-Oh around 2017, right? You said.
Yeah, so the only experience I got with Plan Synchros is when we play alternative formats or when I watched the Cross Bandits Cup on YouTube. So, but I can only imagine what that and the fear and terror this deck brought onto the scene, right?
Oh man! So there was a short while where TG Hyper Librarian was still on 3 instead of on 1. So you would just summon 2 Hyper Librarians, go into Formula Synchro, make Stardust Charge Warrior, keep drawing cards. It's like draw 4 every time. It's just so good.
Really sounds good, yeah.
Yeah, in the meantime, we're asking you who you think will win the match, the Virtual World deck or the Eldritch deck. So make sure to cast your vote, and let's see if you're right.
I'm like, if I would lean to something, I know that you're talking to the chat, but I take
Feel free to answer.
myself as well. Yeah, I think that now with the first game probably in the bag for the virtual world player, I think that looking at the side deck, Ivan has a very good chance of going through because he's side decking the Lightning Storm, the heavy, the Harpy's Feather Duster, all good cards that might come in play against the Eldritch deck. So, yeah, but don't get yourself influenced by me because you should have your own opinion on this. And who do you think is going to win, Gabriel?
It's a very tough question for me. I feel like Virtual World is definitely the most oppressive deck out of the two. But we've seen before on previous tournaments that Eldritch really shines on being able to be very flexible in their side deck options. So the moment game 2 and 3 come down, Eldritch has some easy pickings. They have very flexible side decking regarding slots in the main deck that they can just opt out of. and that gives them the upper hand in game 2 and 3 from time to time.
This is a nice top deck. Magical Meltdown being activated here, grabbing the Alistair because Ivan was not able to finish off Fabian. And that means that he has now access to his invoked engine. There's also a spell trap. He can revive the Eldritch from grave. And that would then be protected from card destruction and have 1000 attack more, so he can run over the Zeus as well. So this might get scary because the possibility of summoning the Purgatory is there.
Yeah, I would go for Purgatory on this case because it's only one card in hand, so 2 cards next turn, and Purgatory can attack everything, making sure that at least you're dealing with a clear board here. You don't really have to worry about Shinshin anyway because you're gonna banish your stuff anyway. The only issue is that wait, before I say something stupid, Shinshin only banishes monsters, right?
Summoning Raging.
Oh no, it banishes all cards. So Invocation going to the banish does make it a lot rougher, so you don't have access to your Alistair anymore. So as you said, he's going into Raijin, mooning the Shinshin.
Can now pay cost for Golden Lord because he now can send it to the graveyard instead of being banished, right? So
Exactly.
heads up play there. Fabian really showing that he knows the inside out of his invoked Eldritch deck very, very well. And yeah, now the Eldritch Golden Lord is bigger than Zeus. Raging can run over the Juju, and he's going to clear the board. Like just with the Stardust Charge Warrior, probably the last card being on the field. And I don't know if Fabian even has cards in his graveyard that might again the end phase. I think there's Sanguine. Sanguine should be able to again the end phase, setting a golden land from deck.
Yeah,
So
probably
going...
going... I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine. I was finished.
Oh, okay. Well, he's as you said, probably banishing Sanguine, or in this case, he's gonna go banish Hakero, go for the Elixir. I thought he still had Scarlet Sanguine in graveyard as well.
Me too. But maybe he had previously. Or is it because it was banished because Gigi was on the field? Maybe that's the reason.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the invocation was. Wait. What do you? Sorry. I completely missed the question there.
That's all good. I was thinking about that. The trap card maybe got banished because the virtual world synchro monster was still on the field. That just banishes the trap on activation.
I guess it does. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the reason. And yeah, the synchro monster is getting flipped down, face down straight by Raging again because remember it's a quick effect. So also interruption on your opponent's turn.
So nice.
Not as good as Mechaba, but still decent. May be able to stop Ivan's turn.
I mean, it's definitely very good. Like making sure that it goes face down, make sure that the virtual world player doesn't have any virtual world cards on the field right now. So he has to either make sure that he has Kowloon in hand, or he has to force a normal summon. After which, I mean, he has 2 set cards, so that should be fine for him, and he's just going to disrupt that. So I think the most important part here was making sure that no virtual world names on board was the situation for him, and that's working out.
Let's see if Ivan finds a way through it, because we obviously don't see the player's hands, so we can't really predict their moves, or like this is a bummer, but nothing like too bad, I guess. What do you think about the new Pot of Prosperity? I know that you second, but there's a normal summon. Is it the virtual world?
Nyan. Normal summon Nyan.
3 that is not.
So the moment he sends Nyan to grave with anything, he's just going to do anything else and make sure Nyan comes back. But will he get that far is the question, because 2 set cards by an Eldritch player is definitely very terrifying to play against.
I'm agreeing, and maybe he has something to say about the Yan Yan being on the field. He's thinking, which is fine, I guess.
I mean, we know one of the two set cards is Scarlet Sanguine. Hopefully, the other one is a Conquistador. If it is, we can say that's a pretty good disruption. If it is a Hakero, it's also still a pretty good disruption because the moment Yan Yan tries to come back, or the moment he has a Lao Lao, he's just gonna banish the thing. There it is,
Yeah.
Conquistador.
And he's able to pop the Nyan Yan, as you said, preventing a virtual world name being on the field. Yeah, well done. And look at this board.
A very tough situation.
Look how the tides have turned now.
Absolutely.
I even
Sorry,
think that
what were you? Go ahead. Sorry.
I even think that Ivan really has to think hard on how he let this game slip inside his head out of his hands, because I think that he was ready to just OTK Fabian, but maybe he went wrong somewhere and just didn't have enough damage, and maybe thought that okay, with the Juju on the field banishing every trap that is being activated on the field is enough, but it obviously isn't. Obviously isn't, because of the Alistair normal summon.
Exactly, yeah. Sanguine coming down, summoning another Goldie Boy. There he is.
It's looking really, really.
Absolutely. But just to come back to your question real quick, because I feel like you wanted to talk about Pot of Prosperity a bit more, didn't you?
Yen came down, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. So what did you want to ask?
I want to ask you on how you feel. How good is Prosperity really in the Virtual World deck?
In a
Because
virtual...
Ivan is playing two of it.
I mean, it's good in any deck, is what I would say, because it makes you. It basically is another name that you're looking for in the case of Virtual World. Because, well, if you don't open two Virtual World names, you're going to have a rough time. Luckily, if you open a Virtual World and Pot of Prosperity, you can say, "Hey, I'm pretty sure with the amount of Virtual World names I'm playing, because you're almost always playing three of everything, I will have like a name in the top 6 of my deck." So it just proves to be a bit more consistency, or even if you already have two names, you can use it as ash bait, and you say, okay, this should still be fine-ish for now. The only scary part about that is Droll and Lock, but there's still plenty of ways, depending on your hand, to play around Droll and Lockbird as a Virtual World player. So I would say it's a pretty good choice.
Yeah. And I think one of the most important things about Pot of Prosperity in not only the virtual world, but generally speaking, that you get to choose the card that you are banishing. Like, it's not random with extravagant, but you get to choose the cards. And I think, we are wrapping up the first game of the day because Ivan surrendered when the unicorn was coming down, going to win back that face down GG. But yeah, coming back to the prosperity, that I think that this is like the most important thing, because you get to banish things that you know they're not going to use. You're going to banish the second Zeus. You're going to banish the second VFD probably, or something that maybe even the Shen cards that you usually don't go into for your main combo. And I think that this is really important.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I didn't even consider the banishing, or well, choosing what you want to banish, but that's definitely very good for you.
The only thing that I'm a little bit concerned about is that Pot of Desires and Pot of Prosperity, of course, they conflict with each other. So if you have both cards in your hand, one of these is going to be dead, because you either have to use the Pot of Desires, but you cannot use the Prosperity because it prevents you to add cards, to draw cards with card effects for the rest of the turn. Or like in the turn you activate it, so it really prevents Desires from coming down. And yeah, so these conflict with each other, and he's opting to play 2 Prosperity and 3 Desires, Ivan.
I guess that's definitely fair. Like, you're still gonna shuffle back the desires, the desire banishes with Yan Yan anyway, so it should be fine. It's a draw 2. Draw 2 is always nice because it's more than one. The only issue with desires is that you don't get to choose, but regardless, like, you play so many names that you're bound to get at least one name off of your desires.
Matter, right?
Yeah.
So, and what do you think are the players going to side deck into this? Like knowing the exact deck, like even knowing that he's facing the Elvish Invoked package, and of course, Fabian knowing that he's facing a Virtual World deck. Like, what do you think? Who's had better side deck for this matchup?
I mean, I see something very, very interesting in the side deck of the Elfish deck. I'm not going to name the card right now because that would ruin the fun. But the moment that card is going to hit the board, you're going to hear me screaming because that's just going to do so much.
I
So
think I know what you're talking about.
I feel like you should know
But-
what I'm talking about. It's very impactful.
Yeah, but only at certain points, right?
I mean, if
yeah,
you know
okay.
you're not
I'm with you now. I'm with you. I'm sold on it. Yeah.
right, I mean,
That's
I
a
feel
good-
like the English player knows that he's not going to go first because I mean the virtual world player is already playing, so that's pretty fair. I would have expected to not go first if I would win against the virtual world in game one. So I would side it in for sure, knowing that I would go second. And let's see if he did and if he opens it. And if he does, you're gonna hear me screaming, baby.
I will join in on you. Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
But yeah, like isn't it like weird to choose a card that like counters the end board rather than trying to stop the end board because you know that your opponent is going to play through multiple disruptions? Because of that he chooses to play this card, or instead of like more hand traps like Skullmeister or Crows or something like that?
I think so, yeah, because Virtual World is a deck that doesn't really care about hand traps anyway. Well, obviously every deck does, but some decks are, of course, far more lenient than other decks when it comes around about playing around hand traps. And I think that Virtual World, along with Dragon Link, is one of those decks where they say, "Hey, we're so flexible in what we do in our plays that hand traps don't really matter to us because we just set up our graveyard in such a way that even if it were to happen, we would still have a plan B. Of course, it wouldn't be as optimal as plan A, but it would still be like, for example, in the case of a virtual player saying, hey, I'm still going to drop a VFD on you."
Yes. So this is why, like, you guys, you probably are really on top of on the edge of your seat right now to really know the card, but we're not going to mention it. Javier said so. Yeah, let's see and hope that Fabian actually drew the card, and he's probably going to blow Ivan out of the water, I guess, right? Because you do not expect that card, because I haven't seen this card on any deck list for today at least. So
I haven't seen that card in, I think, a year.
yeah, since the last time that was relevant was when, yeah, I'm not going to say it because then it just spoils the fun. But
the moment we say when it was relevant, it's going to spoil all the fun because that's how niche and specific it is.
okay, then go ahead. So it's not my fault if somebody in chat.
So we're just not going to spoil the fun here. We just see Shen Shen being dropped down. We see in the meantime also Gigi and Lao Lao on the board, now being banished to go into a crocodile, drawing one, and there's his VFD.
Yes, there it is.
Of course, depending on his hand, he can either end on VFD, Chuchi on board, and then plenty of cards in hand, probably some hand traps. Maybe he can extend, but I think the safest bet here is to just say, hey, I'm going to try and let you play through VFD. I also have Chuchi, try and get around that, and then apparently also set one and pass turn. Is what I would say is going to happen here.
And Fabian has 6 cards in his hand that he can try to find a way through this board. So more, like double the amount of cards he had last time, and he still was able to do so. And I'm kind of, like, I really want to know whether or not Fabian is going to. And we don't see the card being played, so unfortunately, we still have to wait on Javier screaming.
I mean, we don't know whether it's main phase yet. It could still be standby phase. We could still be chilling.
Yeah, but VFD already has resolved, right?
Oh, I didn't pay attention there. You're right. Oh, that's such a shame.
Yeah.
I was so caught up in the hype. I was so hoping for that card to drop that I just completely blacked out. Because, imagine that card
I'm
dropping.
here for you. Yeah, it would have been much would have been very, very fun to experience.
Oh,
Fun versus a
absolutely.
very
That would
fun
be
deck.
beyond fun. That would just be ecstatic.
Yeah, maybe the chat would have exploded as well.
Oh,
it
for
seems to
sure.
be
No doubt about it. He's gonna set to next to his cursed outland. Is he gonna do anything
like
else?
one of the sets we definitely know because it was the Akru that he sent, I guess.
Cersei Hakuera.
You are better at pronouncing the Spanish names.
Oh no, I actually messed it up because I'm pretty sure you would just say Haquero in
Okay.
Spanish, and even then I'm probably mispronouncing it. So don't try and pin that on me.
Okay, try to.
Don't
But I
worry
think
about it.
if he actually called light, because else you would have like searched the Golden Lord probably and tried to summon it, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So there is now the
Gigi
Yan Yan.
coming on board. Yan Yan coming back.
Synchro for a level 6, probably the Stardust Charge Warrior. Oh, it's a GG.
Oh, that's a fan. Oh no, a Juju. Yeah, you're right. Fan is the Xyz.
Yeah, like it's easy to get confused with all the
Oh yeah.
this naming convention.
It's a bit messy. They're beautiful names, but also I get very confused by them. But you're right. The synchro is a Juju.
Right, and what does Juju do?
Probably banishes some stuff to shuffle some stuff back.
But does it impact the pod in any or is it just an extent?
Let's quickly grab this card for us.
Avenge 2 cards from your graveyard with the same original type and attribute, but different names, and target one card on the field, send to the graveyard.
Ooh.
Yes.
So it does target,
Yeah.
but it sends, and that's very nice still. Even though it targets, sending is definitely very nice compared to destroying.
Yeah, it's not to Dragoon even. No, targets, right? Okay, never mind that. But
It
it would have been enough.
It would have been very nice. That
Yeah.
is, hmm.
Fabian picks up his cards because he sees the writing on the wall and he knows that he's not going to be able to survive this turn. Wise choice, because Eldritch games can be very, very grindy, so it makes sense to surrender early. So because he knows that in the third game he's able to go first, which he I think really wants to. Like I'm looking at Ivan Kak's side deck right now, and I see Harpy's Feather Duster and Lightning Storm. But that's about it. What's like very strong against the maybe even the Ghostbell and Haunted Mansion against the Eldritch, the Golden Lord, and Skullmeisters. Right.
Now
but there isn't like a lot of things to stop the purple cards. To be fair,
I mean that's fair stuff.
Yeah.
That's fair stuff. It's just that's how it works right now. That's what the meta looks like, I guess. But the most interesting question to me is, would you keep the super spicy side deck card in your deck when you would go first? Because I would say no, and that would make me very sad. Because I still want to see it on stream today, and this is our only chance.
I think the card in it of itself is like decent in the matchup, even going first. But I don't really want to take the risk of maybe drawing multiples, because drawing multiples in this matchup where every card counts is like would be very, very sad. Like I think you have to side it out. Unfortunately, I'm agreeing with you. You have to side it out.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit of a shame. So I'm not going to spoil it yet, though, because we might be wrong, and we might be seeing something spicy still. But hey, if we don't see it, I'll tell you guys in the end, and I'll tell you why I'm so excited about it.
It's going to be jaw dropping, I promise. But what I didn't realize that Fabian Petku is playing triple copies of Red Eyes Fusion in his deck. So going first, drawing this card, and Virtual World has a very tough time outing it, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they would just not be able to run over it, right?
Yeah, so hoping to draw the Red Eyes Fusion and play with the other like very fair card in the meta game. It's going to be Lancia, right off the bat.
I guess that's
Okay.
a good call.
So yes, against it prevents Crow from coming down, prevents the cycle readers from coming down as well. And because Lancia also works until your at the end of your opponent's turn, right? Oh, he went second.
Yeah, I just want to say,
second.
Lancia coming down means he went second, right? Like, excuse me?
Oh, okay. Like this, maybe this, yeah, took Ivan by surprise. Maybe so all the side deck cards would be dead, but
Yeah.
hmm.
I sure hope it did. And I sure hope this also means that our very spicy card is still in there. I can't wait. In the meantime, we just
first
virtual world doing virtual world stuff. Nyan Nyan being a tuner, of course, because it's Nyan Nyan.
Yes. I hope you guys in chat like actually excuse us from not going through the whole virtual red combo each and every time, because it's pretty much not the same, but very similar to say the least. So it would just be boring for us to just repeat the same cards names over and over. So there's the draw. So the pass on only the GG, right? Not the GG, but the Genshin.
Yeah.
Genshin, yeah.
Red Eyes Fusion.
No Ash Blossom. There is no Ash Blossom.
Wait, let's see.
What a card. Dragoon, what a card. I think he has to banish the cards, right? Because Shenshen said that all the cards has to banish. Right?
Yeah, they are banished. However, luckily, Red Eyes Fusion doesn't specify that that the cards need to specifically be sent to the graveyard. So Red Eyes Fusion can resolve.
Yeah, I was asking the same. I think you were looking that up, right? Because I wasn't
I
too
was
sure
very
about it either.
about that for a second.
Yeah, but Red Eyes is going to pop the Shenshen, inflicting a huge chunk of damage, because Shenshen is quite big, and you know Dragoon burns you for the attack damage, or like for the attack points that the monster that was destroyed had.
Exactly, and if I'm not mistaken, Chen is 29 plus another 3,000 because Dragoon exists. That's going to be 59 damage. Very comfy situation. You just need to survive one turn, make sure that they don't get to play, and then you can kick with Dragoon again or burn with Dragoon, whichever you prefer. The virtual world trap in the meantime being revealed there. So yes, of course,
that is a new one, right?
It's the new one, yeah. In Graveyard, it revives.
That's a strong effect, but like the on-field effect is like pretty bad because it just switches to defense. But its Graveyard effect is much better. So this is why you play 1 Wu and 2 J, right?
Yeah. Also, the Prosperity coming down.
Yeah. Great card. Now, you really need to think, what are you going to banish? Because the Shenshen is already out of the extra deck. So you really need to choose whether... How many cards would you reveal now? 3 or 6? He's going for 6. Okay.
He's gonna go for 6.
And there you see all the side deck stuff is in his main deck. So he was expecting to go
second.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, with the Harpy's Feather Duster and Lightning Storm being revealed, and with the artifact Lancias, like they're probably you should probably take the Kowloon, right?
Excuse me?
Or
you should?
You probably should take the Virtual Root Kowloon, right?
Oh yeah, I mean you don't get to play if you don't grab Kowloon here, right?
Mm-hmm. Or
he's gonna go for Lao Lao, however. I guess it makes sense. The only issue with Lao Lao I have currently is Lao Lao is not allowed to revive itself. So you have to go for Nyan Nyan. I guess that would still be fair because that means that you can use Nyan Nyan's effect later in the turn. So you still have a lot of options. He's going to send something, but also you can just say, hey, I'm going to send Gigi to graveyard, revive Gigi, and then Nyan Nyan effect. And then you have 2 level 3 on board as well. So there's plenty of options to go here for. The question is, which is the option that is going to out Dragoon?
yeah, that I wanted to come to that conclusion, but you like took that away from me. No problem. Is yeah, how are you going to out Dragoon? Because I don't see an out at the
Let
moment
me
in his extra
quickly
deck.
see,
Like,
because he revived Lao Lao, but is that a Lao Loud?
God.
Oh, you can just revive it. Yeah, it's fine. It just needs to have a different name from the card that you sent to the graveyard with Lao Lao's effect. So that's really strong. And that makes him go into Ptolemaeus, being
The
able to
M7, yeah.
bounce.
I really like the M7, just not right now because targets, but you can like also bounce your own hand traps back into your hand. So really, really like very versatile card that has many applications. Bouncing your opponent's graveyard, maybe array to your hand, to your opponent's hand, bouncing your own combo extenders to your hand, or even bouncing the aforementioned hand traps to your hand.
So plenty of options here. Yeah, scary stuff. Very scary stuff. He's gonna negate with Dragoon because he agrees it's very scary.
But now he just needs another Xyz monster and he can go into Zeus, right? And this would TTT. This
Yikes.
is an out
Oh,
to
that is beyond
Dragoon.
out. That's just big box.
Debated, bro. Debated.
Oh man, he also has Lulu on hand because he returned it to his hand.
Ah,
He's gonna
so-
search the GG, and
And-
I'm pretty sure that with GG is gonna be GG.
because Dragoon is boosted, remember, by 1000 attack because he negated something. So yeah, that should be it, right?
Returning
Like,
shit.
there's one more trap card on the field, so it might not be enough. Let's see, but this really turns up because we were saying earlier when we saw another Dragoon player that he also played against the Virtual World deck, and he was not activating anything until his Dragoon was being threaded by anything. So this was the only point that he opted to negate something, and this is the way he won. And now point I'm trying to make is that Fabian got himself baited into activating Dragoon when he was actually not being threatened by anything.
Quickly looking at his banished cards, thinking about what he has left in his extra deck. Because of course, ideally, you're gonna kick with Dragoon and then make sure that it doesn't return.
Yeah, you want to link it away, probably.
Definitely.
Yeah, you're not allowed to keep the card until like on the end phase, right?
You only get it for the turn, as far as I'm aware.
Okay. Yeah, until the end phase. So Fabian is not picking up his cards yet because it's probably some kind of defensive wall in the background sitting.
Surprisingly confident in about what is to go down. Forbidden
Oh,
Droplet, so he's gonna send a 1 spell to graveyard, and he's gonna send the what was that?
Xyz Encore.
Yeah, that was
Xyz
the card
Encore.
that I was hoping for. That was the spicy tech that I was hoping to see being dropped down. It didn't happen.
I mean, if he had
sadly.
said, if he had like, he could have like used it on the M7. Am I missing something? Because he could have said it and then used it on the M7, but maybe he was waiting for a Zeus or something like that to pop up. But now he had to discard it.
Rough stuff. I guess it still saved him in sort of a way where he makes sure that he doesn't die yet, so that's at least something. But it's definitely not the way I wanted to see Xyz Encore being used in
Being
this
treated.
duel. Yeah.
Yes, but at least we got to see it. Yeah,
We got to do.
It's something.
We got to see it for sure. That's something at least. But hey, that's good.
I know that Fabian actually pulled back from a similar situation where he had like almost no resources left. So I'm curious to see whether or not he's going to be able to do it again. Like this would be really tough. Like he's down at one card only in his hand. I think one Hakuro in the graveyard, so he can summon the Elixir. Like he can set the Elixir to maybe summon something from deck, but it's tough.
It is rough stuff for sure. So definitely a tough situation. Sending Chuchi to graveyard, gonna alter some levels here. One card on hand, confirming real quick. Yeah, Eldritch, one card on hand. What is it gonna do? What would it do? Like if your opponent is actually gonna get rid of your Dragoon with 2 cards and the Hakuro in graveyard, as you said before. So that's a bit of a tough situation.
But I just realized that Ivan is not playing any Link monsters in his extra deck whatsoever. So getting rid of Dragoon isn't that easy. So you need to find some way of like syncing with him or like.
Yeah, definitely. Well, the thing is, you're not allowed to link summon anyway with virtual monsters because they lock you with the level 3 or higher anyway.
Okay.
But maybe there was something like, oh, we can alter levels and make sure that we can go into a level something spicy, or maybe like, yeah.
Dragoon is level 8, right? So he's not level 9 because that would have been way better for the virtual world player.
That would have been really nice. But he is level 8, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a really awkward level for the virtual world, I guess, because you're not really able to do anything with Dragoon because subtracting 3 is it's like they really want to have like level 3, 6, or 9 monster. They dislike level 8s. So maybe he Fabian gets his Dragoon back.
Let's quickly look at the extra deck and see if there's a way we could see Dragoon vanish into another card. But I think you're right. Yeah, I think there is no way to, with the current extra deck that Ivan is playing, that he can get rid of this Dragoon.
But he can send it with Zeus. That's a good play.
Of course, that works.
But that now leads him with only having a Zeus on field and nothing else. So not particularly an impressive board anymore. But of course, you don't want to give the Dragoon back to your opponent. So
I mean, if he survives the turn during the end phase, he still has GG effect, as far as I'm aware.
My God, are you kidding me? It's a Nibiru. Like, this really unbelievable. Like and it's even at 3k attack and 3k defense, right? Because it only tribute after the Zeus.
Yep, only
this is insane. This is what a game. I'm really a fan of this game. This is probably one of the closest matches we play, and my God.
I mean, this is right now. I didn't expect this match to be first of all as close as it is right now. Second of all, I didn't expect this match to go the way it just did. Apparently,
what happened? Are they?
He revealed the Nibiru, and I think he said, "Oh yeah, you got this."
Okay, because not in the graveyard anymore. At top deck, virtual world player has his graveyard loaded, and unlucky draw. Like Nibiru saved him for a moment, and then he drew the second one, which is not really playable right now, and he scoops it up. But shouldn't he like kept on playing because maybe his opponent doesn't play around the second Nibiru and just runs in it again?
I definitely wouldn't have played around a second Nibiru, but I mean, I'm not competing for a PlayStation 5, so I'm pretty sure Ivan would have thought layers and layers ahead of us and said, you know what, I feel like if he has this first Nibiru, I'm not going to risk the chance to see that second Nibiru. And I'm pretty sure that Fabian knew this and said, you know what, I respect that.
Yeah, well done. Like they probably even know each other. Like I wouldn't be surprised if they knew each other because like we have very profiled players here which all knew each other's play style. We have Herman Hansen competing. We had Sam Pearson playing. So there's a chance they know each other's play style and they know like okay, he's not going to fall for another Nibiru. He's just gonna summon until 4 times and then attack for game because he was pretty low on life points.
Exactly. So they definitely knew the force that they were reckoning with from both ends, and it culminated into this. Definitely a performance to behold. Definitely very impressive. As I said before, though, I didn't expect it to go the way it did. I didn't expect it to just go, you know what, sure, you have this. Because it
Yeah,
was so close.
it feels a little bit anticlimactic climatic to me, right? Because I would have liked to see like a good 5 turns of just action, but there was just no fuel left in the in Avian's Eldritch tank. So yeah, he's good. Maybe in Magical Meltdown or Alistair top deck would have changed the tide around, but
Yeah, maybe. But it didn't happen, sadly. You know, it's fine. It's fine, I guess. It was definitely a very fun match to show to look at, especially when you look at game one, where we both said like, "Wow, they're playing so fast." They were just going ham and just saying, "Okay, boom, 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 your turn. Boom, 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 your turn." Just making sure that they got the matchup knowledge, and it proved to be very effective for game 2 and 3.
yes, and he even found the out to his own dragoon, and even if it like meant that he had to wipe his own field. Like this wasn't heads up play as well. Like knowing that he can't give his dragoon away, and he can't, but he also can't link summon. So what you're gonna do? You just wipe your own board. So very well done, nice heads up play there by Ivan. So yeah, it concludes round 5, right?
It did. And it was very nice to look at, especially because, well, of course, we did see, of course, the new virtual world cards proving to be very effective. We actually saw the new trap card on board instead of just immediately in the graveyard. That's something I hadn't seen before. So that was very fun to look at. Blazing Vortex in general, just punching through and saying, "Hey, we know you almost solved the meta, so here's a new set to start puzzling again and look at what it's going to look like now." Very happy with that. Very happy with the new virtual world cards. Also happy with some other cards, though. I don't think that we've been seeing the Dragon Link list with the Armed Dragon cards, but there is some Dragon Link decks circulating around the internet right now that is playing the new Armed Dragons from Blazing Vortex. I don't know if you've seen those decks before, but they're actually really effective, not only because, I mean, it's Dragon Link, but also because the Armed Dragon cards are wind monsters, and that means you suddenly have a very beneficial matchup against decks like Bird Up that drop a barrier statue on your face.
Yes, and I think that a card that says special summon a dragon from the deck really benefits Dragon Link. Yeah,
Always nice. Always nice.
like
Summon Big Dragon, thumbs
it
up.
feels more of a support card for Dragon Links than for Armed Dragon actually, because I'm happy and glad that like such an iconic card like the Armed Dragon archetype gets support even like 15 years after release. But this also boosts other decks, like Dragon Link's ability to just one card combo through without using up their normal summon. I'm
Oh,
a huge fan of this. And another card that, like another support archetype, or like another archetype that got support in Blazing Vortex was Wind Witches. And I'm a huge fan of them. I've ordered all the cards immediately when they were released, and I'm a huge fan of them as well. And yeah, but sadly, nobody entered the tournament playing Wind Witch Invoked or something.
that's a shame. So no Bell, Synchro, Burn, Damage Maker, Raijin. That's a shame. But yeah, Wind Witch is actually a fun archetype as well. Summon some stuff from deck, make some big cards, do some silly stuff. And yeah, as you said, with the Invoked engine back in the day, very fun to play. Very fun, a bit less fun to play against, I'll be very honest. But definitely nice that they're supporting these old or older archetypes again.
Yeah, same with Metal Foes. They also got the new support, like Steven Trifonowski, and he's probably watching as well right now, I would assume. So, Pendulum!
Oh,
so, yeah.
The new Metal Foes Vanisher is, I think, my personal favorite. The one that says banish to summon, when he's summoned, pop a card. It's not just for the effect and the fact that it's a Metal Foes and a Pendulum monster, but in Blazing Vortex, the card artwork has been exceptional in my opinion. I don't know if you've looked at. Yeah, there we go. Like that card, beautiful artwork. The new Armed Dragon level 10, amazing artwork. It's the box art. It looks so good. Like the artwork has been exceptional this set, and I'm very happy about that.
generally, I really like the artwork of Yu-Gi-Oh cards because I really like the comic style. Because I think that's why we all we all appreciate this style of artwork. Else we would be playing something else. But like it's been really like also like you have this huge like badass dragons just trying to punch your face with the dark dragons, but then you also have the aforementioned wind witches who are just like little girls that are going to summon something bigger, like the crystal wing dragon. And I think this is just what makes Yu-Gi-Oh for me, the whole game. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. I just like the fact that the legacy support proves that there's something out there for everyone. And even when you're a casual player that just wants to play pure Arm Dragon, or when you're a competitive player that says, "Hey, I want to step down a bit because it's COVID season, the remote duels. I just want to play a bit more casual, make sure that I'm having fun during these events." You can mix it with the Arm Dragons, as I said. People are doing that. There's a nice bit of balance whether you're very casual, very competitive, or anywhere in between. It's just there's a card for you out there. For me, for example, it would be Mathmech. I'm still in love with that deck. It's not good, but hey, it does this stuff. And when you optimize it, when you buy the cards that you need, or when you buy the sets that the cards are in that you need, so for example, the droplets and the staple cards, they can actually do quite a bit, and they can set up a pretty cool board. And there's so many other decks out there. For example, with Metal Foes with the new support, they do so much cool stuff that people just don't look at or haven't seen before. But it's actually something to be reckoned with, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think like especially like with all the rogue options you have while playing Yu-Gi-Oh, sometimes when you're like playing $1,000 deck and sometimes you just get blown out by one of these rogue decks that you cannot prepare for, because you cannot prepare for every matchup there is, and sometimes you're just going to lose to a Inspector Border equipped Moon Mirror Shield. Sometimes that shit happens, like, you know.
It does happen. It does happen. I actually love underdog stories on feature matches, because you never really know the outcome. Because of course, because it's an underdog, there is a reason for them to be on the feature match. Like they got this far for a reason. Whether the deck is a force to be reckoned with, but people don't know it yet. So, for example, at the very start of Luna Light, before people knew it was a deck, Raphael Nevin did that, and he said, "Hey." Me and my friends found out Luna Light is actually viable. I'm going to show you guys, and I'm just going to win an event with it. And we expected it, and it happened.
Yeah.
And there's so many decks like that out there, and then the underdog suddenly wins, and everyone's excited. But even when it loses, you can just say, "Oh yeah, it's fine. It was still fun to look at on the stream."
Yeah,
So go ahead.
Yeah, same with like rogue decks actually winning even big YCSs. Like I'm thinking about Brankits being piloted by Dinka Bui, who actually just won the YCS. What's it, Utrecht, I think, and back in 2019. And sometimes this stuff happens, and it makes for great stories. Or 2018 YCS Bochum with World Shadows, like that won the event. Just taking everybody by surprise in a matter that was fully filled by a pendulum. Like sometimes these stories come up, and maybe we have a story of this today as well.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? That might be very exciting. It's funny you mentioned World Chalice though, because World Chalice is the perfect example of an underdog deck and the spectators not knowing where the deck is going to go at all. So you mentioned that it won the event and that it did super well and super great, and no one saw it coming. But then also we have a story of YCS Utrecht. I think it was also 2019 or maybe even 2018. We saw a player called Jure de Mare. He's a Dutch player, and he got feature match with World Chalice as well. He got paired up against the Goki player, and Jure, the World Chalice player, just got extra linked twice. So sometimes you're just like, wow, I didn't see this coming. Amazing to look at, and sometimes you just get extra linked twice and you don't get to play.
Or you get FTK'd by Jesse Cotton in round 1 at your
Oh,
first
I
tournament.
don't want to talk about that. Oh, the see the second game of that match was just when the kids started to realize a pattern, and the kid saw the firewall being dropped down, and he's like, "Oh, he's gonna do it again, isn't he?" And the look of the feet. Oh, I feel so sorry for
Yes,
him.
yes.
No, I don't want to
It's,
talk about this anymore.
sometimes I still get. I think this also like shows the professionalism that Yu-Gi-Oh encountered, because Jesse Cotton just like he played the FTK twice and was like having none of it. Like he just played very seriously, took it very seriously, and was not trying to like do something else, maybe just T-setting as well or something like that, just to encourage more play. But he just was so professional that he just played his FTK through twice and ended the round rather quickly.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely there to win, and I feel like that first round was a good example of showing his opponents that he was not there to have fun and not there to play around. So I guess that's fair.
I'm agreeing. Shall we take a quick break?
I think that's a good call, definitely.
Yes.
For the viewers out there at home, we are going to take a quick break. I suggest you guys do the same. Stay hydrated. Make sure you have a nice drink, you have enough food, because there's still plenty of rounds of entertainment coming right up. So make sure that you have everything you need and stay tuned.
See you later.
part of it. But yeah, I used my break to calm down for a bit because saw some exciting stuff before that as well. So
It's definitely fair, but just to give you a quick recap, very exciting stuff happened. It was a very much a back and forward match up between Virtual World and Elplich.
mhm.
Crazy things happened. People got baited into losing their Dragoon.
Oh,
They got hit by a bunch because of the Dragoon. Wild. Absolutely wild.
speaking of virtual world, it's currently at the top 4 tables, the most commonly played deck, with out of the 8 players, 3 of them playing virtual world, 2 of them playing Drytron, and then Dinosaur, Dragonlink, and Ellic are also still there. So yeah, we do see the meta decks taking up a bigger portion of the playing field as the rounds go on, which is to be expected.
It is definitely to be expected, but I'm very happy to see that the top tables and the top 8 players are still playing very varied decks because you named about 5 or 6 different ones right there, and I mean that's
Uh,
good statistics to me.
Yeah, just a little bit below that, we also still have the other guy's player, Luana Scherer, that we featured earlier. Border Ellic is still doing fairly well. I still see some Lyrilusks in contention, so yeah, should be cool. I also see Salamangreat could potentially still squeeze
Oh
in.
wow,
So yeah, so there's still a lot of stuff to unpack for the rest of the day.
incredible! I can't wait. But in the meantime, we have a very exciting matchup waiting for us right now as well.
Uh,
Hopefully, the players are getting ready soon, and
mhm,
then we can tell more about both the players and their decks because it's definitely going to be a sight to behold.
mhm. As far as I can see, Danik is not at the table yet, so we're just waiting for him.
All right, absolutely perfect. Well, as soon as both players are ready and have their camera on, we'll just switch to the table, switch to the players, and then we should be getting into the
Mhm.
match.
I just saw that Danik is at his table, so we should be heading to the table in a bit. I think the round is about to start. Let's check the timer. Yeah, it just started, in fact. So as soon
Really
as the
perfect.
players are ready, they can start playing cards.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Danik is a very known player in the Benelux, so it's nice to see him play in the
Mhm.
Irish speed duel remote duel tournament. I made the same mistake as Billy Drake. I'm fine with this. That just means that I'm on the same level as Billy Drake on something. On
Okay.
the remote duel tournaments, they're rolling dice to go first, but as I said, Danik, a very well-known player, forced to be reckoned with in the Benelux, has some very interesting tops with interesting decks, some very serious tops as well.
He
So
made day 2 of YCS Ghent with his Kuribo Orcus deck. That was interesting.
how cool is that? How cool is that?
Oh, in chat they're saying Javio is better than Billy.
Oh, I wouldn't say that personally, but I'm glad someone else said it for me.
Okay, it looks like Luke is starting things off with a Pot of Desires, so it could be a lot of different decks.
Could be anything at this point. I mean, we know what it is, but let's not spoil it for now, shall we?
Uh-huh.
Is gonna resolve? No Ash?
No Ash?
No Ash,
Draw.
draw two.
Nice. We see that Luke is sitting in a very relaxed position.
Yeah, very comfortable. Having the blankie under him. Pretty good looking playmat right there.
Snuggled
Solid.
up. Okay, so it is Virtual World.
In the meantime, in chat, you can vote who you think the better player is, either Billy Break or yours truly, me. Make sure to vote. I won't be telling you to vote for me because that would just be rude. So just vote what your heart feels like.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, we are looking at more virtual world combos. sending the Shan Wu, the new trap card, to summon this.
Yeah. He's
Shin
gonna
Wan
go.
vanished, searching some stuff.
That is excellent. And then he has to get rid of one card in his hand.
Yep, and that's going to be revived most likely, unless it's in Yan Yan. And then it's still going to be revived just through other means.
Mm-hmm.
So, as with every virtual world deck we've been seeing so far, definitely a very strong go first game one. That's going to be a board.
Yeah, definitely looks. Oh, of course he had the driver in his hand. Is it driver? I think it is.
It looks like it.
Driver goes here.
Driver goes here. We've been talking about it. It's the tattoo.
So he is quickly building up materials, and I assume that he will be synchro summoning at some point in the future, grabbing Virtual World Gate's Chuche to the hand. He's also playing the Shenwu. I think you pronounce it like that.
Yeah, Shanwei, that's the trap card that revives. It's already in graveyard, so he's gonna do stuff with that eventually. Probably a very comfortable position where he currently has 2 level 3s and a level 6, so you can make your crocodile draw a card and make another level 9, but he's gonna opt for, let's see what he's gonna make here. Because I think those were 2 level 3s. No, it was a level 6. That's the crocodile right there.
Yeah, he did change the level, right?
Um,
Or was
yeah,
it a level? Yeah.
I was either not paying attention or he changed the level. Regardless, Crocodile is coming down and he is now going to revive so he can make another level 9.
Okay. It's excellent. That's another synchro summon. It's
There's the Chintin.
QB Shenshin.
Yeah, QB Chintin. Right. Oh, there it is. There
Two
we
level
go.
9s. Here comes a true king of all calamities. We've been seeing this guy all day. And
You already know who it is.
and I would assume that Luke is setting the Chuche right there.
Very mystery face down.
Okay.
He only searched Chichi to keep it in his hand. Mystery face down.
Mm-hmm. Gabriel, 7 people voted that you are the better player, and only 2 votes for Billy Break, and both of them
Wow.
were mine.
Yikes! Ouch! That's nice to hear from your co-caster right there. I feel like I now need to play Billy Drake in a match to prove my worth there. I don't know how we're gonna set that up, but hey, if we are able to set that up, I'd be willing.
Let me just slide into Billy's DMs, and
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think Billy is he currently commentating the South American Invitational?
He might be. I'm not too sure on that, honestly. Because I feel like the South American Invitational is once again a 2 streams, so one in English, one in Spanish, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's how they did it before.
That's excellent. Yeah.
So I feel like if they do have an English speaking stream there, that Billy would be part of the casting team there.
Yeah. We see Danik also playing a pot. Extravagance is his pot of choice, but it is getting negated by an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
Not so joyous for Danique, sadly, but still pretty good regardless.
And he's revealing his deck. It's Lost World. So I hope you're ready for dinosaurs.
So strong. The immediate Lost World. Yeah, are you gonna activate your mystery phase then immediately use it? That would be safe. No, he's just gonna chain VFD and say, hey, before you do anything, I'm just gonna declare an attribute and make you do your best.
Okay, so True King of all calamities, probably called Dark, I would think. To
Isn't
stop
Misk
the
Fire?
Misk is fire, but Oviraptor is dark.
Overraptor is dark.
Let's see what Danik's follow-up is going to be.
As a droplet
Chains
down.
for discards the driver. Obviously.
Driver is just always in hand. Rough
Stick it
stuff.
to the hand.
Yeah. Driver is driver and will forever be driver. Gonna pop Chuchi.
Yes, shuffling 2 virtual worlds back into the deck to destroy his own true King of All Calamities, thus enabling the effect to resolve. So now Danik is getting really low on cards. I believe he only has 2 cards left in his hand. Okay, normal summon Misk. Activates Lost World to give Luke a Dino token.
Pretty good, pretty good. And of course, the Dino token is going to make sure that you have a bit more safe of pickings, because now only the token can be target of things. And that makes sure that you can also set up your stuff, because if it would be destroyed, you can destroy something from your deck instead, most often being a baby and enabling more of your combos.
Danik opted to let the token just stay on the field instead of attacking it and then protecting it with Lost World, which he could have done to thin his deck.
I guess the moment he does it, the player is just going to say, or actually, I don't know if that would have been the right play, because Chuchi already popped the own VFD, right? To make sure that VFD would still do stuff.
Yeah, but he could have maybe sent another Misk from the deck to the grave to protect the token. I don't know. I'm not so well versed in the Dino gameplay, but
No, Dino is doing a lot of interesting stuff nowadays, in comparison to when it was. Well, it's still scary, but like people used to complain about dinosaurs a lot because of how scary they were, and when Overtext Codal released, people were very scared of that card. Yeah, but it's doing some very different stuff now.
Yeah, the Quatless has fallen out of favor lately, so not an issue anymore, so it seems.
Yeah, I think so. I think more often than not at least, Dino players are opting to build for a go second type of strategy, with their go first options being in the side deck, of course, because you still need plays, but I feel like that's most often the case nowadays. Meanwhile, we see
the return of Shenshin, yeah.
Yes.
It can bring itself back from the graveyard by banishing 2 cards with different types, I believe. Like monsters with different types, or is it cards with different types? I'm not sure.
Pretty sure it's monsters with different types, yeah.
Okay.
That's why there's such a unique design. Actually, I think it's even different types and attributes. That's the whole reason that Virtual Worlds has been designed where they're either Earth or Wind and Psychic or Worm.
That makes sense, yeah. Let's see. He activates another Virtual World in hand. I'm not sure, is that Nyan Nyan?
That's Lily, I think, the double foolish, and he's sending a Chinglong, I think, and that was a Nyan Nyan, if I look at it correctly. It looks like a Nyan Nyan at least.
They, from a distance, they look quite similar. I mean, they have some different color patterns and stuff, but I really like decks where all the cards look way different. Like, for example, Drytron, from a distance, everything looks the same.
Drytron is very hard to distinguish, except for the Gamma. The Gamma is very distinguishable, at least.
I really like archetypes with different colors, and it's even better if the colors tell you what the cards do. Like in ABC, A protects from monster effects, and it's orange, and B protects from spells, so it's green. And in gadgets, red gadget has yellow eyes, so it searches yellow gadgets.
Excuse me, what?
Red gadget has yellow eyes, and it searches yellow gadgets. Yellow gadget has green eyes, so it searches green gadgets.
Really?
Green gadget has 1 red eye.
Wow, I had no idea. That is so cool. I thought you were just gonna go, oh, red gadget is red, so you can recognize it by saying, oh, that's red gadget because it's a red gadget. But no, look at you just going into like the color of the eyes, going next level.
I know them like the back of my hand.
Yeah, meanwhile, cards are being picked up.
Yeah, Danik has seen enough. Okay, so that is a win for Luke. Proceeding 1-0 into the match. Red Eyes Green Gadgets, yeah, pretty much.
Sounds like a pretty cool deck. Didn't you talk about what was the gadget that was able to change his name? You said something about that, right? Where you would where you would make it gold gadget and machine dupe it.
Yes, that's Ancient Gear Gadget. While it's on the field, it can change its name to any gadget monster. So, and it's a machine dupe target. So it has some pretty interesting uses because not only can you call gold gadget or red gadget, but you can also call gadget soldier and then machine dupe it to summon the 2 vanillas from your deck.
Oh, whoa!
Go for Beatrice. Let's go.
Wow, I didn't even think of that.
No, it's a pretty bad play.
I
Like,
mean, I don't see how it's bad. Gadget Soldier has some sick artwork.
yeah, you could even tribute Gadget Soldier and Obelisk the Tormentor to summon Blue Eyes if you want to.
That is definitely next level. I feel like that's not a very safe play.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, of course, Obelisk the Tormentor is an Egyptian god card. Is going to be very unaffected by cards that target him or affect him. But you need to watch out for cards that affect the ground beneath him, though.
That's very true. That's how you beat a god card. You just target the ground underneath the god cards.
And that's how you win.
If I got a penny for every time god cards were defeated by targeted the cards underground, I'd have 2 pennies, which isn't a lot, but it's still funny that it happened twice.
Yeah, exactly. I think the funniest way a god card was beaten in the anime was definitely when Strings was using Slifer and the slime just kept reviving and it had to attack and you just kept drawing
Mm-hmm.
cards.
Yeah, he discarded Maxi, but then Yugi synchro summoned Colossal Fighter and kept attacking into Slifer.
Yep. Or basically saying, "Oh, you drop Maxi? Okay, I'm just gonna do my Manticore of Darkness combo."
Oh, I remember that.
You should remember that.
Like when I first started playing at my first locals, it was 2007. So Manticore Loop was a real thing because Cardiff Safe Return was still legal, and that's something I lost to on my first locals.
That
Like
sounds terrifying.
of course, I lost everything at my first locals because I was playing Harpy's Brother Turbo.
That sounds very cool. Sky Scout, it's now called. Harpy's Brother Turbo was yeah. That sounds like Harpy's Brother Turbo. I don't know what to say about it. In your defense, my first deck was the Gemini Structure deck with Evocated Cavalier and Phoenix Gearfried. I was very excited to go to my first locals. I normal summoned Evocated Cavalier. I set an ultimate offering. I passed the turn, and my opponent proceeded to Gigavice me.
Oh, that's impressive.
That's painful.
Okay, we see that Luke has turned on a light. Seems like it's getting pretty late out there. It's still pretty light out here. It's been a good summer's day, spring day, of course.
Yeah, the weather has been very kind to us. It's definitely the perfect weather to just stay inside and play some Yu-Gi-Oh. Then again, that's every day for me.
This morning at 9:30 a.m., I still had to go to the store, and I just could go without a jacket, just a shirt on. That was cool.
You were outside at 9:30 on a Saturday?
You know why? Because I really had to run the errands and get back on time for the first round. And Luke had Artifact Lancia, and he sniped it, and then he is punishing that with triple tactics talent, and he's drawing 2 extra cards. So what could that be saying about his hand? Oh,
Actually, where did the tactics talent go?
he's gone. No,
He's gone. He's gone.
he did play it, but it disappeared indeed.
Maybe he didn't activate it after all. Maybe there was some reason that he couldn't
Oh,
activate.
For Triple Tactic Challenge, you can only activate it when the opponent activates an effect in a main phase, I believe.
Ah, I see. So that was a standby phase Lancia with the big brain.
Yeah,
That
let
makes.
me just double check that. I believe that's how it
I
works.
think you're absolutely right there. Yeah.
Yes, during the main phase. Okay, so this is looking kind of crusty. Luke has the power to just go all in.
Oh, Lancia by Danique. Both
I
of them.
too am extraordinarily humble. So yeah, this is going to stun Luke as well. Artifact Lancia is such a cool card in the way that you can actually activate it from your hand like a hand trap, whereas
Yeah.
all of the other artifacts they work completely differently.
My big question, however, is why did Danique drop his Lancia? Because Lancia blocks both players out of banishing for the rest of the turn.
Uh, yes, that doesn't seem to be an issue because now it's Danique's turn again because Luke passed, and Danique can go all in. He has a pot of extravagance.
Yeah. No, I was confused about. Oh, never mind. It was the Lancia on the previous turn. Never mind.
Yeah,
You're right. You're
it
right.
all
So
happens
it's
on top.
Lancia into extravagance. No need to worry about it, and just going nuts.
Okay, let's see whether Danique can power through these two monsters and unleash his Dino strategy. Let's go. Fossil Dig's pretty good. That's
Fossil
gonna
Dick, pretty strong card.
allow him to pick up the Oviraptor.
And Oviraptor is definitely going to do some big stuff here. Terraforming first, making sure that there is a Lost World token there.
Mm-hmm.
Because, of course, that is a much safer way to play your game. The moment Lost World token is there, you can only target that, so your Oviraptor is a bit more protected.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
Here it is, his routine dig for dinosaur fossils.
Beautiful.
Now, let's hope a landslide doesn't break out. So it seems like there is no hand trap so far from Luke's side.
No, I think
Oof, adds the
that if.
Pancratops.
Wow.
Does he already
But
have the
yeah, as you
Misc?
said, I mean, he should. There it
He
is.
already has the Misc. Wow.
Ah, wow. Yeah,
Yeah, the
that's
deck is so consistent. Like you have triple Fossil Dig to search your triple Oviraptor or triple Misc.
it's so good. It's so good.
Okay, he's gonna banish the Misc. That's like 1-for-1 with extra steps. Skullmeister hits Miscellaneosaurus. That is unfortunate. But Danik is still in a pretty good spot. Even if he just has to attack over stuff and pass turn there, he still has the Pancratops to interrupt. Now the talent comes down.
It's coming down.
Draw 2 more cards.
Delicious, delicious card draw. It's the strongest 3 words in Yu-Gi-Oh! Draw a card.
It's
Fossil
another
Dig.
Fossil Dig. Not once per turn, by the way.
Not once per turn. Searching either a baby or a miscellaneous source in this case, I would say. And Giant Rex.
Rex.
That makes sense, actually. Because you're just going to send it away. You're just going to banish it with something. Probably. Oh, maybe he already has the big boy in hand, huh?
Yes, and Pill allows you to banish from hand, so he banishes the Giant Rex from the hand.
Bringing
And the
it back.
Artifact Lancia. Yeah.
Yeah.
Danik definitely gets how the deck works. There is the Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, the key card of the Dinosaur Structure deck. He's stronger than the average boss monster.
He is definitely a lot stronger than your average boss
Hmm.
monster. It can attack every monster once each.
Uh-huh.
It can make sure that everything goes face down. If it attacks something in face down defense, you deal 1,000 damage and you just send it to the graveyard. Ha! So
Hmm.
much stuff.
Yeah, the board is looking pretty good, but can he actually close the game in this turn? As I said, even if he can't manage to close the turn, he will be ending on like a Lagia or a Dolka and a Pancratops. Or he could potentially use the Pancratops to attempt to pop the token on Luke's side of the field and then trigger Lost World to send something from the deck to the grave. No, he's just gonna go
Just
to
gonna
battle.
boom.
That's damage.
There's going to be a bit more damage and then a whole lot more damage. Actually, just a bit more damage and then the token.
Yeah, something to keep in mind is that Giant Rex can't attack directly. So his line
If
of play could be Giant Rex attack the token, trigger Lost World to send a dino from deck to grave. No, he's just gonna attack it with the Ultimate Conductor and then use Lost World. So not using the effect to send, I believe. Because it's an effect that activates to send the defense monster to the field and inflict 1,000 damage. Instead, he destroys the baby Ceratosaurus from his deck.
that makes sense. Summoning something from the deck. A miscellaneous. I guess
Read
it
him
makes
and weep, boys.
sense.
Yeah, since the Rex can't attack directly, he pokes the token with it.
Goes boom,
That's
boom, boom.
26, 18, 18. And
That should do it.
yeah, that was enough apparently. So Luke scooping it up this time. We're going into a game 3. So first, both players will have the opportunity to side deck a bit more. Let's have a quick look at Danik's side deck. Oh, the Lancias were side decked, so that definitely helped him out. Since he's going second, he has a lot more cards that we might not wanna call out on stream.
We're definitely not going to call them out, but there's definitely some cards where I also say, this looks fair. This looks cool. I guess it works.
Oh, the Skullmeister that we saw Luke play was in a side deck. So both
Ah.
players are definitely drawing into their side deck cards to combat each other.
Well, that's good news because that doesn't only mean for the players that they're seeing the cards that they want to see, but also for us, we get to see some exciting gameplay.
Yeah, this was definitely a bit of a back and forth game. Both players denying each other the chance to play and set up. That's good Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I think that this was also a good example of what we discussed yesterday about Yu-Gi-Oh being a bit of footsies, as they call it in fighting game, the fighting game community, where you just rely on the perfect position where you don't want to be too close to your opponent where you get called out and you don't want to be too far away that everything you try to do whiffs. You just want to be in that perfect position, and once you're in that perfect position and you see an opening, you go in, and that's exactly what happened this game, where they didn't overextend, they just wanted to play it safe, they didn't want to
Well,
go crazy.
they couldn't really overextend due to the Lancias.
Exactly, that's fair, but hey, still.
Floodgates are good.
Oh, definitely.
It's pretty hard to imagine a game without any floodgates at all. I think they're just so integral to the current format, and they have been for such a long time as well.
Oh yeah. I think that with some cards, I wouldn't necessarily call them floodgates, even though players are calling them floodgates. I think Lancia is on the brink of being a floodgate because even though it still affects both players, you're not really going to activate it at any time where it inconveniences you. So I guess Lancia is like the first bit of lineup where you would say, yeah, that could be considered a floodgate for sure.
It's a one-turn floodgate,
Yeah, exactly.
as opposed to cards like Rivalry of Warlords, Summon Limits, that sort of stuff.
Vanity's ruler.
Yeah, in some ways it feels more fair than continuous floodgates.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, here we are for the also important game number 3. Luke will be the one choosing who starts this one. And that's a bit of a predicament, actually, because Dinos is typically going second strategy.
Virtual World, not really sure how you can run through a dino board at going second. I mean, there is ways, but maybe Luke is thinking about what if Danik has his go first inside deck? What if he does? I would personally take the risk here.
Let's see who has the initiative. Uh, by the hand motions, I would think that Luke chose to start the game. Yeah.
Normal summoning a Lulu definitely implies going first, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Gamma! There we go.
Oh,
That's a good start. That's definitely a good start.
didn't have the driver in hand.
That's a surprise. Oh, Lao Lao.
Luke has
Rough.
another extender. Yeah.
Not just any extender, he has Lao Lao. So he can
Which
send a Ping Long, and he now has a targeting graveyard to revive.
mm-hmm. It's the debris dragon.
Yep. There it is. Qinglong to graveyard. 2 monsters on the board.
Yep.
And this is what we talked about during one of our previous matches, where Virtual World doesn't really care about certain hand traps, because depending on your hand, you're like, oh, I'll just play around it, or I'll just play through it, or in this case, maybe he even baited it. Like he said, okay, you're probably gonna play some gammas, and if you do, I'll have the setup. If you don't, I'll have the setup anyway, but with some bigger steps. He didn't need the bigger steps because hey, there was suddenly a monster in grave.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here how Luke chooses to proceed. Looks like he's thinking. Camera didn't freeze.
No, he is still thinking about his stuff.
He has
Declaring Lulu.
he has another monster. Did he open like 4 virtual world monsters?
I guess so. That is a strong opening if I've ever seen one. He's probably going to send Jiang Wu to clear a graveyard in this situation. Where did
Mm-hmm.
he put it?
If he only had like 1 monster, that Gamma would have been deadly. But he has plenty of extenders.
Yeah, he's going to send another Qinglong to search for the Chuchi, actually, instead of sending Chang Wu and searching for a monster.
Well, he has enough monsters already, so better get that Chuche to set it behind True King of all calamities.
Yeah. In the meantime, we've opened another poll in chat. Who is going to win this all-important game 3? Make sure to vote. Ryan, who do you think is gonna win this game?
I think a lot depends on the other cards in Danik's hand. Like, he could have everything, he could have nothing, you know?
Definitely. I
Like,
feel like, yeah.
imagine if Danik were to have a Nibiru that comes
Ooh.
up right before. He actually does have a Nibiru.
Stop
I
calling
have,
this. Stop
I have,
predicting this.
I have tremendous psychic powers.
You've been doing this every round now, where you just say if he has the hand trap, he will do the thing, and then he has
Ah,
the hand trap, and he did the thing, and down comes Nibiru.
yeah, better have it. That Nibiru token is gonna have a lot of attack points, though.
So a pretty strong card for sure. Pretty strong token.
Yeah, and since Luke already used almost all of his extenders for this turn, I think from now on it's just gonna be Chuche Pass, right?
I guess so.
Or am I missing something? Which I probably am.
No, he doesn't have Shang Wu in graveyard, so No extending, no crazy stuff. I don't think. I think it's only 2 cards in hand. One of them being Chuchi, so I would say that's last turn. He already used Qinglong, so the one in graveyard doesn't work.
Luckily for Luke, Chuche shuffles back Virtual World cards from the banish pile, and not just monsters. He does have 2 of them banished, so Chuche is live.
Definitely live. Definitely still a very scary card.
Let's see. Luke sets 1 card and passes turn.
That's fair.
No effect from GG in the end phase. And then it starts off with terraforming.
Give you another token.
More tokens, more power, right?
Hey, token generators are pretty strong as far as I've read.
Okay, so there is the Lost Worlds. He's going to activate it immediately.
Makes sense, makes sense.
And the Lost World actually turns off the Chuche.
Right, because you cannot target anything else but the token.
Correct. So that's a niche little use for Lost World. I think that's the effect that people most often forget.
Normal summon Overraptor. He
Chain of
hasn't
1.
made a token yet, though.
Correct. So Chuche is gonna have to target the lot. No, does it have to target the token?
I don't
No,
think
it
so,
can.
because it's only dinosaur tokens, right?
Yeah,
Or
he can. No, any token. But he can actually destroy the Lost World. So it seems. I think it
fair.
prevents you from targeting anything that isn't a monster.
That makes a lot of sense, honestly. Well, that's pretty good. It's pretty strong.
Did Danik already search for Oviraptor? No, he's going into his deck right now.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it prevents targeting monsters.
Right, there we go.
So what Chuche was good for now is preventing Danik from dropping the Dino token on Luke's field, which, isn't the optimal use of Chuche, but it was good enough in the current situation.
And I feel like in this situation he didn't have much of a choice, so yeah, he had to go for it. Danique preparing for the next turn, it seems, going Overraptor into Overraptor. Thinking, oh, you're not going to have resources next turn, so I'm just going to make sure that I do.
I have Lost World on the big screen right now, and the artwork, tons of stuff is going on in there.
Oh, I know, right? Crazy.
It's almost as insane as Ojama Country. Like all of the dinos are there, and everyone's having a bad time. Like
Oh, no.
Cabazal is having a massive flu. Hyper Hammerhead is holding on for his dear life. He's not having a good time.
Oh, no.
It's Dino Pandemonium,
Dino Pandemonium.
Dino Palooza.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I do like it when the artwork of cards have some hidden gems in it. It mostly happens with field spells. I feel like, for example, Dragonic Diagram,
Yeah.
how the lore brings all the archetypes together to create masterpiece, stuff like that. Very cool.
Okay, so Danik, unable to out the massive Nibiru token, had to pass turn, and luckily he has Artifact Lancia to make sure that Luke doesn't have access to his resources, and also cannot make Chuche alive for the next turn.
Wow. That is definitely a rough turn to play.
But Chuche has Luke has another extender in hand, targeting the Chuche.
Going into Lao Lao, I'm pretty sure he already has Nyan Nyan in grave as well, so it's Lao Lao Revival level 3, summon Nyan Nyan, send something to graveyard, probably the Chuche to alter levels.
For
But this is
later.
all based already having Nyan Nyan in graveyard, because if he doesn't, he needs to get Nyan Nyan there as soon as possible first.
And he's
Qinglong,
actually sending Qinglong, yeah.
interesting choice because he already had it on the in the graveyard.
The Nibiru token, I believe, is level 11, so not really any opportunities for synchro summoning with that one.
Do you know if Chuchi alters levels of any monster on the field or specifically virtual worlds? Because I think it has to be virtual worlds, right?
Oh, right. That's a good question. Chuche, let's have a look at its level alteration effect. I know it can also decrease levels.
Yeah, it can either increase or decrease by 3.
Is that Ptolemy M7?
Uh,
Detaching 1 to add Lancia back?
yep,
Oh, he
sure.
had his own Lancia. That's why Danik's turn ended. Yeah. It has to be a virtual world monster.
Right, that makes sense. The Nibiru token attacking for lots and lots of damage.
Yeah, it has at least 5,000 attack points, I believe. It tributed like 3 virtual world monsters and the Gamma and the Driver as well.
Right. Then Nibiru also dying to Ptolemy M7. And there's the Zeus.
Yep. Good old Zeus.
Oh, what a bad boy.
And yeah, he's once again showing the Lancia that he searched, dropping
And
in his standby phase.
Yep.
Oh. Things are
Oh,
not looking amazing for Danik.
oh my days, that is very oppressive.
Okay, summon Oviraptor. Danik is determined to keep playing the game until the very end.
Definitely. He searched it last turn. He already said, like, hey, I'm pretty sure that you don't have any resources. He was wrong on that one because clearly Luke was able to end on a Zeus, but he searched the Oviraptor so he could at least have his turn. Ash Blossom on the Oviraptor. Woo!
Yeah, that is enough. Danik has seen the writings on the wall.
Good game, well played. Is this a saying that I've been missing out on, by the way? Because both you and Kai have been saying it throughout the...
I think it's a phrase that was popularized by Oliver German,
Ah,
who often used it in YCS streams. I don't know whether it's something he invented or whether it's an actual part of speech in English.
I see.
I'm actually gonna look that up. That's
Seeing the writings on the wall. I guess it sounds like a saying for sure.
a phrase recalling an Old Testament story about Daniel.
Ah,
Dan, what have you been up to?
I guess that's fair then. Already been seeing the writings on the wall.
Apparently, when the king or the pharaoh, I believe that would be, held the Jews captive in the land of Babylon, a mysterious hand appeared writing on the wall of the king's palace.
Ah. The more you know. Every day's a school day. That's pretty interesting.
But when I hear the phrase "see the writing on the wall," I immediately think about Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, where there's writing on the wall that the chamber has been opened. That's what I instantly think of.
Oh, whenever I think of the chamber's been opened, I just think of the professor running into the lunch hall.
Oh, Troll in the Dungeon.
Yeah. Oh, Troll in the Dungeon. Yeah, you're right. My bad. See, I am terrible on my Harry Potter lore. I'm pretty sure that's the reason we have you, because I'm pretty sure you're also a pro Quidditch player, right?
Oh, I used to play years ago, but I eventually quit because, having a job and life gets in the way. And it was really bad because real life Quidditch is actually a super cool sport. Would have loved to keep playing, but yeah, it just wasn't feasible anymore.
That's fair. I mean, I'm not gonna even try because it looks way too intense for me. I'm definitely not an athlete. I'm not very.
It's
I'm not.
basically rugby with extra steps.
You already lost me at rugby. I'm gonna do some stuff on a treadmill. That's about it. That's as far as I can get.
I used to love that. Going to the fitness gym and working up the sweat.
Oh,
No.
remember when public locations like that were still open?
Ah, remember outside?
I don't. This is all I know.
Uh,
Yeah. But it's a good thing we have playing cards to keep ourselves entertained. So we at least have something to do, and that's very nice.
yeah, definitely. I instant at the start I wasn't really sure about is remote duel something for me, but then I played in the first extravaganza, and that went really well actually. And since then I've been playing the locals at uh, several shops, and I've been doing so every week. So if you guys haven't tried remote dueling and you are hesitant to try it, just contact your locals and see if they are doing events, and that should be fun.
Yeah, yeah. In my experience, it is a lot of fun. I don't know what it's like in other countries, of course. For me, I mostly play Dutch remote duels.
Hmm.
And the Dutch players just adapted a very casual and fun attitude towards it, especially now that Back to Duel is going to be a campaign
Oh yeah, yeah.
with the challenges. Like our Discord server has already been building so many crazy deck ideas regarding the Highlander deck where you have to play
Oh
60
yeah.
or different monsters, then the 60 card deck and like all that stuff. And then for the ultimate challenge, you have to do all of that combined. So no extra deck, 60 cards and Highlander, so only different monster names. Whew.
Uh,
And then you
I
beat the top three with that.
I'm not even a Monster Mash player, so those decks don't immediately appeal to me. But there's a few challenges that I can see myself going for, like the Forbidden One challenge.
That's the no extra deck, right?
Is it? I assumed the name is Forbidden One. You have to play Exodia. I don't know.
No, no, yeah. Wait, let me look this up right now because now I'm very curious about what they're called. Because you might actually be absolutely right. Let's
Uh,
see. Back to Duel. So Forbidden One is no extra deck. Yeah. So
oh,
Forbidden One, you one
I
point
thought.
for each single local. No extra deck, 5 points. Highlander is you get 5 points and it's all monsters. Then 60 card deck is 5 points for a new deck at locals.
Hmm. Well, I'm gonna assume that the challenge that is named Forbidden One and has no explanation is just play Exodia, right?
Play Exodia.
But you can only do it once.
Rough stuff. Once a month, I think. Yeah.
I could dust off my old Exodia deck and see how many people I can anger with the Forbidden One.
I mean, you would definitely get me tilted. Not even for playing Exodia, but the moment you resolve it and you say, "Hey, I have all 5 pieces," I'm just wow. There was this friend of ours who, when we would play free for all games where it would just be everyone against everyone,
Hmm.
he had the mental game of free for all down to a pinch because he realized very quickly that when you're playing free for all, you're not playing the optimal deck. You're not playing Yu-Gi-Oh. You're playing politics, the card game. So he had cards like Patrician of Darkness, and he was playing Jackpot 7. And
Oh,
whenever
interesting.
like we saw the first Jackpot 7 hitting Banish, we would just all panic because we know like the moment the first one goes down, he has some weird setup to get all of them there.
Yeah, so some people at locals way back in the day used to play a format that was basically 80,000 life points Yu-Gi-Oh! And their decks were quite special as well. Of course, they were playing Ancient Leaf in triplicates, and then stuff like there's this zombie that when it's summoned, its attack points become half the opponent's life points. Endless Decay, that was
Oh,
it.
Endless Decay, yeah, 40k
So
attack is pretty strong.
if they ram into Pyramid Turtle, that's instantly a 40,000 beat stick coming out.
Yeah, pretty nice.
Ah,
I like it when locals like create their own fun formats for players to do after the tournament, because I don't know what it's like with you, but when we're done with locals, we're not just immediately going to say, "Well, that's it. See you next week. Bye." We're just going to sit around, have some fun, crack some packs, trade a bit, and then of course we're going to play some more because that's what we're there for. And I feel like every locals has their own different way of creating a rule set to say, "Hey, this is what we're going to play after the tournament." Where with us it was a free for all, with you it was like the 80k life points, and that's very fun to hear about.
Yeah, after locals ends, the thing we always did was getting food together, and I miss that a lot.
Oh
Like,
man, getting
like
food together.
we're in the city center, so there's like 10 different really good food places that we, switch between, and it's always a bit of a fight to decide where to go.
What's
Do we
that
go
place called?
pizza? Do we do? Uh, which
I
place
think
are you
it's
talking
called,
about?
yeah, in Belgium. I think it's their logo is a big Q. Is it just called Q?
Quick, it's called.
Oh, quick. That one's pretty nice. They have some pretty good burgers, right?
They're disappearing quickly. I think they were bought out by Burger King, so
Quick is disappearing quickly. Well, that's a shame.
uh, I'm not really a burger man, unless it's like the really good burgers. There's next to in the street of the YCS Utrecht there's a place
Hmm.
called Ruig, which is Dutch for
Oh
rough
yeah,
or rowdy, and they have insane burgers, and they have so many different kinds of beer. It's amazing. It's an amazing place.
we very often went there for a judge dinner, and my favorite pastime activity while we were eating there is have the foreign judges try and pronounce the place of the name or the name of the place. Just say, "Hey, it's called Ruig. Can you try and say that? Come on, you can do it." So much fun.
Yep. What's your favorite YCS city that you've ever been to?
Favorite YCS city? That's a good question. Oh,
Chat,
I
what's
would.
your favorite YCS city? Tell us in the comments.
Yeah, that's a good question. In the meantime, I'm gonna answer and say that for me, it's probably either Bochum or Prague,
Oh,
because Bochum was the very first YCS I attended as a player, and we were in this weird hotel that was like 2 hours away from the venue, and we didn't have a cab, and we didn't have driver's licenses, so we had to walk. Um, but like the first day, there was this football match going on very close to the event venue of YCS Bochum, and I was walking to the venue, and I found some football players while I lost the way. And they brought me there. They were very nice. They taught me a lot of German terms like Pinkelpause, which is the funniest word ever, in my opinion. It's not just the funniest German word ever; it's just the funniest word ever in general because of the way it sounds. It means
uh-huh.
quick pee break, if you want to know. But Pinkelpause, it just sounds so cute. I had such a great time there.
Okay. Guys, round 7 is coming up very shortly, but we are just going on a quick Pinkelpause. So we will be seeing you guys in a bit.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to round 7 of the Irish Remote Duel, where you can still win a PS5 if you win. Now, Kai, how are you feeling?
I'm a little bit exhausted after like 5 rounds of commentating, but now I'm back and I'm really, really excited because we have a very, very nice match coming up. We are seeing Lyric Lust, the Lyric Lust deck that is being reinforced by the Tri-Brigade cards, again piloted by, just 1 second, by Jamie Hunter, who is facing a very well-known player, Herman Hansen, who is piloting a virtual world deck. And yeah, I think everybody should know Herman Hansen by now. He has been to Worlds in 2019, I guess, where he took top 8, I guess, with playing Thunder Rings. He topped the World Championship qualification in EU that same year with also World Shadow Thunder Dragons, going to the top 4. And that year as well being the winner of the the Swedish national championship by playing Solomon Grades. So he has very, very many titles under his belt. Very well known and well-rounded player, I suppose. He has switched to Virtual World because Thunder Rings aren't that playable right now. Colossus 2-1.
Right.
And yeah, he's facing the Lyric Lust Tri-Brigade deck that I just got the decklist in. How are you feeling about this?
I'm feeling really good about this because Herman is immediately showing that he's a force to be reckoned with. He's showing no mercy. The moment Lancia came down, he immediately, as you saw, said, you know what? I'm not going to care about Lancia. I'm going to call by the grave that, and I'm going to do my combo. And as you see, he got Lily down, he got Nyan Nyan down, and now the Lulu as well. He is doing everything he needs to do to get the Unbreakable board set up. Kowloon for the Chuchi. Yeah, that's everything. In the meantime, I do like that Herman is also flexing with his World Championship sleeves. Red for the main deck, blue for the extra deck. Very crisp there.
Yes,
Very nice.
they look very, very good indeed. Now, how does the Lyric Lust deck play through full combo Virtual World board? Can they even do they have the ability to do so, or do you think they just scoop?
I think game 1 you don't really have stuff to go through a VFD. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure
Means,
that yeah, this is if we see
go
VFD.
ahead.
Yeah, if we see VFD and Chuchi, which is what it's going to look like right now, then I feel like Lyrilusk is just going to scoop. Lyrilusk is very explosive. I'm going first. So the moment you win the die roll, you set up a unbreakable board yourself by making sure that you drop a barrier statue. You drop some other stuff to protect your barrier statue. 9 out of 10 times, there's also going to be an Appaloosa there with at least 3 counters. And then, of course, a Link Karibo to protect your barrier statue as well, or maybe even a Tri-Brigade Rendezvous. If you play that, that's a new card from Blazing Vortex. You can banish it,
It does.
protect your linked monster. So, yeah. Going second, however, in game 1, rough stuff. Definitely a challenge.
Yeah, there's only the Psyframe Gear Gamma that could potentially hit the VFD once it's activating in the standby phase.
That's
So
gonna
there's
be
that.
Do we see?
But like,
yeah.
aside from that, there isn't really anything. Like, he mains double impermanence, which I think is kind of a weird thing to do, but he has done well with it so far. So who am I to judge? But yeah, so the Gamma, as far as I can see it, is his only out, right? But yeah, there's he's already picking up his cards. Like, he doesn't really even want to see the 6th card. But this also means that Jamie now has the advantage of like, he knows what Herman is playing, but Herman doesn't know what Jamie is playing. So
that is definitely true. So I think that scooping was the right call here, just to make sure that he doesn't run into anything regarding other hand traps that will enable, for example, if he would be scared about a triple tactics talents revealing the information or anything else, he's just gonna say, you know what, I'm gonna give it to you. We're just gonna go to game 2 and we'll see what happens. I'm pretty sure that going to game 2 is also an implication of being very confident and saying, hey, the moment I go into game too early, I know I have the side deck cards to stop you, so I'll just do that instead of watching you.
And I also think that it really shows that like Jamie really knows that what his opponent is playing and what he's going to end on, because we know that he probably ends on 2 VFDs, so like even a gamma isn't enough to play through that. So this is probably why he scooped up, and this, I think, signals Herman that he's playing against a very experienced player, or at least that he knows that he played against a virtual player before and knows their combos inside out.
Exactly. Now the biggest question is, will we see the barrier statue hit the board in time? Because of course, with the barrier statue, if you don't open it and you don't want to open it conventionally, you have to get it out via our big bird, Simorg. However, the moment people see Lyrilisk right now, they're going to be very patient on their hand traps, because if they don't see an Appaloosa and it's just going to be a Simorg, then the barrier statue is not going to come out, obviously, because you always play a billion hand traps in this format. So
Yeah.
as long as they don't get to the Appaloosa and they have to be forced to go into the Simorg immediately for the barrier statue, they just probably won't see it.
Yeah, talking about side decks, like there's a lot of like hand trap stuff going on in Herman's extra decks, side decks. So yeah, he has the potential to really draw into his side deck and potentially stop the Jamie from establishing his board, which would be a pity, because I really want to see what this Lyriclast deck is able to produce.
I really hope that he's going to show you, because personally it's one of my favorite decks right now. Tri-Brigade is such a fun archetype. It does a lot of weird stuff, I would say, and that's exactly why I like it so much. The Fractal, however, is going to be added.
Oh my god.
Oh, will we see Omega? That's the question.
Yeah, he plays it in the extra deck, and I think if he didn't side it out, I think we should be able to see it. This is really good, because now Herman has only 3 cards to start his turn with, and he can still combo off, or he can use the 2 bodies on the field to link summon into something.
Sure.
Yeah. So Fractal is going to send the Neville from deck to graveyard.
Neville is going to search. I'm pretty sure it searched the Karos right there, if I look correctly, and if not, it probably searched the kits. The magic here is that you preferably have both in hand to go off.
What is Kit doing? It's a new card from Blazing Vortex. What is
It is a new card from Blazing Vortex, yeah. So Tri-Brigade Kit on the field, it has the effect of every other Tri-Brigade monster. It is a level 2 fire beast. And when it's sent to the graveyard from anywhere, you can send another Tri-Brigade card from your deck to the graveyard. So you can either choose to send another monster to the graveyard so you can link summon more easily, or you can send, as I said, the Rendezvous that we talked about earlier. You can even say, if you play Tri-Brigade Oath, you can go for Oath. In the meantime, we see that he searched
Omega.
Kit. He is Omegaing. Rolling a 4, I think. Yeah. And there it goes.
Monster.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it depends on, of course, on the rest of Herman's hand and what now Jamie is going to produce with this board. Kit comes down now.
Kit is coming down. Gonna use the effect most likely for Harpy. That makes sense. Into the bird. Kit effect is gonna go off. Send stuff to the graveyard.
Okay, Jamie's playing so fast as well. Like I'm barely catching up with him. So he now summoned the Dark Simoth bird.
It is more, yeah, and then it can summon from the deck depending on how many free spell and trap slots are open. Instead of the barrier statue, however, he is summoning Apex Avion. So the Apex Avion is basically a free Omni Negate, and it cannot be targeted right now. It's protected by Simorg because Simorg is pointing to it. So
okay.
that's some fair stuff.
But that's just one negate, right?
It's just one negate, but sometimes that's all you need. In the meantime, however, Herman is activating Kowloon and is not going to be stopped by Apex Avion. So I feel like Herman is going to have a pretty alright time.
I think so. We've seen all these virtual world combos all day now. There's no hand trap, hand trap right now that could potentially stop Herman. So, do you think ending on the Apex Avian instead of the barrier statue was the right decision?
I think against
Crow.
virtual worlds. In the meantime, Crow, yeah, nice. But as I wanted to say, against virtual worlds, I think it's a better option to go for Apex Avian instead of the barrier statue, because the barrier statue only protects against anything that is not wind. However, with virtual world, half of your deck is still wind, so you can make some stuff. Make Stardust Charge Warrior, because Stardust Charge Warrior is a wind. You saw that in this situation, there was no Linkuribo setup, there was no rendezvous in the graveyard, so you could just run over it with Stardust Charge Warrior and then do your entire combo anyway.
Okay, so it was a good choice by Jamie.
Sure.
Okay, so now he's going to to bounce back the Avian to negate something. I didn't quite catch what he was trying to negate.
Definitely something. I think Qinglong, because I see that Qinglong is now banished too. So I would say it's the Qinglong that's being negated so that he doesn't search, and I guess that's a pretty good call. Even though Chuchi is now live, I would much rather have a Chuchi being live and popping one card instead of a Qinglong enabling an entire combo.
So this was the right moment to intervene in the virtual world combo, or is there is a better moment to negate something?
I think the Qinglong was a pretty good call. I would personally not think anywhere later in the combo would be a good moment, because if he would have had Qinglong resolve, he would just have so many different routes he could take as a virtual world player that I think Qinglong was the biggest bottleneck that you needed to stop here. In the meantime, in chat, you can once again vote on who you think is going to win this match. I see that most people so far are thinking virtual world. If you think about Bird Up, hey, feel free to vote it. Let's see if you're right.
Yeah, who are you voting on? To maybe give
I am 100% biased, because my heart is saying Lyra Tri Brigade because of the Tri Brigades.
Yeah, and I feel like I would say this as well, but Heart says Localist and Head says Virtual World. But I think that Herman has seen enough and he's picking up this card. So we are going in a game 3, which means that now it's 1-1 and like we are on the bubble, meaning that if whoever loses this has no longer the chance to enter top 8 and is out of the tournament. And I think this is very, very exciting, because you know what's on the line. It's a PS5. You don't get that anywhere like right now. So very, very exciting.
There's no way to order it, so you just have to win it right here. So this,
yes,
as Ryan quoted Lithium before, I'm gonna do it again because I feel like no situation other than this one perfectly describes that all-important game 3.
Yeah, you're right. There's so much on the line right now, and I think the other players getting nervous. I don't think that Herman ever gets nervous. Like he's such a high class player that I don't think that this is kind of factor. Even though even he's like now that he's featured, being featured doesn't impact him at all. On the other hand, Jamie, I didn't recognize his name, so I don't think that he's that well known to being like featured and being talked on and stuff like that. And sometimes this can get to you as a person. Sometimes it really gets to you, and you do weird mistakes, like maybe you side the wrong cards because you're expecting your opponent to let you go first or something like that. So this might come into effect right now. Or do you think that Jamie is just that cool badass who's just going to stomp Herman out of the tournament now?
I mean, he's playing Tri Brigade, so of course he's already very, very cool. Like, he's the coolest kid on the block. But yeah, as you said, like Herman, he's been to Worlds. I've seen him at Worlds. He didn't even sweat a single bullet. He was just a cool guy about it all. He knew he was there, and that's all that mattered to him. So I'm pretty sure this is a pretty similar penis situation, I guess. And then, as I said, Tri Brigade, so you're cool. You're fine. No need to worry.
So who's cooler?
That's the question, and I feel like there's only one way to find out. and that is through a duel.
Oh my god, I'm so excited. Also, the side deck, like now, Lyric Last, they will have to go second probably, and they do main deck they do side deck the Nibiru's or the Dark Ruler No More and the Draw Knockbirds. So there are cards to stop the Virtual World from coming off. But yeah, is that enough to carry Jamie through? The question, but he starts with an Desires and that gets met with an Ash Blossom. So either Herman didn't really.
Again! 2 games where he goes first. He just opens Call of the Grave.
Oh my god, Herman, do you have it under your map? Are you kidding me right now? Oh my god, I would be so pissed. Insane. Really.
Just
really
showing how
insane.
good he is of a Yu-Gi-Oh player.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that. Sometimes you just have everything you need, and my god, are you kidding me, Herman?
Very nice. Very strong. Looking through his banish to see if some relevant cards have been banished.
What are relevant cards?
Setting and passing. I guess he was very reliant on Zhang Wu maybe for his combo, and Zhang Wu was just banished by Desires. I'm not sure.
Or he's not seeing any virtual monsters at all, which seems unlikely, but they're Fractal and there's Novel. Wow, this game, Jamie now there's nothing to stop him right now because even the trap is like dead right now, right? It can pop anything, right? So it gets added from deck to hand and getting to be normal summoned.
Lancia.
There's a Lancia.
Very good call here. Oof.
No more link summons. Like no more link summon through effects. And there's a battle phase.
Attack 700. Very strong.
Yes. But I think like Herman is down to 3 cards. Like he has 2 cards in hand and he draws a third one and 2 sets
Two sets.
passing the turn. I think that was Lancia in Herman's turn. Another Lancia.
I guess
There's a Chuche. Oh, there's a Lulu. And there's no response.
Oof. Yeah, hate to see it happen, huh?
What are the set cards going to be? I'm just curious. It's probably going to be an Impermanence and maybe a Call by the Grave. That is being set by Jamie. Really curious to see.
Yeah. Let's quickly look at the side deck. So there's a couple of options here. You could say there's some spell and trap removal there. There could be Impermanence. Impermanence is still a very popular card in this meta.
I think Cosmic would have been chained to the activation of 2J, but
Cosmic, then definitely.
Weird. So it probably is an Impermanence that's being placed in the back, or maybe even 2. That would be very, very unlucky because Impermanence doesn't really do a lot against the Virtual World deck. Maybe it can stop a Cloud Castle from activating its effect, or Stardust Warrior as well, but it's not that optimal.
I wouldn't do it in Charge Warrior. If you don't see a Cloud Castle, you just save it for when he wants to activate VFD during your turn, I would say.
Do you think we get to that point where he's still going for the VFD? He's rather going for the Zeus, right? Because he wants to clear the board, right?
I mean, regardless, that still works. That still eats infinite movements, but that's the talents.
Oh.
Shuffling back.
Because
what was that? It was a tanky.
Lancia. Yeah, it was a tanky, but Lancia had been thrown by Jamie, so that's why he was able to activate the TTT. So he's not going to die probably because Virtual World can combo through this Lancia, or am I missing something? No, they can't combo through it, right?
I don't think so, no.
No. But no more cards in the hand of Jamie, so just the 2 unknown set cards that are probably going to be Impermanences.
So it's going to be some comfortable gameplay here from Tri Brigade, I think, because at this point you would say that, okay, you're just going to make VFD, and all the speculation that I'm going to say now is based on whether one of those 2 set cards is actually an Impermanence, because the moment it is, you're just going to say, okay, I'm going to eat your VFD damage, I'm going to send Kid to the graveyard, Kid is going to go off, I'm going to send Nerval to the graveyard during your turn, it's going to be bounced. No, he's going to search stuff back. That makes way more sense.
He's going to, he's going to add back the Lancea, but it's impermanence,
There it is.
So yeah, lucky Jamie, because another Lancea, I don't think that he could have played through that. So impermanence really saving his day for the moment.
Definitely. Coral Dragon. Is he going to use the Coral Dragon effect to pop Kit or pop the other face down? Another impermanence.
It's another impermanence. Yeah.
Both were terms. Attack.
But now this opens up the effects of the Tri-Brigades and Grave. Like they can ring some now. So Jamie is not really dead, no? Right. So
Not at all.
He could
He's
still...
going to Nerval, and Nerval's going to search either Fractal or Kairos, probably a Fractal, and then you have your next turn up ready and willing again. There we go. That's the Fractal and ready to play again.
Oh, it's such a close match. You love to see it in a game 3 on the bubble. This everything we can expect, I guess, or like each deck's being stopped in their tracks and then still being able to combo off somewhat decently. Like Herman ending on an M7 and a Coral Dragon. So these are kind of decent attack values as well. So they pose a threat, definitely. And also, again, the Virtual World Graveyard is loaded by a lot.
Now, who is going to get rid of the Zeus, though? That's a good question. That's where it gets tough. Because you don't want to just normal summon anything at this point. If you don't have a Kairos in hand, if you don't have... I'm not sure what the Lyrilusk is called. He's just going to normal summon Zeus. Oh, no. What? He has to have a magical hand. He has that one card needs to be game-changing for him to just so confidently normal summon Fractal.
I know he passed. Did he pass back again, or no?
No, I don't think so.
Coral Dragon draws him a card, right? When it's gets sent to the graveyard. But now he passes turn.
Exactly.
Now he passes turn.
Wow.
But what were his options even?
I don't think there were any if he didn't have the Kairos. He only had 2 cards in hand, so not even Kairos would have worked there. I think if he top decked a Nerval, maybe he could have done stuff, but I don't think that would have been strong enough. So sadly,
I think there's wraps it up. Yeah, it wasn't draw top deck, not enough for Jamie here, and Herman Hansen just the way he is, I guess, with the Caught by the Grave on the Ash Blossom on the Pot of Desires. Sometimes it is enough. Like there's not enough follow up by the Lyricless player. Unfortunate.
It was a crazy back and forward, though. Crazy interaction.
It was, yes.
Especially
the double impermanence. The double impermanence draw, I guess, broke his neck because there was just no follow up, and he was kind of stuck with those 2 impermanents in the back row. Okay, it saved his next turn, but like it didn't advance his play in any shape or form. And I think that maybe the permanence in the main deck is just the wrong call for today's metagame.
I guess so. Right. So in the meantime, what did you play a bit of Tri-Brigade?
No, but I have ordered all the Tri-Brigade cards last week, I guess, from a friend of mine. So I just need to pick them up because I really wanted to try it. Zodiac Tri-Brigade, and to see what kind of bots they are able to build up. If not, I don't. Wait, they work in an interesting way because we haven't really seen like link summoning from the graveyard yet, because that's what all the Tri-Brigades do, right? They link summon by using their graveyard as a resource. I think that's very interesting, and it potentially could get very strong in a future format maybe. But I think that right now they kind of suffer that all the cards that really hit cards in the grave, like the best decks in the room, Drytons and Virtual World, are like decks that just die to any like Lancea or DD Crow, and it kind of sucks for the decks that also get hit by that. And I think that Tri-Brigade is a deck that gets hit by Lancea, as we have seen. Lancea, they just pass a turn, and I think this is one of their biggest weaknesses right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. I wholeheartedly agree with you. In the meantime, we
Yeah.
are going to go to another table in a few moments. We are going to look at
We
players by Aaron Dijvenbode and Arthur Milligan as soon as we're ready.
Yes, they are piloting. Marin is piloting a pure Eldritch variant, and Arthur is playing a Triton variant. So I don't know which game we are on, but I would assume that this is already the third game, considering how much time has passed already. And we can see like the Eldritch player summon out the the Eldritch of the Golden Nord, and this wraps up this game, I guess. Eldritch very frightening, I guess. I don't know if this is a third or second game, so we will make sure that we get that information for you guys.
Let's hope
at
it's
home.
the second game so that we still have
Yes.
something
to
in
talk
game.
about. Yeah.
Because if we're just going to look at the end of a game, that's going to be it. But I see Marijn looking at his side deck cards. So either he's going to side back because the game ended, or he's going to side in and he knows exactly what he needs to side in. By the motions,
And do you
looking
have
at
this?
it looks like he's still
Do you have
siding.
the? Do you have the deck list ready to maybe see into the players' settings?
I can take a quick gander for sure. There we go.
We'll do the same. So
from a right hand, it's definitely plenty of options against against his opponent. He knows what to do against Drytron. He has a I wouldn't call it a teammate, but Marijn is getting pretty popular on YouTube nowadays, and he has a streaming partner on Twitch. And his partner plays a lot of Drytron, so they just
he
Marijn
knows the inside out of the deck.
everything, the smallest details.
Yeah, that's a very big plus side for you if you're like facing a tournament where the stakes are that high. And I think that with Triton being the meta call today, this really boosts your ability to play versus the deck.
Absolutely. In the meantime, looking at Arthur's side deck, yeah, I mean, plenty of options against Eldritch as well, but depending on whether you go first or go second, it might be subject to change because there is plenty of options here to remove some Eldritch cards, but they really are dependent on going first or going second. So I'm not sure which are going to be side in.
Which are like what are the cards you side out in as an Eldritch player? Like which cards are like suboptimal versus the Triton matchup?
It's a good question. I don't really want to say it out loud because I don't want to make sure they get stream sniped.
Okay, that's a good call. Like maybe wait until they have started the round.
Until they've started the round until they finish siding. Yeah, for sure. In the meantime, Marijn also being in chat, so it's good that we're not calling out cards right now. He's chatting out his own playmat, so that's some top quality stuff.
Yeah, I'm very happy that that we didn't spoil any of the side deck.
Yeah, for sure.
Good, you stopped me in the tracks.
Don't worry about it. In the meantime, oh, he's gonna turn it over. He's gonna make sure that the name is readable. Wow, what a class lad. Silly guy. In the meantime, also doing a fun little quip about siding out Ice Dragon Prison in chats. I don't know if you know the joke about siding out the Jins, but that definitely used to be a running gag.
Yes, I think I recall this situation. I think it was with the player who also wrote the book, right? King of the Game. Yeah. Yes. So he and another player had a gentleman's agreement where they decided during Necros Summit to side out the Jin that really enabled like all the stupid stuff going on. I think Jin kind of locked you out of the extra deck or from special
Just
summoning?
special summoning. Just special summoning.
Okay, so if you were able to resolve the Jin and then like you ritual summon with the Jin, you were able to win the game, and both agreed before the match started that they would side out the Jin. But yeah, our aforementioned player didn't do that, and that won him the game. And of course, that's just kind of a thing to do. But yeah, we see the game has already started while I'm talking out of the Nähkästchen, as we would say in Germany.
In the meantime, Nova coming down, special summoning, and making a Link 1. So that means that the hand might be a bit rough here. So there's probably like, yep, there we go. So fetching the Benten, because otherwise you had no choice. That's a bit more difficult of a hand, but definitely still very playable. There we go. Getting Zeta down, or Zeta, getting it down, searching a monster, then with Benton, searching another monster. Looking at the fact that you already searched Benton with your Drytron monster, you're probably gonna... Oh, you're gonna search Ultimateness! So I guess either a Herald or an Eva are gonna be found, right? Nope, a Benton. That's a very rough hand. If you have to do these kinds of searches, then you have to have a very interesting hand already.
I wish we could see the player's hand, right? But
yeah, for sure.
We're only able to assume, but now there's another Link 1 coming, another Link Revo? Or why is he going to Link? It wouldn't be like the... No, he has no access to a ritual spell, right? This is the reason why he's Link Summon Anima. Or, oh no, he's going to Link Summon the... Union Kara, right? Union Kara, right? Yeah. Okay. So he has this combo going. Yes. He's going to reveal. Okay. Probably the opponent asked, but he searched. Now Union Kara is going to activate equip something from deck to the Union Kara itself, and that will probably be the like how's Dawn Knight? Is it Dawn Knight? Is he called Dawn Knight? I think. And when he gets sent from the field to the graveyard, he gets you another search. Javier, am I correct with the line of play? So at least Dawn Knight is equipped, so I was correct until there. Javier, are you still there?
For some reason, my audio cut out. But what I was trying to say is, yeah, so what is going to happen here is you're going to use the ritual spell to send Union Carrier to the graveyard, also sending Dawn Knight to the graveyard. Then
because he's boosted by 1000 attack, yeah.
Exactly. And then because Dawn Knight is being sent to the graveyard, you can send yet another target to the graveyard, enabling even more combo. So if you need a level 1 Drytron in your graveyard to further push your combo, you do that. He's probably going to do that because he already searched for the Benten. If he can't do that, he can probably go for anything else because that's how strong Dawn Knight is in Drytron.
But he didn't had any ritual spell, I guess. That's why he passed turn, and with the so with the elixir being sent by Golden Lord, he sends himself and spell trap to the graveyard to send one card from the field to the graveyard, and I think he bricked. But now that the Union Carrier sent to the graveyard, so is the Dawn Knight by game mechanics, and he's going to trigger sending an alpha. I think so. The alpha is going to be sent to the graveyard.
And that gets built. Strong stuff.
Yeah, but also T1 and almost pass because now he has to banish the Sanguine to search for a Golden Land card.
Mm-hmm.
Going to set the Conquistador, which is not live yet.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that if he sets a Conquistador that confidently, he's either going to wait for a turn and make sure that it's something like an Ice Dragon Prison that is being set there, or maybe even something like already another Scarlet Sanguine to make sure that the Conquistador is live. Otherwise, I wouldn't see a reason to go for Conquistador in this. He's going to search the ritual spell in the meantime.
So now he's able to ritual summon.
Yep, he sure will be. And that will be very, very beneficial because he is going to need that ultimateness on board to make sure that any of those face downs are going to be stopped in time.
Ultimateness, being able to negate a special summon of a monster and or a spell trap card or monster effect even, not once per turn. You can send one fairy monster from your hand to the graveyard to negate the special summon or activation, and if you do, you can also destroy that card.
Exactly.
So a really, really strong boss monster, and there it comes, and it's like ultimateness can negate as many times as you have ammo in your ammunition in your hand, right? So you can just negate. It's such a strong monster. Being able to even like search card like the Petite Angel, who then searches another card, or the Ether, who then searches the Herald of Orange Light, who then even negates another monster effect if they somehow get rid of the ultimate Herald of Ultimateness. And yeah, as the killers pointed out, negating summons is insane. It really is. It prevents a lot of decks from even like going further than your normal summon. Like yeah, this is one of the strongest negations in the game. Not hard once per turn. Yeah.
Nope. Absolutely terrifying. In the meantime, he is going to search for Natasha and a Herald of the Orange Lights. I wonder why he's going to go for Natasha specifically. Maybe he ran out of Benton with the Manju, or maybe he just doesn't know that he can't revive Natasha if it hasn't been summoned properly. So that's something that the opponent might need to pay attention to. That's something we need to pay attention to. That's something that the player himself needs to pay attention to. Because if he's going to pitch that Natasha with Orange Light, it won't be able to come back, sadly.
Things have to be probably summoned first before you can survive them. Revive them. It's you should know that, guys.
Very
Know your
important.
rulings. But we also have a poll going on again. Like, who are you who I think is going to win? Fabio.
Who do
Maybe
I
even
think is going to win? Good question. See, right now we already see a Herald of Ultimateness being on the board safe and sound. So I feel like very often that's just where most games end. And also the Nightmare Phoenix coming down, destroying or forcing the activation of a spell trap here. It's just
is that really necessary though? Because you can negate all the spell and trap cards anyway, right?
I mean, I guess it does the same thing over here. I think in this situation, you just say, hey, either way, I'm going to get rid of it by discarding a card, so might as well just do it by popping it, right? He's going to attack with the Phoenix for 19, some solid damage, making sure he's in the lead with the life points. Is he going to do anything else, or is he just going to pass turn on a million cards in hand?
You might be correct on that number. Oh, but that's Nibiru, and that should be negated and destroyed.
Definitely.
Yeah. And there goes Natasha.
Go down.
By Nibiru. He could, in the end phase, he could try to activate the Conquistador.
Mm-hmm. Trying, but sadly, Ultimateness is once again stopping it.
Yeah, it can also negate the activation and effects of trap cards. So
cards and effects.
Oh, would or activates a spell trap card or monster effect, so he shouldn't be able to negate it. Yeah,
that is something that we need to pick up with the judges. Ultimateness. Let's quickly go to the database and double check this. Or spell trap or monster effect. That ain't great. That ain't great. In the meantime, they're still playing.
but I think he got the effect because he set the sanguine. So yeah, they already took it back.
So yeah, players already both resolved it. Nothing wrong. Look at them being good at Yu-Gi-Oh! In the meantime, panicking over nothing.
Yes.
Like they're playing for a PS5. They're not worried. They know how to play the game. Otherwise, they wouldn't be competing, right?
Yeah, but I think that us recognizing these potential mistakes is also something that adds an extra layer of protection for this tournament, because players know that we also know when there's stuff going on that shouldn't be going on, and informing the judges, even though all the players are great players, they wouldn't be in the top 8 else, or almost in the top 8. So yeah. And that's getting Ash to add even insult to injury the Sanguine, and yeah, that's enough to force him to pick up the cards.
Yep. Rough stuff. So I'm wondering whether this was game 2. Was this game 2 or 3? That's a good question. Because if it was game 3, then that just goes to the virtual world player. But if it's game 2, we're still in for some exciting gameplay, because it's Eldritch. Eldritch already always has some very exciting gameplay.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem that they are already picking up the cards to get back into the deck boxes. They're rather siding out and in again. So this means that the Eldritch player now has the opportunity to go first, and this opposes problems for the Brighton player, right?
It sure will. It sure will. If you don't go first as Drytron, you're already in a much tougher position, because you're not really good at. You're very good at establishing boards, but you're not as good as breaking boards, and that's the challenge here.
Yeah, and we've talked about this before, but the stakes are high. The players, this is the last chance to get into the top 8, I believe, because we are at table 7, and I think the winner will move on into the top 8, and the loser won't. So there is still a reason to be nervous about, because one mistake now might lead to you exiting the stage, and I think that this applies to the Eldritch player more than anything, because you are the control player, that you have to know the matchup inside out and know when to activate what card. And yeah, so this is kind of exciting.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see what is going to happen here.
Yeah, what is in the side deck of Arthur? Because now we are not allowed to say that, because the players are still listening.
We're definitely not going to say it for now.
Okay, so I will hold back.
Some options for sure. There's definitely, as I said before, there is options for Arthur to both do some stuff when he goes first against Eldritch, but also when he goes second against Eldritch. So there's options from both ends. He could even choose to side in both those options when he's unsure whether he's gonna go first or second. So there's plenty of ways that this match could go.
Yeah, I'm excited about to see. I can't wait. The players, please start the match now. I really want to see how it's going to pan out, especially the Eldritch pair. As I've said, I've ordered my playset of Eldritch cards as well, because I'm going to be a Zodiac player, just like that. Because I actually in the during this event and during this tournament, I did that. I ordered them a couple of minutes ago, because during the last round when I was pausing for a moment, because I really enjoyed the Eldritch Zodiac list that I was seeing, and I think that I was like, yeah, Eldritch isn't so bad after all. Just going to pay, I don't know, 60 euros for my Eldritch, for my Cursed Eldland playset that I should have picked up last March. But yeah, happens when you're too lazy and too cheap for that. So yeah, the players are going to draw 5 cards as per usual.
In the meantime,
yeah, this is a nice way of looking through your cards. You picked up every card by one by one and looked at it. So this is a classy style to do it. Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. That's definitely a very classy way to do that. But in the meantime, Marijn in chat calling us out on spelling his name a bit different than he is used to. Instead of spelling Marijn, we went for Marijin. Of course, Marijn not knowing that this is, of course, a Japanese version to spell his name, where we want to call him a baller or Jin. Oh! I'm just going to stop talking.
the "I will win" button has been activated and there's no response, and he just throws them onto the field because he knows there is no Ash Blossom, there is no out for you against this Dark Dragoon that is going to hit the field right now.
Oh, just quick replay of the slap, boom, boom, and there we go. That's
Yeah,
the money.
baby.
Oh,
This is amazing. I
that's
really
three.
like this.
That's 3-2. Oh my dice.
Now I can have a look if he's playing any outs. Okay.
Go ahead, do you think?
I don't think that he is playing any out.
Oh, those slaps were
Uh,
definitely satisfying. In the meantime, activating Fafnir, probably to search a Nova.
But is that going to change anything? Because you cannot unnegate the summon of Dragoon that took place last turn, even if you summon the Herald of Ultimateness, because Dragoon is just going to destroy that card, and he cannot be destroyed by card effects either. So like Orange of a Herald of Orange Light won't work. Is there any way for Arthur to get rid of this?
I'm honestly not sure, because even if he gets rid of the Dragoon, I wanted to say he has to get rid of 3 set cards, but there comes the Twin Twisters to start out, probably also to bait the Dragoon, because either Dragoon is going to negate it and you get rid of the negate, or you're going to get rid of 2 set cards.
What have we learned today? Do not negate anything that does not threaten your Dark Dragoon. Just don't, because your opponent then has access to triple tactical talents, even though there is no triple tactical talents in Arthur's deck. It still could be an out for it. So do not negate anything that does not. He is going to negate.
He is going to Dragoon, it looks like it.
I do not agree with this.
That's okay.
Are they still thinking about negating, or?
There we go.
Oh, yeah,
I'm going to the graveyard to negate the Twin Twisters. So Dragoon.
I think this should have been punished by a TTT.
I think it should be somewhat fine still, because I think that's like looking at Marijn's board real quick. He has a Dragoon, he has Cursed Elfland, and 3 set cards. So basically, whatever you do, you're just gonna search your missing piece with Elfland, and I'm pretty sure he did that. So he's gonna go Golden Boy into Hakero, or either Golden Boy into Conquistador to get rid of something on the field. But you can also just say, hey, at the moment you do anything, I'm just gonna, like, the moment you pitch Benten to the graveyard, I'm gonna go Hakero into Eldlixir, make sure I summon my Golden Boy, Hakero, and before the new chain can start, banish your Benten.
Mm-hmm. But then again, if it's not enough, it's like banishing and destroying banishing one card from your opponent's graveyard and destroying one card your opponent controls isn't enough, and your Dragoon Summoner gets outed, you will be like mad, because that was your chance to win with your Dragoon. You had the instant win button, you opened it, and then you would have wasted it. But like, okay, now we're seeing Rinkurubu coming out, and probably the Kingashu Fuji.
Kikiganashi Fucho. No, it's the attack directly.
Because now, yeah, you can go for the Zeus, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So this happens when you negate the Twin Twister. I told you.
Big yikes.
And if there's an Ash Blossom in his hand, it's probably going. Yeah, there's a Download Magician.
And there's Zeus.
There's Zeus. Now comes the Solemn Strike! Okay. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Insane. Oh, there's a reboot! There's a reboot!
Exactly, that's what I said.
I didn't realize it!
What is this?
Oh,
this is levels of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yes! Opening all the one-offs.
I'm sorry for getting loud here, but that was... Whew.
I didn't even realize it, and there are no more. He's just going to send all those face downs to the graveyard. This is what you get for negating fucking Twin Twister, bro. Like, please.
Oh, this was insane.
We're also very close to time, aren't we? Like, we need to keep track of the life points that are being paid.
Oh yeah, but we're in the last minute, yeah, but poof.
There's 7-minute time extension still, but like his whole field is going to be sent to the graveyard with the Zeus now. This is so
That was-
exciting. I can
oh,
barely
man.
contain myself, guys.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I was gonna say, I screamed. That was the strike, the reboot, the everything.
And
I mean,
rightfully punished, so yeah, rightfully punished.
I feel like Marijn isn't too worried still because he is gonna send a lot of he is gonna send a lot of Eldritch traps to the graveyard that he can banish to do stuff
That's true.
again.
That's true.
As
That's true,
another
but-
Zeus, sure, but I mean, look at that. Just banish 3, do your stuff, and then force another Zeus. And if you don't have game, I'm gonna do my Eldritch stuff again.
Okay, Twitch chat is now asking if Twin Twister Negate or not would have not changed that much, but I disagree with this because like if you would just kept the Zeus, the Dragoon Negate, your Zeus wouldn't have like cleared your field, right?
I think the biggest fear that Marijn had was that Twin Twister was targeting the Solemn Strike, and in his mind, he had to protect the Solemn Strike for anything scary like an Ultimateness or a Zeus in this case. So I definitely understand why he wanted to say, no, I'm going to protect my Solemn Strike.
But do you think that Ultimateness is such a big threat against an established Dragoon?
I feel so, yeah.
Because what is Herod going to do? Like he can't, as I said, he can't really negate the Dragoon, and the Dragoon is just going to run over the Ultimateness. So I think that, yeah, like using the Dragoon negate there was a wrong choice, but I could be wrong.
Regardless, right now we see the Golden Boy come out. Golden Heart
Play.
being very terrifying as a presence. A mystery phase down 2. Banish Hakero in the end phase. And setting another Scarlet Sanguine, probably. There we go. Oof. My heart rate is pumping. This game is everything.
But we really deserved such a great game, I think, or?
I mean, I'm not even gonna argue whether or not we deserved it. There is Solemn
I think
Judgment.
only
These life points being paid.
Oh.
Oh.
We have only a couple of minutes left. Like I think 5 or maybe 5 minutes are being left. They got a 7-minute play extension, and we are now minus 2 minutes. So that means 5 minutes are only left.
Exactly. So I feel like 5 minutes is all you need, regardless of the side. And I feel as if Marijn is activating this judgment, saying, "Hey, if I activate judgment, hopefully I will make you end your turn there." Sadly, this was not the case, but I feel like that was the reason behind the judgment.
So let's try and trace the life points real quick, because I think that like by paying the Solemn Judgment, I think he like the Lyric class. How much attack does it have? Like maybe 100. Like the attack directly for 100.
Mistaken, so that's 2,000. Let's say it's 500, so that would be 2,000 because he also activated Solemn Strike, so it would be at 6,000 Solemn Judgment.
And he activated Cursed Elfland.
Another
Cursed Elfland.
Great.
And then the half of that.
So that would be 36.
Okay,
or 30.
So this...
20.
Okay, so he's kind of low on life points. If Arthur finds a way to get over this golden knot, it might be game over. Just because of paying life points is sometimes enough.
In the meantime,
okay.
Yeah, confirming that it can attack twice.
I'm so excited.
Oh man.
And the players are keeping like so calm actually. Like there's no okay, beside the earthquake that is happening on Arthur's sides all the time, like there's no handshaking involved, like nothing. They somehow really indicate any nerve.
Yeah, maybe the earthquake is because we see or we don't see his legs shaking, but the legs shaking the table, maybe something like that.
True.
But
Yeah.
regardless, yeah, they're looking very, very cool-minded and calm-headed.
Yeah, definitely. So Natasha is being summoned. This also poses a threat because I think both of them can get over the Eldritch, like, right? Why did he summon it in attack position though? He could have summoned this in defense and not take damage and be like rather harder to get over. Like 3 minutes are now being left. Sorry, are now left on the clock. So the players really need to hurry. But if I was Arthur, I would probably play out my turns as well, trying to get as much time as possible. Does he play the Cerberus so he can just pop the? No, he's just playing the Phoenix, which is very nice because he that forces out the back row.
He's gonna pitch the ritual spell once again, so he doesn't need it right now. He's gonna say, okay, well, in response, I'm gonna activate it, summoning another boy in defense.
But as Mist Holden rightfully pointed out in the chat that Natasha can negate attacks anyway, so it's kind of hard for the Eldritch player to now dip in damage because the Solemn Judgment has resolved and he's down quite a much. And I think did he surrender? I think he surrendered.
I think so, yeah. I think Marijn knew, hey, I know what's going on here. I know what's happening. I'll believe it.
Ooh, what a game! What an insane game! Like the judgment or the strike into the red reboot. My God, what a game! What a game!
Absolutely beautiful.
I'm a fan of this. Amazing game. Titans win over Eldritch Pure. And yeah, maybe the negate, the Dragoon negate was the wrong choice there on the Twin Twister, as I called. Why would you do this? Like, why would you negate anything that doesn't like put a threat on your Dragoon? I don't know.
Being a bit
yeah, I would really like to hear his opinion, or like his opinion about his decision to negate the Twin Twister with the Dragoon.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe he can like text it in chat, so he can give us his reasoning behind this decision, because I just can't wrap my head around it.
Yeah, crazy. I mean, he is in chat, as you said, so he can probably give his reasoning over there. But man, that was wild. I mean, I think I'm still coming down from looking at Strike getting rebooted. Like, first of all, Strike being activated, and then reboot being chained. Oof. Yeah, so the big question was here, why did you choose to yeah, so as I said, the logic there for Marijn was, hey, I want this Solemn Strike to be protected, so I want to stop your Zeus. As he proved to do, so the moment Zeus came down, he said, hey, I'm going to activate Strike. So the logic there was protect Strike.
Okay, yeah. And also, as the chat rightfully pointed out, that like the 4 material Zeus would have probably outed like the Goon anyway. But doesn't like he destroy, and like if he negates with Dragoon, like he destroys the Zeus, right? Because that's just how it works. Like, okay, just one strike. Dragoon isn't good with his strike in any way, so I was just protecting the best card, which was strike. Okay. So there's the reason behind it, and I'm also back because I don't know why, but my camera always seems to again, it's frozen again. I don't know why. Just does.
Don't worry about it. Hopefully you won't be freezing too often. Fingers crossed, of course.
Yeah, I mean the weather outside isn't really looking too frosty, to be honest.
Rough stuff. Well, in the meantime, we are experiencing a bit of technical difficulties. Luckily, you can discuss in chat what happened there, because, as I said, I am still baffled by what happened there. Game 3. That was absolutely beautiful to look at. That was insane. The reboot was just oof is all I can say about it. Just oof.
Yes. But yeah, it would have been enough for the Eldritch player here to carry home with victory, but not like that. That's feels just also bittersweet. Like to lose against a card that has been put at 1. Also, like Herman had like the previous round, he had the call by for the Ash Blossom on his Pot of Desire. So all these cards that have been limited, that have like also are, you have to say, like are really heavily debated on why they are at 1. Like people are still playing them because they are just such strong cards. Like, my god.
Very strong, and they're proving to be strong, as we saw, as you said, with Herman, as we saw in this game as well with the red reboots. It's just beautiful cards when you see them, and it's so hype. And I feel like it's also very hype because they're at 1. So with game 1 and 3, Herman having Called by the Grave, we were going insane, like, oh wow, he has Called by the Grave. Look at that. And then this match as well. Oh wow, he has the reboot. Insane.
Yeah.
Just very, very sick.
Yeah, to be honest, like I'm a bit biased towards the Eldritch player because you know, Eldritch just being kind of a, like I think on the very top end there's like a virtual world and right and close to each other, like you can have arguments for both, and Eldritch is like a bit under that because it's still a control deck, and sometimes you just open unplayable hands going second because you almost auto lose if your opponent is able to set up a strong negation board, and I think that I would have liked to see another Eldritch player in the top 8, but unfortunately not, and so his journey ends here.
I mean, still an amazing performance as far as I'm aware. Yes. That was some peak Yu-Gi-Oh! In my opinion.
Definitely. I was happy I was allowed to commentate this, to be honest.
Absolutely. So in the meantime, let's quickly look at what the decks are that we're going to see in top 8s. Because we now know that we're definitely going to see Drytron, we're definitely going to see Virtual World, as expected, of course. They've been dominating this the meta for a couple of months now, even after Blazing Vortex, because, well, of course, the Virtual World deck got support, Drytron just doing what it does, even finding new ways to build, where at the start everyone was playing Vanity's Ruler. Now, eventually, people said, hey, Vanity's Ruler, as soon as that's outed, we don't really have a board. So we either go for the Herald build or for the Megalith build, maybe even a combination of both. So they're just adapting to the metagame and adapting to each other as well. Very important. And they're just out there.
Yeah, very good point. And unfortunately, I have to report that the Dark Magician player did not make top 8. Neither did the Metal Foes player, so or the Charmer player. So no rounds to nothing to feature there. Unfortunately, I won't spoil which decks got into the top 8 match because this is none of your business. Like the players. I'm sorry, because yeah, I'm not kidding. Like you should be able to prepare yourself for a top 8 match of a tournament where the stakes are so high. This isn't like your regular locals.
Right.
Yeah, so I just won't spoil it.
That is definitely fair, but as far as I'm seeing, we're 100% in for a feast, no matter what table we're gonna choose. So it's gonna be some very high stake Yu-Gi-Oh! I said it before. I'll keep saying it for as long as this tournament is running. A PlayStation 5 is on the line. You cannot buy it anywhere else, so you have to win it right here. So players, what's up?
Yeah, I think that it's kind of unlucky for us commentators to not get a PlayStation as well. So I would really love to see one. Maybe we can talk to Daniel and make something happen. But I don't
definitely. I mean, I encourage you to try that challenge, but in the meantime, I'm happy to be here, and that's all I need. Also, some communication in the back office that we are not getting a PS5. We have to win to get that. So, as I said before, the players are here, knowing what they can win. PlayStation 5 is on the line, so very, very exciting. Man, so what do you think is gonna win the event? Like, not spoiling what's is in the top 8. Just we know 2 decks are gonna be there at least, but there's also some more decks in there. But looking at everything, Like looking at everything still, even counting Charmer and Dark Magician and Metal Foes, what do you think is gonna win?
Well, that's a very tough question to ask because, as I said, I'm biased toward the Zodiac, Eldritch Zodiac variant. I would I think that's a very strong deck because just of the like the hand trip limit that you can play is very very high, so you can stop a lot of things that are happening in combo decks. But I also think that there's strong argument for the virtual world deck as well as for Tritons because those are just very consistent combo decks that put up like very, one would say, unfair decks. Because there's like, yeah, one would say that because like Herald of Ultimateness is a very strong card, very like the tower like card again. So like protect the tower and gain resources by just discarding all your fairies. And the virtual world is just going to sit on 2 VFDs. So both decks have their arguments, and I think it comes down to who sees the side deck and who especially wins the die roll in these matchups. So I think it's going to be either Triton or Virtual World who's going to take this. Like we know for a fact that one Triton player is at least in the tournament because we saw him winning the feature maps.
Exactly. Same goes for Virtual World at the same during the same round. Herman Hansen.
So yeah, maybe it's probably one of these two decks, and I expect them both to be in the finals. But maybe there's just some crazy deck which is built to counter those two decks, and yeah, taking the PS5 away from the other contenders, and also sadly Rabio from us as well.
Yeah, so I'm very excited. There's still some very big names in there.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we have been informed that Herman Hansen didn't make the bubble, so we
Oh,
can
really?
say that. Yeah, so
Really?
one of the strongest players in the room is not in the top 8, so
Oh, wow.
he didn't make the cut, and yeah.
Okay, that's very interesting. I mean, there's still some big names in the top 8 list for sure. So there's still forces to be reckoned with, and of course, all the players that made top 8 for a reason. So that's going to be some good stuff. The question is now mostly what is their matchup knowledge like? So before you were talking about, are they going to win the die roll? Are they going to see their side deck cards? But how deep are they into not only the deck knowledge but also the player knowledge, for example? I think is a very important factor, and also mind games. Mind games are always important. People underestimate how important mind games are, and by that I mean, for example, what we were discussing a few rounds earlier, where we said, how maybe we know, maybe player A knows that player B wants to go first, and player B knows that they want to go first, so they'll go second, and they'll let them go second. But instead, because player A already anticipates player B thinking he is going second, he's going to say, okay, I know you only have go second side deck cards, so you're going to go first now.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of like these kind of games, mind games you can play with your opponent, like maybe letting him know that that he's going second or stuff like that. But I think in the end it really comes down to seeing your side deck, like seeing your Lanciers, seeing your Drolls, and maybe seeing your DD Crows and Cycle Readers. And I think that each player in the top 8 is going to know their matchups inside out. They're not going to do any like mistakes because they don't know the matchup. Like I don't think that's going to happen, to be honest. Like being able like to top 8 an event with like over 70 players, around 70 players with like so many top decks, that speaks for the players, and they really know their decks. They know what they're doing. They're not going to fall for these kinds of mind games, I suppose.
I guess you'd be right there. I guess so, definitely. Now, onto a completely different question, because I don't think I asked you this question before. But earlier, when I was casting with Ryan, someone in chat asked us, "Hey," and also to Irish Dante, "Hey, what's your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card?" And I don't think I asked you this question yet. So, can you tell us about your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card?
This is a very tough question, as you have said the first time you were asked this. I think that it's probably going to be Gizmic Orochi, because I think that it's just such a fair card, as it's its ability to just special summoning itself by the cost of banishing 8 cards isn't that steep. And I think that the other ability to banish 3 cards from your extra deck face down to pop a card is also like very notorious. And I think that Gizmic is such a well-designed card, also with the attack value of 2450 is also not too high. And yeah, it was played in August. I loved August because you could also OTK with always OTK with Gizmic and the what's it called, the ball sword. And yeah, I really like it. Gizmic is probably the best card that I really like it. I have all the secret rares and like American rarity, European rarity. I just can't talk about for ages about this card because it's always a free extender in many decks as well. There's also like the Grenmaju deck that is playing it. I really admire Grenmaju because of you can trade it in the Gizmek, draw 2 cards, special summoning it. It's such an amazing card.
That sounds pretty. That sounds pretty right. I'm pretty sure that someone also mentioned Gizmek Owachi. Maybe it was you yourself.
It was me, yeah.
When you mentioned the German name, right? So because you
Yes.
are German, can you actually please tell us the name with a proper accent instead of me butchering it?
Okay, I'm trying. I will get a copy of the card right here because cards are here. Just 1 second. It's Gizmek Orochi, der Schlangotron Himmelsschlitzer. So I know that Orochi is a Japanese name. Like you how do you pronounce it?
Yeah, Orochi. Orochi.
Orochi. Yeah. So we would say Orochi because it's or Orochi. Like the chi, we don't really know this the sound, I suppose. So this is why we pronounce this very differently and butcher this name as well. Gizmek is basically Orcus card. Yeah, you're correct, and this is why I love this card. Galatea and Dingirsu are probably my second and third most favorite Yu-Gi-Oh cards, closely followed by cards like Breaker, the magical warrior.
Ooh, Breaker is a very nice card. Normal summon gets a counter, remove the counter, destroy a spell and trap card. And then from time to time, you put even more counters on him, and people are like, whoa, you can destroy. It's because people don't realize that he's not a hard once per turn, nor a soft once per turn. He is just being dictated by the amount of counters on him. And 9 out of 10 times in GOATs, you're just going to see one counter on him and it's going to be removed immediately. But then I remember at our locals, there was this Pendulum player that suddenly Pendulum summoned a Breaker, the Magical Warrior, and he just pumped it full of counters, and he just destroyed everything on the opponent's board. And the opponent going, "Wait, isn't that once per turn?" No. Don't worry about it.
I would have liked to see a Breaker magical OTK, like with just the Breaker and like 20 counters, 6,000 attack. Like, that would be awesome to see.
Yeah. In the meantime, we are going to prep top 8. We're going to make sure that you will see the best of Yu-Gi-Oh! As I said before, PlayStation 5 still on the line. So make sure that you're hydrated. We're going to do the same thing as well, and we'll be back in no time. Stay tuned, guys.
Grind, you're muted.
Hello, guys. I had no that, but now I do. So welcome back to the top 8 of the Irish PlayStation 5 event. Of course, stuff like this would happen. So for this top 8 match, we have 2 players. Let me check their names. They are Colm Carrew, who we already saw in an earlier feature match, and Julian Strassel. I believe that's a German name.
It is, yeah. Or maybe an Austrian name as well. Strassel, L, the S and L rather sound Austrian to me.
Okay, cool. So I don't know which player is which, but it looks like they are still setting up. I don't know whether the round timer is about to start. Yes, it should have started a few seconds ago.
Yeah, and I think now we can announce what the players are playing. Julian
Aha.
Strassel is piloting a Dragon Link deck. So the first time we see Dragon Link, like for the whole duration, for today, and he's
in a
going to
full
start with
feature
the
match.
Ravine.
Whoa!
Yeah,
Ash,
that's a good draw.
Ash, Gamma, Ash.
Oh, he discards his own
Is that
Ash, and yeah, he gets ashed on that one. And this Gamma! I'm kidding! And this is his own Gamma! Are you kidding? And this
Well.
own Ash! Oh, this is unbelievable!
That
Are you
is
kidding me?
pretty good. Pretty good.
Please, somebody
Whew.
clip this. I'm about to lose my mind and all these chain links.
Calm down there, Kai.
Are you kidding me?
Whew, okay. So that does something pretty amazing for what's the guy's name? Julian, because now he has his Gamma and his driver during his own turn. I think that means he can summon the Synchro monster, right?
At the Omega, yes, and he can loop another card out of Colm's hand.
I was talking about the Chaos Ruler, the Chaotic Magical Dragon.
Yeah, okay.
It's a
But,
tuner plus
that's
non-tuner.
huge.
Yeah, and he does bring it out, so he gets to mill 5 cards from the top of his deck. Whew. Okay. Oh, he can have the White
So-
Dragon if he wants to, the Wyver Burster, or Noctovision, I believe it's called, which is probably
Mhm.
not something you want to add, but that Wyver Burster is looking pretty good.
It is. These mills certainly like you don't want to really mill the World Legacy Guard Ring, obviously.
No.
But I think like this sets up your board quite someplace. Yeah, he's
I
going to
think
sort
he
it out.
is going to grab the
He has-
Noctovision Dragon. Okay. Oh, because the Chaos Space is sent to the graveyard as well, so he could put back the Wyver Burster if he wants to.
Yes.
Does that mean he already
Synchro,
has
yeah.
the Dark? I don't know.
Dark one.
Here comes
There's a
Tracer.
Rocket Tracer. Odd. Pink one. Striker.
Striker Dragon.
I also think that the Ravine was a great Ash bait because he had everything. Like,
Yeah.
really well done.
The problem is the Gamma is still in the opponent's hand, and I believe it's not once per
Yes.
turn, so he could try to activate it again.
Yes, but I think that Julian is well aware of this. So the boot sector launch is going to be added, but even then, he's still like he has an established board already. Like I know that the Chaos Ruler doesn't really have that much interaction during the opponent's turn, but it's still a decent card to have on the field. 3,000 body, pretty good.
And
So
maybe if he can grab his level 1 tuner, he could go for the Abyss, the level 9 synchro.
and further, now I don't think that you can negate the Gamma then because you can only target the face-up card on the field.
Face-up card on the field, but
yes,
it still presents some form of interruption.
True.
Let's see how he decides to play it out.
But he has something to say.
Lancia in the main deck.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good meta call. To it hits, it hit Virtual World, it hits Triton. It's a good matchup. Yeah, and but now we know that also know. Sorry, Ryan. Yeah.
Oh no, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, we now know 3 cards out of Column's hand, because we know that there's still an Gamma lurking in his hand. Lancia is gone, and the Ash Blossom is gone. So meaning that he is down to only 3 playable cards on his turn when he draws. And there's already like the Heretic Seal staring, opposing quite a threat, and there's still the Boot Sector launch ready to make a follow-up.
He's thinking about sending his Dragon Ravine to the graveyard and activating the Boot Sector launch. Yep. Does look like that's the play. Specials the Tracer.
Activates the effect. Targeting the Tracer. And there is the Gamma. It has been lurking. But that's gone for now, so he can't really negate the Heretic Seal on his turn. It would be a hard thing to do because you need to control something for a Heretic to bounce, but
yeah. So
is this interruption enough?
Depends really. Really depends on Colm's hand. Like if it is a pretty standard hand, like setting up one of your spells and having a monster as an extender, you could kind of prevent the opponent from going off completely, but it's all going to depend. It's very finicky.
You need to banish them, right? End phase, like banish your Gamma and Driver, please. Why is he switching them to attack position? Because I think didn't Colm just drew a card?
Oh, did he?
Wait,
did
what?
Did Julian bring back the Rocket Tracer and activated it during Column's turn?
Oh, this is possible. Yeah, but then he wouldn't be able to switch Gamma to attack position, right? Because it was summoned that turn.
Lancia prevents them from getting banished, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Okay.
True, yeah. There's some
Thank you,
okay.
Fikilas.
Yeah, okay. My god.
Well, that is niche. That is interesting.
Yes, but it comes up in these matchups.
So the Heretic Seal brings out the Dragon Maid, the Chamber Dragon Maid.
Chat is going wild.
The Chamber Dragon Maid adds the Dragon Maid Tidying, the trap card. And yeah, here we do see the Kowloon coming down to activate Chuche from the main deck.
Yes. I'm interested in whether or not Colm is able to like push for game this turn, or he sets like obviously he's going to be in a way much better position than Julian, because he is going to have to play through an established VFD already.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of tough.
Yeah, curious to see whether he can play through a True King of All Calamities if it comes down. Let's see, the Lulu hits the field, adds from deck. That is Lily. Lily is going to hit the field by ditching a spell card, another Qinglong in the graveyard. And it sends a, which one is that? Is that Nyan Nyan?
Let me it's Nyan Nyan.
Yeah, I think it's Nyan Nyan, yeah. So banishing the Qinglong to negate a monster. No, it banishes from the graveyard to search a monster. The field effect is to banish one to negate a monster.
Yeah, you do get confused about the effect sometimes, and then again, shouts out to Ryan for his spreadsheet sheet that he did on the virtual world cards. It's really amazing. Maybe he shares it with you guys after this the stream is over.
It's thanks to this cheat sheet that I was able to differentiate them by name. Oh, we see
but there's a Gossip Shadow.
Bamboozling Gossip Shadow. I remember that card.
I think he wants to go for a very big chunker Zeus, or
but
why would you summon this?
It negates monster effects, right?
Yeah, but there is nothing that he can. Okay, I'm not the virtual world player here, so I'm just going to let let Colm do his plays. He's going through the motions, just coming off. Like we've seen this many times during the day.
But yeah, Colm is probably very much aware that Dragonlink is a deck that depends on getting the monster effects off. So if he's able to get a monster effect negator on the board, besides his True King of all Calamities, that's huge. Yeah, he's not leaving the Shen on board, which was a possible different route, but
Yeah,
he is
but
going.
Very Fun Dragon is just a win condition, so why not? Like I think that Shen is more or less something that would. Why is he not going to battle phase? Okay. Nonetheless, I think that.
Oh, he attacked. He attacked
yeah, right.
over
Yeah,
spheres with his Psy frames. Yeah.
True. Yeah. So yeah, again, VFD Very Fun Dragon is his win condition. So I don't know. Like I would probably like Shen really seems to be like the suboptimal like endboard when you get hand trapped or like Lancet, because I've seen like the virtual pro players, if they get Lancet, they are going to end on a Shen at least.
Okay, banishes the Striker Dragon and the Erratic Spheres to bring back the Chaos Ruler.
Yeah, but VFD is on the field already. It has resolved, meaning that everything is going to turn into the attribute that Colin called, and the Dark Ruler is not able to activate the effect nor able to attack.
True, but it's still board presence.
True. Yeah.
Let me
You
just
cannot be run over that easily.
check the text on Gossip Shadow. Yeah, negates monster effects by detaching 2. Well, it doesn't negate, it forces both players to draw a card. Yeah, I remember Gossip Shadow having some really niche uses in Trickstar, because you could summon it using double Lycoris, and it also enabled you to play Secret Village of the Spellcasters. It has 2600 defense, so pretty big.
It's kind of hard to run over, yeah. But you see, like, there's a VFD sitting, it has resolved, there's a Gossip Shadow, and Julian is still able to summon monsters. Like, this is not something that every deck is able to do when it's getting, when it's facing down a VFD and a Shushay even, and Gossip Shadow. So props to Julian on making these kind of plays when you'd think that all hope is lost.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's surviving one turn of True King. Is he ending his turn, or is there any more fuel for this turn?
Doesn't look like it.
It even looks like the camera is frozen. Oh no, he's still moving.
Okay.
Yeah, getting a game loss due to a disconnect in the top 8 would be dramatic. I hope that doesn't happen.
Oh, I think the I can only imagine two scenarios where where it's a worth thing to happen, like in the top 4 and in the finals. These are the times where it would be like even more dramatic than in the top 8.
I've been in the place where I had to play the finals for 2 different tournaments in one evening, and both of them I got a disconnect. So that was pretty devastating. I was not having a good time.
Did you win though?
No, I won. I lost both finals. So
that's unlucky.
I think one of them was for like $50, and the other one was for the Bonds playmat that they did for Speed Tools.
Okay, yeah.
Which is also pretty hard to get, but yeah, not for me. Not for me.
Yeah, but losing in this finals would like in the finals of this tournament would mean you're missing out on a PS5,
Exponentially worse.
which is a little bit more valuable than $50 or the Bones playmat, to be honest.
Definitely.
Yeah, so really looking forward to the finals.
Mm-hmm.
And Gamma being a level 3 also has applications.
Gamma
here, right?
is a level 2.
Because it's a level 2, okay.
Driver is level 6, which could come up, possibly.
Okay. There are ways that it could come up, yeah. Like the package in and of itself can come up, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It seems like they are rewinding a game
Arguing?
state or cleaning something up?
I mean, that can happen because there are so many effects going on, and sometimes you just lose track of it, and
Hmm.
yeah, it happens. There's a poll. There's in the meanwhile there is a poll going on, and you can vote whether or not you think that Julian can come back from this and win this game or like the other two games that are going to happen, or you think that the virtual player here column is going to be able to push through and win this game and the other one.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, right now we have 71% voting for the Dragonlance. Oh, it just went down. So
It just went down, just went up.
it's back and forth. Like chat isn't sure about this either.
But it looks like Virtual World is taking the first game. So
Yeah.
very
So-
unfortunate. Was able to get out the true king of all calamities, which is not something you see every game in Virtual World, right?
Excuse me, I didn't catch that.
I said true king of all calamities is not something you see every game.
No, definitely not. No, it's something that you can only get out if you open like a 5-card combo. And you can gamma on your turn, then you can add on VFD. We are
That
kidding, of
gamma-
course. Like VFD is, but it's still mind-boggling to me that we had like a chainlink 6 going on and gammaing the gamma. It's really amazing just because of the activation of one card. We have to remember just because the Dragon Ravine went down, discarding his own Ash Blossom, mind you.
Yeah, he had 2 of them, so easy pickings.
True. I think it's just disrespectful discarding your own.
Your own
Your
feat.
Yes. Let's now look into the deck list that both players have sent in, and maybe discuss a little bit about the side deck because players have finished the side now. Or no,
Yeah, there's a few really cool things. There's a certain card in Julian's sideboard that I really want to see come out. It's the second to last one. If you're checking the deck list with me,
yeah. Well, Julian,
we're not gonna tell you what it is, but
I don't have his deck list ready yet because I can't find his name for
outrageous.
Yeah. I have it now because it was highlighted. Thank you. Oh yeah. Second to last, good card. Interesting
If we could see
pick.
that come down, that would be cool.
It would be. I'm excited.
And
And
are
also
there
the
any?
first, yeah, and also like the usual virtual world hate that you would like see in every deck is also being present here.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, obviously. That's a dead giveaway at this point, I think. But also the one hand trap that is the fourth hand trap that is listed in Julian's deck is also kind of interesting because it didn't really see that much play at all
we
during
could
the
see
last
that coming
format.
up.
Okay, now the players have like loaded in their side decks and draw their cards. I think it's fair to say that it's like the spicy tech that Ryan was talking about was Quackimere Drago is its name.
Draco.
What does it? What
Drago.
is it? Draco. What does it do, Ryan?
If I remember it correctly, players can only special summon light and dark monsters while it's on the field. And of course, none of the virtual worlds are light or dark.
And how is he going to special summoning it out? Like, how is he going to get it out?
I think you can get it out with the Heavenly Spheres. Yeah, it can be special summoned, so no problems there. So I
Okay.
think that's his game plan. That's probably why he's side decking only one copy. Like, you don't have to draw it, you can just summon it.
Yes. Yes, that's a very very nice move. It obviously not hitting his own deck by any means because he's mainly playing light and dark cards like the Chaos Dragon, like the Chaos Dragon, but this thing that is sitting on there, which is called Chaos Ruler, the Chaotic Magical Dragon, which is a great name and also a great card because it's just generic level 8, amazing card. And there's the Dragon Maid, right? I have absolutely zero experience with the Dragon Maid, so please, Ryan, take me through this.
Chamber basically adds a Dragon Maid card from your deck to your hand when you summon her. So we just saw him add Dragon Maid Tidying. Dragon Maid Tidying, I believe, on the field has an effect that is like a compulsory escape device. So it bounces back a monster on both sides of the field, but the
Mhm.
graveyard effect allows you to banish it to special summon a dragon mate from the graveyard.
Hmm.
Also, do you think Chaos Ruler, the chaotic magical dragon, is related to Puff the magical dragon?
To buff his deck, or what? What's the question?
You don't know Puff the magical dragon? Bro, this anime series is gonna
No, I
change your
don't.
life.
I have to make a confession right now because I don't watch the anime. Like I did watch like season 1, 2, and 2 and 3 when I was a kid, but I don't watch it regularly. So but I don't watch any anime at all. Sorry, chat.
Okay, we see a Starleech Seyfried hitting the field. This card made such a big splash when it came out.
Yes. Oh, but there's the Ash Blossom. Like, it's so funny. Like it's like 5 trap cards, and he just, yep, I know where my Ash Blossom is. Here it is. Seyfried being negated by the Ash Blossom.
Mm-hmm.
It's bad, man.
Hmm.
Rocket Tracer comes down, being special summoned by the Boot Sector Lounge,
Yep.
right?
And
His name is. And we already are set up for the Koakimeri Draco, right?
yeah, the spheres is there. So I believe he would now use Rocket Tracer to go into LP. Yeah, here she comes.
Yeah, and it can be moved, yes, and special summoning by the work XP. Oh, but there's
Oof,
the Gamma. There's
another
no
hand
way.
trap.
No. Yeah, well done. Is this?
And
But like, look at this. There's still enough interruption, and this, as you said, there's the Drago in the main deck, so probably stopping anything that's yeah, happening, maybe happening in the virtual world's players' hands and fields and graveyards, especially in its tracks, because, as you said, Drago is a very, very nice choice. Do you think that Dragon Link is an underrated deck? Because everybody's always talking about like Dryton and Virtual World being like the top contenders on the board,
yeah,
and
but
Dragon Link made it into the top 8 now. I won't spoil how many, if more than one, but would you consider it? Maybe even a
I
contender?
was not really considering it to be a top contender, but it's really showing how good it still is today. You would think that a lot of hand traps that people are playing kind of kill the deck, but yeah, Julian has been playing through it like it was nothing the entire day. So props to him.
Yeah, we don't obviously we can't really all his matches that he played, but I would assume that with so many virtual world players in the room, he would probably have faced one or two by now. And yeah, but he picks up his cards. Wow, so nothing too crazy. Does he know about the Drago in the main deck, or why do you think he scooped?
I don't know. So I think Colm realized, well, maybe he didn't have any engine pieces to start going off, and
And it maybe
drew too many hand traps. And
yeah, and the interruption of this heavenly or heretic seal was enough to like for him to consider scooping, right? Kilas said that Dragon Link should be on anyone's list to consider playing against if you go into a tournament. So he think that it is a contender, and you should always be ready to face it. And I think we left that out when we talked about our like top picks for the tournament, because it's kind of natural thing to do, right? Because everybody's also in the bandits discussions is always like talking about the unfair stuff Virtual World is doing, the unfair stuff that Dryton is doing, the unfair stuff that to an extent maybe even Eldritch is doing. So it always falls under the table, and maybe for the Dragon Link players out there, they are lucky that their Dragon Link deck also falls under the table
I think
in the next ban list.
in my experience, Dragon Link is maybe a bit more fragile than the other two top decks.
Hmm?
Like if you can hit them with an interruption that is just right, it just ends their turn and gives you a chance to set up. Whereas Tritron and Virtual World, they can more easily play through interruption. At least in my experience, in playing against the decks.
No, I'm totally agreeing with you, and I also think that the Dragon Link deck also kind of dies, or like has a much harder time to play through multiple deck rows. Like I think the Eldritch matchup should be hard because like popping cards mid combo is really frustrating for the Dragon Link deck, and also I think that they are dependent on like decent mills off of the Chaos Ruler.
The Magic Dragon.
So yeah, so I think that this also means that it's just a less consistent deck. Would you put it in tier 1 chat, or would you put it in maybe tier 2, just below tier 1? But I have to say, like the tournament results are making it a strong point for it to be tier 1, right?
We'll have to see it at the end of the tournament, right? There's still 3 more
True,
rounds to go.
But there is at least one player in the top 8, so there's that. So it makes an argument for itself to be a tier 1 deck, right? It also holds itself against the Virtual World deck now, being 1-1. So now the Virtual player gets to start with a Kowloon.
Yeah. Kowloon is an ideal card to lead the duel with. So let's just see how far the rabbit hole goes.
And Kowloon cannot be Ash, right? Because it just sets it to the field. Or is it just so this is a strong point about this card. Like
just like Crystal
targeting
Beast,
the trap,
Sapphire Pegasus.
sending the King Long to the graveyard. Crystal Beast. I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Oh, when Rainbow Dragon Zenith comes out, it's gonna be so tier 3. Kowloon can be ashed. Oh, right, because it has an effect that mills if you have 3 or more. Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out, Thkilian.
Okay.
Thkilas, how do you pronounce that? Yeah.
I think I'm just not too familiar with the virtual world deck because I always feel like I need to play the cards in order to like understand them, because I have like so much knowledge about the decks in early 2020 and 2019, but not being able to play and see and read the cards, especially because I'm somebody who really needs to look at the cards to learn about them. It really hurts my ability to duel. How about you?
Yeah, I have the same thing because a lot of people at the locals that I play, you don't see a whole lot of Virtual World or Drytron there. So that's why I definitely prefer the other decks, the older decks that I physically played against. Like Dragon Link. I feel like I understand that deck better than Virtual Worlds.
I also think that this remote duel maybe is a chance or an opportunity for people that usually like get anxiety when they are like in crowded places to play in their own in their own surroundings and their like how they usually live, and maybe this gives some people the incentive to maybe try out the game the local tournament when the pandemic is over.
Hopefully, yeah. Would be good to see Yu-Gi-Oh grow even more.
Agreed. Totally agree. But there appears to be no hand traps in Julian's hand because he lets Korn just really comboing off, and this would lead to at least one WFD because the very fun dragon likes to be summoned in this deck, as we have pointed out many times already during this tournament. I'm just looking at Julian Strassel's decklist to maybe see if there's anything that would help going second to play through an established board. There appears to be
not much.
No, not much. There's no Dark Ruler. There's no Forbidden Droplet. Like,
there is a Nibiru. Wow.
And he had no chance to call light. So, yeah, well done. Nibiru is definitely a good hand trap. But I
it
think
gets negated by the bamboozling Gossip Shadow.
Yeah.
Nibiru got bamboozled.
We also got bamboozled because we were trying to hype up this summon. But yeah. Good call. Good line of play as well with the bamboozling shadow.
Yeah, that's why he summons it first before getting in Nibiru range. Yeah. And Nibiru, sadly, only once per turn.
Sadly, I think it's for the better. Imagine being able to distribute them all the time. Like it's just even if you negate it. So there's Chaos Space coming down.
Yes, excellent card from
Discarding
Toon
the
Chaos.
discarding the Brotar. I think that Toon Chaos really enhanced the Dragon Link deck in a way because it gives you option to play the other Chaos monster. There was this Chaos Lady, I forgot her name, level 4.
Valkyria, yeah.
Valkyria, which special summons herself a banishing dark monster, right?
Something like that. Yeah, I'm not too sure on it, but mainly Chaos Space gave the deck such a massive boost because of the limiting of Wyvern Burster and Collapse Serpent. But now, thanks to Chaos Space, it doesn't really matter that much. You can just search them out.
Yes. Which I think is the more fair option, to be honest. Like if you had like triple Wyvern Buster, triple Collapse Serpent, it just makes things unfair because you just need a light in the dark, light or a dark in the graveyard to just pop off, and I don't think that this would be like so fair, maybe. But VFD hasn't activated yet, so he still has potential to summon anything he wants, and there goes the Dragon Ravine.
Yeah.
But Chuche is on the field already and ready to pop the Dragon Ravine. But he says it's fine. Okay. Would you have popped the Ravine here after paying cost?
Maybe Colm is saving his Chuche for a possible Gamma that could destroy the True King of all Calamities.
Good call.
Maybe that's his line of play.
But Gamma doesn't, it negates in hand. Like Chuche doesn't just get anything that's in hand, or am I missing?
Oh no, but Chuche could destroy the True King of all Calamities in response to the Gamma.
Okay. Yeah, true.
Because we did see that Julian does play the Gamma. We saw that in earlier games. Here's Call by the Grave. Oh wow.
This is so unlucky. This is unlucky, bro.
Julian just cannot catch a break
you
this
have
game.
everything. No, he cannot catch a breathe, and BFD still hasn't even resolved. So let's put it at this.
Huh, what if he doesn't even have to activate it to end Julian's turn?
That would be pretty nasty to just like to just have one Call by the Grave ending his whole turn. I think he has enough follow-up to play at least a little bit.
Yeah, he still has like 4 or 3 cards in his hand. So
thinking about playing something. He's just trying to clean up his match with the count, which I don't think he
gotta have a clean match.
tries to, but yeah.
Here comes the Wyvern Burster. Okay.
And here immediately the VFD is going to, which I assume would be call
so now
on
he
light.
Could even call light to make sure that the Wyvern Burster doesn't search for the Collapse Serpent.
Yes.
Let's see how he chooses to go from here.
I'm curious to see whether or not Julian, like, oh no, he just passed his turn, right? That was a signal to pass turn?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Julian, but I think that it should be it, right? Because there should be an OTK coming through now.
Yeah, depends on Colm's hand, but he should be able to make big pushes this turn. Only Wyvern Burster, and like there's a Brotar in the grave, which could, block some damage, but is it going to be enough?
Like VFD can just call Dark and like even prevent Brotar from
yes,
in the graveyard, right?
He did indeed activate Calamities in his draw or standby phase.
He would call. So. I think you'd rather call Light because he still knows about the Nibiru in his in Julian's hand.
That is correct as well.
There's that. If he had like if he calls Dark now, of course this is a huge mistake and turns this game around. But I don't think that I don't think that this happens. Like you definitely remember that there's an VFD, or like you can also make a second VFD, right? And call just call another.
Yeah.
But I think that as the killers also pointed out in chat, like
that would be a very choice play to just bring out the second VFD.
Yes. as we have pointed out countless times before, it's his win con, yeah.
And he's accessing his second hand, aka the graveyard.
Dragon Ruler special.
Banishing that Qinglong to search a monster. And that is a Lao Lao.
There's so much. Yes, there's so much advantage here going on in Column's hands, and yeah, and even TTT in this hand. Oh my god! So,
Which
there's so much.
Which he
Yeah,
discards for
just,
the Qinglong.
yes. But like I think discarding TTT also like shows like I don't care what you have in your hand anymore. I don't even need this powerful card anymore. I'm just going to kill you.
Nibiru
right
has
away.
been turned off, so I don't think he's even gonna get a chance to something. No, I was thinking maybe he could have lured out the Nibiru and then TTT the Nibiru and attack with the token and Nibiru, but yeah, obviously you would summon a token in defense.
Yeah, that would have been a dope way to end the duel, but I think that Colin is having none of this.
No, we're not going for the style points. We're going for that PlayStation 5.
Exactly. I was just going to mention, like maybe you would do that on like table 7 in your locals final round or something like that,
No,
but
no, no.
not during
Colm
not now.
really wants to play Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, I mean it's playing at this stage at this level after so many rounds of Swiss and now going into top 8 is really exhausting. But there's like you don't see any.
There's the
being...
Shenshen coming out. Does
yeah.
Brotar needs to see a card go to the graveyard to trigger?
That's
because due to Shenshen, this will be banished.
Yes. So Viva doesn't even get to trigger. Or is it? I think you're correct, right?
Let me check Brotar's text really quick. Oh, it
Yeah,
won't
it
even
doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter. Yeah, Yulian picks up his cards. Well-deserved winner here. Like I was happy
Oh, no.
I lived that.
Brotar does not need to
doesn't?
see a card go to the graveyard, just get destroyed.
Okay.
But yeah, it was enough.
It doesn't matter. Julian saw enough. He knew that he's not going home with a PS4 today.
PS5
maybe next time,
even.
Julian, but PS5. I did say PS4. I think Julio did the same mistake earlier. Yeah, Javier. Sorry. Yeah, getting really confused here in the evening.
Okay, let's see whether we have
Yeah.
any other top 8 results. We see that Martin de Rom, a player from Belgium as well, has defeated Ryan Lindsay. Here on table 1, we saw Colm Carew beating Julian Strass. And on table 2, Ivan Chuk, I believe you pronounce that. I think he's Czech, has defeated Gabriel Nitz. Gabriel Nitz was also playing Dragon Link. So that's 2 Dragon Link decks out of the top 8.
Yeah, this is what I hinted at earlier.
The only match that is still going on is, Luke Coogan versus Ilian. Let's have a look at his last name. Enchev. Yeah, those guys are still playing.
Yeah. Curious to see the winner of this match because it's also a very interesting list that Ilian is playing. I won't spoil what he's playing, but he's playing something very spicy. Yeah. So what I wanted to come back to the talking about Dragon Links being a potential tier 1 contender is that I think that Dragon Links like at least 2 players made it in the top 8. So there's that. Like huge congrats to them. It's a huge accomplishment, and also like I think it's like it undermines the potential of Dragon Links being a very strong deck and maybe even dodging the ban list, because if you hit the best and the second best deck of Triton and Virtual World in any order, what's going to be the best deck? Third best deck, right? And then it's Dragon Link's time to shine again, because we had already where Dragon Link.
I think the fact that at least 2 Dragon Link decks made it to the top 8 of this tournament will have an impact on the metagame for the extravaganzas, which are playing invitational, which are taking place next weekend. I think this could maybe inspire people to play Dragon Link if they weren't sure about it.
Yes. And also there is the South American Invitational going on, right? This weekend.
Yes, that's going on right now. There's
Yeah.
a stream in English and in Spanish, I
Nice.
believe. I'm not
I think
100% sure of that.
I think you can just speak in Spanish, right? So you could be commentating.
If you
over there
guys
as
want
well.
to, we can do commentary for top 4 in Spanish. I would be down for that.
How about you speak Spanish and I speak German? Wouldn't that be
That's
like a very?
that's unfair. That's unfair
Why is that unfair?
because you're German native, right?
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
Maybe I could do Dutch and then you could do
Yeah.
German, and we'd
I think
probably still understand each other, right?
yeah, that's right. And I also think that it won't sounds like German to everyone listening. So why are they speaking German? No one would realize that you are speaking Dutch.
Okay, so there is that one match still going on.
And yeah, of course, Javier can go to Japanese. This would like did give away that you're not a German or Dutch speaker.
Okay, I think we're going on a quick Pinkelpause before the top 4 match can start.
Let's go to a Pinkelpause. I
Okay,
agree.
see you guys in a bit
See you
for the
then,
top
guys.
4. Bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to top 4 of the Irish remote duel win a PlayStation 5, not a 4. Let's reiterate that.
Yes, for this top four match, we will be having Martin Drom playing against Luke Coogan, who is still very cozy on the blankie.
Yeah, we had Luke before. He was on the blanket before. He's still on the blankie. He turned on the lamp so we can still see him. Hopefully, well, a bit better even. Who knows? But yeah, it's looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, it seems like there was an issue with their sleeves, and he has to re-sleeve his, well, a part of his deck at least. So we're going to watch him re-sleeve very masterfully.
Obviously, one of the most interesting and exciting parts of Yu-Gi-Oh! Sleeving your deck correctly, making sure that every card is where it needs to be. Otherwise, obviously, you can't play and you cannot make top 4. So he did it before, did it really well. He's probably going to do it really well again. Let's see how far that gets him.
Uh-huh. I actually really like re-sleeving my deck because there is this very short moment where your deck is sitting on your table completely sleeveless and it just feels so vulnerable and
Oh
oh,
yeah,
that's a very exciting moment.
it feels very weird. And to follow that up, the exact moment after that, once your deck has been freshly sleeved and the sleeves don't know what the real world feels like yet, your deck is just one big waterfall. And the moment you touch it, cards are everywhere.
Like someone enters the room and your deck becomes the Niagara Falls.
Exactly. Yeah. I definitely feel you on that one.
Yeah, there's some brands of sleeves that are better and worse.
Do you have a preferred brand?
I definitely have a preferred brand. I really enjoy Dragon Shield, not
Uh,
sponsored. I used to play their Yu-Gi-Oh size sleeves for ages, and I think mine they get dirty, but they don't break. So I think that's a really good quality in a sleeve. And yeah, eventually when double sleeving was finally allowed, I switched to some really nice World Championship sleeves that I still had lying around, and I ordered the Dragon Shield over sleeves. So still sticking to the brand.
Pretty good, pretty good. Nice. I'm
Uh,
currently using hypermats for my decks because, as with you, I preferred dragon shields for a very long time.
mhm.
But I noticed that when double sleeving with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Size dragon shields, there's a bit of air or a bit of space or a bit of something that makes the card feel thicker, even thicker than regular double sleeving, and that didn't sit right with me. So for the sake of double sleeving, I switched to the Hypermat minis.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Fair. I prefer oversleeves to undersleeves, but
Ah, I see.
yeah.
So I
Like
do under sleeves for my main deck, but over sleeves for my extra deck.
oh, but then there are different sizes, and it feels really odd when grabbing your graveyard and there's extra cards in there.
Well, then you exactly know where your extra deck cards are for when you need to side them out or for when you need to put them back in your extra deck. So
Hmm.
it makes the game 2 and 3 transitions so much easier.
Huh. But I do prefer oversleeves because that means that you can actually play those Konami official sleeves that have really nice artwork, but that were
Oh yeah,
previously unplayable.
true. Yeah, the Konami sleeves do have some really good artworks. And like I have the Ash Blossom sleeves over here still waiting to use them on an extra deck.
Aha, you're one of them. Okay.
No. I have plenty of sleeves with card art on them. It just
Uh-huh.
happens the closest one near me that I saw first just happened to be the Ash Blossom ones.
Of course, you don't need to make excuses. We don't judge here. Um,
No, that's
it's
what the
okay.
judges are for.
Different people like different things. So that's nice. That's nice for you.
Oh no. Okay, well, in the meantime, Luke is still masterfully sleeving his cards, so that's going really well.
Yeah, I think he's about halfway his deck, going through them one by one.
Hmm.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Another one in. Grab a
And as
sleeve.
you saw
Another
right
one
there, the moment he sleeved one, you saw the pile already falling over. So definitely the Niagara Falls feeling there.
in. Ah,
Ah, absolutely wonderful.
can't wait for him to shuffle that freshly sleeved deck. Ah.
Oh man, that's gonna look either absolutely amazing or Niagara Falls.
And Martin is sitting there just watching the opponents leave their deck.
Patiently waiting. I feel
Yep.
like sleeving cards, it's also part of. There was a moment in your Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, let's say career, let's call it career. There was for almost every player, there was a point in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Career when they switched from playing sleevelessly to playing with sleeves. And the first time sleeving your cards, I don't know how it was for you, but for me, it felt like I was suddenly not necessarily getting more serious about the game, but there was definitely a step up to the next level. And I feel like whenever I'm re-sleeving now, I just experience that feeling again.
I definitely remember heading to my first locals when I was like 16, 17. That was in 2007, and getting to know all this professional quote unquote stuff like a deck box and a play mat, and I had never seen that stuff before. And at locals, everybody has that, and it was like, yeah, no, I gotta get in on that. That looks pretty good.
Looks pretty neat. Looks pretty good. Yeah. I remember when I was a kid, when I was like 8 years old, I used to play unsleeved on like those dual discs. I absolutely destroyed the disc itself, which is such a shame. But also the cards I was playing with. Luckily, the cards I played with were useless. But I still remember it. I'm so sad
Of
that I
course,
dual
because
disc.
all the good cards you pulled from packs immediately got traded away for like Harpy's brother and stuff.
Exactly, and stuff like as you said before, Gadget Soldier. Yeah.
I remember having Gadget Soldier in my deck as a kid until one time I entered like a tournament at the local mall and people pointed out that it is not a level 4 monster.
Hmm.
Hmm,
Hmm. It's level 5, huh?
it's level 6 even.
It's level 6 even. Oh yeah, you said that before. You said
You
that
can make
before. Yeah,
you
yeah.
can make Beatrice.
You can make Beatrice. You can go Ancient Gear Gadget, declare Gadget so the machine do Beatrice.
I
And
think
then
there's also a level 7 gadget monster even, a Gadget Hauler. It's Morphtronic support.
ooh, very strong. So you can go into Big Eye or Draco Sack.
Just talking about it makes me feel so terrible.
No, it's fine. They're good cards. Dracossack detaches, makes 2 tokens. What card nowadays still makes 2 tokens? Well, Auroradon, obviously, but that's good.
Galaxy Tomahawk used to make 5 tokens.
Oh, that was very strong. Ah, I remember Tomahawk. Oh,
Very strong dragon.
yeah, what was this deck that I encountered recently at a locals where he said, I'm gonna make Dracossack, detach, and then make Auroradon with that? That was very funny.
Oh, that works, right?
Yeah, it does, because that's 3 machines.
Yo, it's almost like Auroradon is Mega Phantom Beast support.
Crazy, right? It's like
Yeah.
Mecha Phantom Beast working with other Mecha Phantom Beast cards? I never expected that.
Ah, well, it looks like our player is only like 5 sleeves away.
I'm getting real close. I think this is the last one already. There we go.
Oppa!
We got him.
Okay, and of course I haven't really taken the time to pull up their deck lists yet, so
No,
let me do
we
that.
were looking at the sleeves,
The sleeves are obviously more important, right?
obviously.
So let's get Martin's deck lists.
Yep. In the meantime, I'm gonna take a quick gander at Luke's.
I know Martin because he used to come to my locals back when his hometown didn't have any locals, so they would just all travel to Antwerp with a group of players, and those guys from the Brussels region, they are so nice.
Right, I see. Oh yeah, Outpost didn't have a location in Brussels for quite a while, huh?
They had one, but it didn't have locals for a while. So
Ah, I see. I see. Yeah, no. As far as I've been experiencing Martin, he sounds like a lovely player. Very nice, very sportsmanlike. Perfect.
definitely.
In the meantime, we're gonna ask you guys who has the better looking card sleeves. Is it Luke or is it Martin? Make sure to vote, and make sure to if you really want to cast your vote correctly, spend some extra points. I did that the last round where I was really hoping for Dragon Link to win.
Uh-huh. I think Martin is playing Ultimate Guard sleeves,
It
and
sure looks like it, yeah.
Luke is playing KMCs, I think they are. I'm
Hmm.
not entirely sure, but
Sleeve expert right here. All right.
For a following live stream between the rounds, we should have players go for a world record of sleeving their deck, like 40
Ooh,
cards out of sleeves, in sleeves, on camera. Let's do that next time.
for sure. Sleeve speed runs.
Sleeveless any percent.
All right, grabbing cards.
Martin's deck list is also like it's literally a screenshot from a certain site that I don't really want to call by name, but you all know it.
We're not going to talk about that. The most important part is that he submitted a legal deck list and he is able to play. And he is going to reveal quite some cards here.
Yeah, we do have another massive chain link. Chaos Space,
Oh.
Discard, Tidying, Ash Blossom, Gamma, Gamma. That's the second time this tournament this happened, that a Gamma gets Gammaed. If I had a penny for every time Gamma got Gammaed, I'd have 2 pennies, which isn't a lot, but it's funny that it happened twice.
It is funny that it happened twice, but it's not even just like Gamma Chainlink 2, Gamma Chainlink 3. It's like Chainlink 4, Chainlink 5.
Well, 3 and 4, I believe, in this case, but I get you, I get you.
Regardless, just whew,
Oh, and Martin just has to end his turn from there.
rough stuff.
Yeah, he's opening the Dragon Maid Tiding, which you don't want to because it's the brick of the deck.
Right. You want to do some chamber stuff with that.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. That's a Kowloon being dropped right there. So we're probably going to see... Yep, there it is, the Chuchi. And that means we're probably going to see some big stuff. I'm not sure how Dragon Link is being built right now, but normally they're not really running that many hand traps, are they?
But no, definitely not. But Luke has to go for the Pot of Desires here, which means that he may not have an extender in his hand. And also, Martin is probably not going to have an Ash Blossom to stop this because he does. Wow, he didn't Ash the Gamma on the opposing side of the field. Is it tidying? I am not sure. I can't see it properly, but it looked like tidying to me. I might be mistaken here.
No, I don't think it is.
No, it can't be because yeah, as Maren points out, you have to discard a monster for Chaos Space.
For sure. All right, Lulu coming down. The Chinlong engraved, so that's a lot of searches ready, and that means we're going to see full combo regardless, even with the Desperate Desires.
Mm-hmm.
Now we've been seeing this. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, according to the chat, it was White Dragon Wyver Burster that got discarded.
Ah, I see. That makes sense.
For some reason, my eyes don't really want to cooperate today, so.
It's fine. It's we've been commentating for quite some rounds already now. I'm gonna forgive you on this one, and I'm sure that the chat will too, since they're being exceptionally
Yeah,
nice.
it is a White Dragon. Yep.
Yep. Sure is.
It looked a bit like the tidying. My apologies. If anybody's writing a big Facebook rant about Martin de Rome is a cheater, don't do that. He's not.
It's especially like regardless, it's not nice to do that sort of stuff.
You know how Yu-Gi-Oh players are. Something goes wrong in a feature match, and
yeah, I remember. Oh well, it's fine.
we've
In
also
the
been.
meantime, Shen Wu is being sent to the graveyard, so we're not just gonna see any combo. We're gonna see big boy combos. We're gonna see the extension of the extension.
As we were talking about Martin's deck list being a screenshot, Daniel brought up a tale about deck lists and on napkins and paper plates. So what's the craziest deck list that you've ever had to accept?
Yours. I'm not even gonna doubt it. Yours. Whether it was 2 years ago when you had a Dutch Dark Magician list, or like 9 years ago even when it was a Dutch gadget deck list. Although I have to say that the one from a few years ago, the Dark Magician list, now has my favorite Dutch card name in it ever. It's the Dutch version of Kaiko the Ghost Destroyer, also known as Kaiko de Geestenklapper, for all our Dutch fans.
Zeer zeker.
Oh man,
I think
absolutely beautiful.
my favorite deck list that I ever entered was when I entered an Orcus deck list, which was written in Braille code.
Oh wow, a Brill deck list for real?
Yeah, I thought that was pretty original, and I
That
handed it
is
in
not
to
original.
Metis, who was the head judge for the event, and he just looked at me and he put it on the accepted deck list pile.
I guess that's fair. Well,
Yep.
we're seeing combos happening in the meantime. We saw the Crocodile being summoned already. We're seeing a level 3 tuner and a level 6 being summoned. So, guess where we're heading, boys? We're seeing a Chuchi on the board with a very fun dragon being created as we speak.
Yep.
There we go.
There is a Shenshen.
That's some good banishes already. That's quite some banishes. So, Chuchi is not just going to be live one turn, it's just going to stay there.
If he could crank out another level 9, there would be a good argument of trying to end on True King plus Shenshen on the board, because Shenshen also has that Macrocosmos effect.
Yep, for sure.
But he's attacking for 1028. And here he is, the man. And in the end phase, he's gonna grab back one of his monsters. Okay. So Martin just has to play through the Chu King plus Chuche.
Pretty doable. Pretty doable.
He's probably prepared to do it at some point.
Oh yeah.
Here comes the Black Dragon.
Yep.
Which is gonna be responded to with the True King of All Calamities.
Makes a lot of sense. Probably declaring dark.
Mm-hmm.
Don't want anything to happen with the guard dragons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Wyver Burster is sent back to the bottom of the deck thanks to Chaos Space. But yeah, if Dark was called, he cannot add it again, and it looks like Martin is scooping up his cards. Sees the writing on the wall.
Sees the writing on the wall and says,
We have to keep saying it now. We have to.
It's a thing now. I'm never gonna forget.
It's in the book of Daniel. We have to say it.
Yeah. Can't argue with that. I mean, the moment you see the writing on the wall, you just have to accept it.
The chamber has been opened.
There's a troll in the dungeon.
There's trolls in the chat as well.
That's fine. There's always trolls in the chat. We still appreciate them regardless.
Mm-hmm.
So let's take a quick gander at these side decks. I feel as if Martin does have quite some options to side in here. I see some spicy techs. I don't think the spicy tech is going to help him out this match.
Ooh. Oh yeah, I think which one you mean.
I think you know too, but sadly that's not going to help him this match. Regardless, very spicy, and I feel like it helped him out in some previous matches. So props to him for playing that. Regardless, he still has plenty of options, so he probably sees them better than I do.
If we're talking about the same card, which I'm not going to name on stream yet, it could actually be very relevant. It's the one that is next to his extra deck Guard Dragon LP that I'm talking about.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So
Okay.
it's relevant. It's relevant for a couple of extra deck cards that Virtual World is playing. So for sure, not irrelevant. I'm definitely gonna give him that. Will it be enough? I'm not sure. I don't think it's gonna be worth it when you go first, and when you go second, you're already too late.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's definitely a card that you should be siding in when you're going first, and I believe that will be the case because Martin now has an initiative to choose which player will be going first, which player is going second.
Yeah, true. In the meantime, make sure to vote on who you think is going to win this match because this is going to be some exciting gameplay and
Yeah.
definitely going to be a match to remember as far as I'm seeing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not every day that you see Dragon Link in top four, so.
Mm-hmm. He's one game behind, but he is currently the crowd favorite to win the poll. So if you think otherwise, vote in the poll. If you would like to agree with that, vote in the poll. No, Gabio and I will not be dueling on stream today.
But I encourage the thought. It sounds nice. Although
I do have a replica of Billy Break's most famous deck list lying around, so
so I can play against Billy.
oh,
Perfect.
oh wow, Luke has the Lancia in what I assume would be Martin's standby phase, and Martin can respond with Gamma, which is big because now he has synchro materials to
Very
go
big.
for his Chaos Dragon synchro.
Absolutely.
But Luke is doing a big thing as well.
A
No,
very big.
he's gonna let it go through. Okay.
Well, there we go. That's an easy level 8 there. I forgot the name of that Chaos Dragon, but it's a very strong boy, and he does some very strong stuff.
It's a Chaos Ruler, the Magic Dragon. I'm pretty sure he's related to Puff the Magic Dragon.
Not to be confused with Piff the Magic Dragon, who is a magician. In the meantime, they're just discussing what is going to go down, what is happening, thinking. Really wonder what they're discussing here. 4 cards in hand.
Maybe they are discussing about who is Tatsim.
Yeah. I have no idea, honestly.
Just kidding. Tatsim is a Marijn van Duivenbodem who we saw in a previous feature match. He's got his own YouTube channel. He's doing pretty well lately, cranking out the content.
He is doing well. In the meantime, we got a notification that says looks like judges are talking. So I guess that's why the game has currently come to a standstill for now.
Okay, maybe the judges are telling Luke to resleeve his deck.
Maybe, yeah, who knows? No, I have no idea what it could be, but yeah. In the meantime, it looks like they can continue playing, and Martin is immediately sending the Gamma and Driver for his dragon.
Mm-hmm. People are unsure about the quality of Luke's setup, but on the bright side, you can see everything that Luke is doing. His hands are on the screen at all times, so that's a big plus of this setup. I don't know how comfortable it is, but definitely very clear.
Hmm, for sure. Yeah, it's very
Okay.
transparent, I would say.
Martin grabs the Chaos Dragon Livianir and sends the other guys to the graveyard.
Sounds pretty strong.
I don't know about your personal remote tool setup, but for me it's just very annoying to make sure that my hands are visible at all times. So
I see. Up until recently, I had to use 2 accounts to play remote duels. So I had
mhm,
an account for my microphone and to look at the screen, and an account for my camera.
mhm.
Luckily, I finally have a camera now, so I don't need to use 2 accounts anymore, which is very nice.
Mm-hmm. Like I could use my laptop's internal camera to, stream exactly
Mm,
what I'm doing with my hands at all times if my opponents really wanted to.
right.
And Martin summoned the Rocket Tracer and he's linking off both of his monsters to go into the Hieratic Dragon Sphere balls.
Dragon Sphere Balls. Heretic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres, I think it's called, yeah. Basically the one that says tribute during the opponent's turn, bounce. When it's
Oh,
tributed,
and
summoning. Oh,
that was Martin's turn, but luckily he has a Lancia to prevent Luke from, advancing his game state too much.
that sounds pretty alright to me. So what do you think he would summon from deck with the Heavenly Spheres right now?
Maybe the very spicy card that we were talking about, but
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Uh, because the Shenshin is a wind monster, right?
It is, yeah.
Hmm. Oh yeah,
I,
and the Xyz are Earth. Okay. Yeah.
yep. I think the biggest issue I have with summoning the spicy tech is that Heavenly Spheres make sure that the attack and defense of the summoned monster go to 0. So even if you want to use it as a disruption and then say, okay, I'm gonna do this thing and summon this monster, it has 0 attack and defense. So regardless of what it would do, you could still say, okay, I'll just run
Well,
over.
it seems like the Lancia was good enough to stop Luke's turn, but as Martin is trying to start his turn, Luke has another Lancia. This definitely is one of the biggest hand traps that we've seen all day today.
Oh yeah, Lancia has been everywhere, and it's been proving its worth for sure.
He did drop another Lancia, right?
Yeah,
Because now
yeah,
he's
Lancia,
no,
like,
no, no, because he just brought out the Chaos Dragon, the black one.
hmm.
So maybe I'm seeing something wrong.
No, it definitely looks like a Lancia.
He used both Lancias turn one, right? Because one of them got hit by Ash. Okay, yeah, right.
Ah. Well, in the
Not Ash, but Gamma.
same card. Same
Yeah.
card. We saw all of the cards in that chain link.
So he just Luke just ended his turn without doing anything and is now completely open to Martin's big field of dragons.
Who is doing a pretty standard Dragon Link setup right now, where he summoned LP, summons Striker, making sure that he can summon Chamber from deck.
hmm But
And
Martin is playing some big monsters in his extra deck that he could use to push for lots of damage. Here is the Pisty, and there is still a zone with 2 monsters pointing to.
sure is. And that's
Bring
gonna
back the
return the Rocket.
Tracer.
Yes.
Link 2.
Probably a Romulus. There it
That
is.
is a Romulus.
Definitely. Searching either for the Equip or Dragon's Ravine. I see people playing both nowadays, but I think in this situation I would say I probably want the Equip spell and summon Phalanx. Is what I would say, but then again, I'm commentating, and as I say that, Martin is going for the Dragon Ravine.
hmm
So that means he probably has something spicy in hand that he also wants to have in graveyard, and then he can send anything from deck to the graveyard. Something like a Tempest, an Absoluter, just big stuff to extend his combos.
If he has Tempest in his deck, that is game, right?
I think so.
Let's see where he chooses to go. It's activating the Ravine. He's sending... he's got a bit of glare on his graveyard. Which is why I had difficulty seeing the White Dragon in game 1.
Right. Ah, Cypher.
Oh, it's Seyfert. Okay, perfect. He can hear us. He's helping out. Nice. Thank you, Martin.
I'm not sure if he's necessarily hearing us or if Luke is just wanting some confirmation on what he sent.
Let's pretend he's listening to the commentary and he's being very nice towards us.
That sounds like a good idea.
Okay, so popping the Dragon Ravine to bring out another rocket, going for a Synchro Summon now. Is that going to be, the Boral? Borreload Savage Dragon,
Hitting the board.
equipping a Link monster from his graveyard.
In
The
this case,
LP,
LP. Okay.
going for the Boral counter.
Oh, right, he didn't have any Link 2s yet because his graveyard is like, yeah, Striker Dragon LP Pisty.
Yeah, but Luke has seen enough. He's going to clean up his board, and it looks like we are going into the also important game number 3.
Yeah, it's gonna be very exciting stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's quickly once again look at the side decks, see what is gonna happen here. Both players very heavy on combo. Both players also siding heavy against combo.
Uh-huh.
As we saw this game, Lancia, Lancia, Lancia. Just plenty of hand traps. Even in Dragon Link, just playing plenty of hand traps nowadays because you don't really have a choice. But it proves to work. So why would you want another choice?
Yeah, I was playing against Martin last week at a remote duel locals, and there he had enough hand traps to stop me, but he didn't have any combo pieces to start going off because he had so many hand traps in his hand, which was pretty awkward.
That sounds kind of rough. Yeah.
But luckily, Martin isn't facing any dark magicians in this tournament who have godly luck. So
That is what Dark Magician does.
getting lucky.
Oh yeah, very hard of the cards.
Like if you base an entire deck about stacking your deck, that's bound to, get lucky sometimes, right?
I guess that's how that works. I feel like Sylvan was performing pretty well when it released at first. It was performing exceptionally well when it released the Dual Links because you were just stacking your deck.
Yep. Now we see both
Meantime,
players shuffling up.
yep, getting ready.
It's so weird that Sylvan just disappeared, right? I guess the boards that it ended on just were not that that powerful after Vanity's Emptiness got hit.
Yeah,
Like
I guess so.
the ideal board was like Aurea, then the level 8 Felgrand, rank 8 Felgrand Xyz, backed up by Vanity's Emptiness.
Yeah, and sometimes if you were going very bonkers, you would even like play some weird stuff so you could summon Void Ogre Dragon because a lot of the time you would end on nothing in hand because hand traps weren't
Oh.
really. So yeah, Felgrand, Void Ogre Dragon, and then Aurea, the rank 7.
Mhm.
That works.
Okay, the players are ready. I think they are now just waiting for confirmation on how to cut their decks. Seems like they're going for the cut halfway and then put an amount of cards on the bottom. Yep.
Sounds very right. We've been seeing that a lot during this tournament.
Uh-huh.
I like how that's something that players picked up on very quickly. The moment they said, "Hey, we need some interesting way to make sure that we can cut decks during remote duel," and yeah, people started using this, and it just proved to work. Players were happy.
Mm-hmm. We don't have any results yet from the other table, where Ivan Chuk is playing again Colin Carew, we saw on the other top 8 match.
Uh huh. That I'm pretty sure is also a very exciting match. But if we have some time left, and if they're still early in their games, we might be able to look at that. Otherwise, you'll just watch one of the players in finals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's 18 minutes left on the clock, so I'm not sure whether that is including the time extension that the players got for resleeving.
I don't think it is. No.
No, no, no. Okay. So I think Luke is going first here. And
Right.
either camera froze or he is thinking really hard.
No, he is thinking really, really hard.
Okay. In his mind, all of these $45 VFD sheet combos are racing through his head. And,
Oh yeah. It's big brain time. Chinlong going down.
It's yeah, a card that you definitely want to see on turn 1 of the game.
Well, you definitely want to see it on turn 1 of the game. I just prefer to see it in the graveyard, honestly. Gonna set 2 cards and pass turn.
Oh. Whew.
Wow. Wow.
So now the conundrum is that Martin probably has a cards in his deck that specifically counter the VFD Chuche field. And if he opens up too many of those, he might not be able to, combo himself right now.
And just pass turn.
That is very uncomfortable.
This is wild. This is absolutely wild.
Okay, Luke now has an extra card to work with. Let's see whether he can make something happen. He's going to flip up. Is that the Shenwu? But that only has a battle phase effect to switch battle positions. So, okay, he has an extender. Let's see which one that is. Ah, they all look so much alike. Is it Lily? No. Oh, he's sending from deck to grave, it looks like, so it might actually be Lily. Yeah, he sent one from deck to grave, so it has to be Lily. So he's showing the graveyard. Okay, where do you go from here?
It's a very good question. I don't think I would be comfortable with Shanwu on the field. Same goes for the Chinlong. You want to see both in graveyard for your combo, so uncomfortable position for both players.
Okay, but now there is a Qinglong in grave, which he can banish from the graveyard to search for another monster. No Lancia from the opposing side.
So we're gonna see some crazy plays, probably.
Very fun plays, you mean?
That's exactly what I mean. Although, depending on what he still has in hand, wow, he sends a Nibiru away. So it's exactly what you were talking about, where they both have outs, but they don't have combos, so their outs don't matter.
Like, discarding the Nibiru might put him at a bit of a risk if Martin is able to play next turn. But yeah, at this point, Luke just has to establish board dominance and try to set something up. Possibly even go for the True King of all Calamities.
I feel as if discarding the Nibiru is a basically a move of dominance, where he's showing like, hey, I don't need this anymore because I'm gonna go for game this turn. Will he go for game? Will he get game? That's the big question. But I feel like the only moment where you would discard Nibiru is when you would say, I don't need it anymore because I'm gonna win.
Or if he really needs the other cards in his hand, because his hand isn't too full right now. I think the monster that he's revealing right now and one other card make up his hand. And I think he is revealing... can barely see it, but I think it's a Lao Lao.
It's a super rare. It's I can't see the levels. It kind of looks like either a Lala or a Lulu, yeah. He's gonna send a monster to graveyard, and it's a Lulu fetching the Chuchi to hand.
Okay, then. Okay.
Let's see how many banish he currently has. Probably one, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's the one Chinlong. So Chuchi not being live yet, but he can make that happen. Nyan Nyan summoning itself. There we go. That's the second card that's going to be banished. So at least Chuchi is going to be live. There we go. Nyan Nyan. He's quickly thinking about whether he's going to go for it. He is.
Hmm. For a level 9 synchro, if I'm not mistaken.
Will he be able to make 2 level 9s though? That's a big question. Otherwise, he's probably just going to end on Chen Chen, right?
He should be. That is a Vermilion Dragon mech. And he can banish a tuner to destroy a card on the field, which includes his own field. So if he wants to, he could possibly destroy his Qinglong to set it up for next turn.
I guess so, yeah. Would you really want to do that though? Because in this situation, if I would go for level 6 plays, I would destroy my own Shang Wu.
All right, he still has that on the field as well.
Right? So you would pop it, you would use it to revive something, and then you have another level 9.
Yep. And you know what 2 level 9s mean?
2 level 9s means a rank 9, and you know which rank 9 has seen the most competitive play as of recently?
Of course, it's Enter Blafnir.
Oh, of course. I was thinking 9 lives cap, but
uh, did Vermilion Dragon Mech pop itself and then add a banished tuner back from the... yeah,
I
looks
guess
like it.
so. I guess it banished Lulu and grabbed Lulu.
He's showing his hand for some reason.
Probably because they've all been searched. I thought only 2 of those cards were searched so far.
Mm-hmm. But it doesn't really matter. He's just going to keep playing.
Yep, that looks like a GG.
Mm-hmm. We see Martin doing nothing at all. But
No,
either he's very calm and focused and controlled, or he has nothing, but he has nothing to win by scooping.
exactly. We're seeing Clouded Castle into the Vermilion into 2 level 9s. 2 level 9s.
Yep.
Oh, there it goes.
In defense position as well. Activates its effect. Let's
Sure.
see, Martin, do you have the... He has the Gamma.
Gamma, what bam. Wow,
Well, it would have to be Gamma or Nibiru in his hand. But
definitely,
he
yeah.
did have the Gamma, and there's no Ash to stop it.
Nothing to worry about at this point. Which means that probably as soon as Martin draws the one card that he needs to draw, which is probably any dragon, he can go to town. He has to worry about Chuchi, however, because Chuchi, of course, having quite some cards in banish right now. I think that's a Lao Lao.
Yep.
So he would still be able to go for either a rank 6 or for a Chin Chin. I would say Chin Chin would be a pretty strong option against Dragon Link because you want a lot of your stuff in the graveyard so you can revive it later in the turn.
Mm-hmm. Cloud Castle is once per turn, right?
It's not a hard ones per turn, I think. There it is.
Oh, he actually does summon the Cloud Castle.
Cloud Castle, baby.
That's interesting.
Yeah, another fun dragon. It works out. He's gonna
Yeah.
use Vermilion first, though.
Apparently, that's also not once per turn. So
Not a
this
hard
deck
one
just
per turn.
keeps going.
Yep.
Here's True King of Calamities number 2. Set Chuche. Pass turn.
Mamma mia.
End phase.
Nibiru!
End of main phase. Whew.
Nibiru!
So he
There
did
it
have the Nibiru, but
is.
of course you're gonna Gamma first because otherwise your Nibiru is dead.
Yep.
Well,
Incredible. That is so cool.
Martin is giving his opponent the Nibiru token, which that's usually a very kind thing to do, having the Nibiru token available, but in
Mhm.
remote duel, it's not really going to help too much. Although, the way he places it next to his own field does make it very visual for himself that he has to keep that token in mind.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, when I give my opponents tokens or kaijus, I always place them next to my own playmat so that I know this card should be here.
Nice. That's pretty clever, yeah.
Also, this way he can clearly indicate which column he wants it to be in. Normal summon Ash Blossom. Okay.
All right then.
Halki Fibrex, is that you?
I mean, he has a tuner and a non-tuner on board.
Yeah, and you can't go for a synchro summon of a level 14 monster, so something is happening. Link 2.
In the meantime, we're getting.
Oh, he is playing Halki Fibrex. That's cool.
Oh,
I was saying it as a joke, but he's actually playing it.
what is he gonna summon? Level 3 or lower? That's a tuner.
Probably has extra Ash Blossoms or Gamma.
He doesn't play Rocket Synchron, right?
He is actually. It's in his deck list.
Oh, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
And there it is. Incredible.
But
Wow.
there is a but. The fact that he had to normal summon his Ash Blossom to get to this does mean that the rest of his hand might not be very strong.
That
Okay,
is
using the Rocket Synchron for the LP, he has the World Legacy Guard Dragon, which will allow him to move his LP. As Called by the Grave for the Rocket Synchron.
wow, isn't even gonna Chu-Chi that.
He might keep the Chuche for, when he really needs it. He could even use Chuche now to destroy one of the link monsters so that there's no zone with two link markers pointing to it.
I guess so. There it is.
Here's the Chuche. Okay. But Martin still has multiple cards in his hand. Let's see whether he has an extra extender.
Well, fingers crossed.
There's quite a few in his deck list, by the looks of it. So let's hope that he has something to make this work. Because obviously, next turn, Luke is gonna, start racking up the advantage again. There is a news from our other feature match table. Colm Carew, who is playing Virtual World, has won the mirror match versus Ivan Chuk. So we will have at least one Virtual World player in the finals. Maybe it's a mirror match in the finals, but Martin is not going to let that happen. He's still ferocious. He's looking for blood.
And he's
Rocket Tracer comes out. Rocket Tracer pops the World Legacy Guard Dragon, allows him to bring out which one is that? Is that Noctovision? No. Is what's it called?
I think it's called Rocket Recharger, right?
Yeah, that was it. Okay, Striker Dragon lets him fetch his field spell, the Food Sector Launch, which is an excellent field spell. Oh wow. He's turning it around. He's turning it around real quick. Pisty activates, special summons the Rocket Tracer again. He's moving at lightning speed now. Link 2, are we going to see a Remulus? No, it's a Boral Guard. Boral
Savage.
Boral Savage, that was it.
Yep.
I was grasping for the name there. Boral Guard Savage Dragon. Boral Load Savage Dragon, rather. Are we going to see his brother? Boral Sword.
Boral Sword.
Against that massive Nibiru token. Wow, okay. I think Martin has just declared battle phase.
Yep. Nothing to do there. Boral
Gonna
Load.
get that massive attack gain. Boral Load attacks directly. Boral Sword effects, which load the defense, attacks again directly.
Bim, bam, boom. That's it.
Woo!
He actually does it.
It wasn't looking good for Martin, especially after he had to pass that first turn. Definitely was in a bad spot, but he managed to crawl out of it. Normal summon Ash Blossom, leading him to the victory thanks to Crystron Halki Fibrex. Oh wow.
That's something a player dreams of, winning with, like, saying normal summon Ash Blossom, because people talk about it saying, oh, it's a tuner, so you can make Halki 5-Rex with it.
Hmm.
And it works out. It happened. It actually happened. It happened on stream. It happened during top 4. That's
Well,
legendary.
the last time I saw a guy normal summon Ash Blossom on a feature match, it went completely different, but it worked out for Martin.
Yeah, Martin showing us the ropes of how you normal summon an Ash Blossom.
Yep, and in doing so, he's gonna bring that PlayStation 5 one match closer to coming home to Belgium.
He does. However, he still has one barrier, and that is Colm. He just won his previous match.
Yep.
So this is going to be a battle of legends.
Mm-hmm. Colm Carew playing Virtual World versus Martin de Rome with Dragon Link. Both players are excellent at wheeling their decks. We saw that multiple times today in the case of Colm. We just saw Martin playing perfect with his Dragon Link deck, even though odds were definitely against him. So I'm very excited to see how this final turns out.
Absolutely. Definitely. It's just even crazy to think that Dragon Link is coming to finals. Like, it's a good deck, don't get me wrong, it's very good. But you often see it just vanish during the tournaments. But Martin showing, no, trust me, you guys, Dragon Link is the way to go. And he's just, even when the odds aren't in his favor, he's just demolishing.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the top 8 actually had 3 Dragon Link players, 3 Virtual World players, and 2 Drytron players. But the Drytron players were out in the top 8, I believe. And now Dragon Link has pushed its way through the finals.
Very good stuff. Very sick. Oh,
So
man.
to give a full overview of who was in top 8 with which decks, we had Colin Carew with Virtual World and Martin de Rome with Dragon Link, as we will be seeing in the finals. There was also Ivan Chuk with Virtual World, Luke Coogan with Virtual World. Then the other Dragon Link players were Julian Strassel and Gabriel Netz. And there was 2 Drytron players, Ilian Entehev and Ryan Lindsay.
Right. So definitely a very, very top 8. And it was still, well, I wouldn't say a very top 4, but at least 2 different decks. And now in finals, still 2 different decks. We're not going into a Virtual World mirror. We're not going into a Drytron mirror. We're not going into a Dragon Link mirror. Virtual World versus Dragon Link.
Mirror matches, we don't do that here.
We
Not
don't
on
do
this stream. Not
We
on
don't
this stream.
either. Oh, great stuff. I can't wait. In the meantime, speaking of Dragon Link, do you remember when Crusadia Dragon Link was the thing?
It was huge at the European Championship. I remember that. On the Friday before the European Championship, there was this playoff of the 8 players who were in the running thanks to the regionals. And I believe like 5 or 6 people were playing the Dragon Link deck with Crusadias and also
Yeah.
the prize card. That was
Yeah,
insane.
it was insane, but it was also so silly because they had such limited resources back then. So basically, your biggest play was Gamma Seal Turbo, stuff like that, where you would just say 5 counters on Kyoto Waterfront, summon Gamma Seal with Saryuja, and then maybe have a Borreload Savage next to it, and that was about it.
Oh, I think we're talking about different formats here. I'm talking
Really?
about European Championship full power Dragon Link with Crusadias.
We're definitely talking about different formats.
Yeah, with Thunder Dragons and yeah. That
Oh
was
no, definitely. Yeah. Okay, you're absolutely right in your end. That was insane. I was just thinking about like the early days of Crusadia Dragon Link.
so yeah. We see Martin still ready in exactly the same setup. We see Com Carew on the IP Masquerena mat.
Prepping their stuff, getting ready for finals.
They're
Grand
getting ready. They're
finals.
getting hyped. I hope you guys are getting hyped as well. It's been an amazing day so far. I've really been enjoying myself.
So hyped. I am so hyped for grand finals. It's insane. Like so many. So I'm sorry, I just can't find the words for this. Like we have seen so many crazy interactions all day leading up to this. So that only promises that only foreshadows what this might look like.
Gamma
there-
chain gamma.
Gamma chain gamma, but like chain link 6, crazy stuff like that. We saw Solemn Strike getting red rebooted, stuff like that. We won't see that this game most likely, but hey, we can see similar stuff. Gamma into gamma, definitely, but I'm just excited about what crazy shenanigans might occur.
Okay, players are getting ready to dice roll. That is a 6 for Martin and a 4 for Colm.
Pretty good. 6 is higher than 4.
Mathematically speaking, yes.
All right, and it looks like the players are about ready to start doing their last cuts before they draw their opening hand. So, players, even though you cannot hear me, I wish you the best of luck because this is where it happens. This is where you either win the PS5 or you don't. It's going to be a match to remember.
It all comes down to this.
Exactly, exactly. I'm glad you feel the vibe. Oh, man.
I think Colm is actually from Ireland, is he? I don't know him.
I'm not sure. That's a good question. In the meantime, in chats, answer us who has the better playmat. Does Martin or does Colm with the IP? Make sure to vote. Make sure to tell us because we want to know. I mean, I
In the
do like
meantime,
the Asian Championship playmats.
they're always looking so vibrant.
Oh yeah. Wow, there we go. Gamma into Gamma. We talked about it. Literally the first play. Lancia Gamma Gamma.
Well,
Oh man. Insane. Absolutely beautiful. Peak performance dueling right here.
yeah.
Oh, oh my days. So how is Martin gonna run through this? He's gonna normal summon Rocket Synchron. Send it away for a Striker Dragon, grabbing him his field spell.
The boot sector launch, and now the opponent has more monsters than him, so he could actually get off the second effect as well. I think
Reviving the Rocket Synchron. You're right. You're right. Oh wow. Oh, that's
I'm gonna
amazing.
pull up boot sector launch as a full text for a second.
Go
If
ahead.
your opponent controls more monsters than you do, special summon rocket monsters with different names from your graveyard in defense position, up to the difference. So yeah, it is a monster reborn.
Definitely very nice. In the meantime, he's very gonna quick launch into Rocket Tracer. Rocket Tracer just gonna calmly biding his time. He's probably gonna make either a Romulus with this. There we go. So he's gonna pop. He's gonna pop the boot sector launch, summoning the charger, the recharger from deck. So he's just
Perhaps.
gonna,
Right.
yeah, there we go. So
Looks
he's
like
just
you're
gonna
right.
calmly synchro summon. Yep.
Is that the Chaos Dragon?
It is. It is the Chaos Dragon. There's no reason for Savage to be here right now, so yeah. Gonna cut the deck, so he's implying that he's probably gonna. Oop, there we go.
He does mill a Chaos Space.
Pretty good. Two
Two,
Chaos
in fact.
Spaces, a Tidying, and a Ciphered.
He
And he's
can
gonna
grab
go
the
for the
Safert,
Ciphers.
and the Tidying and the Chaos Spaces go to the graveyard, which is pretty good. Like he hits
Pretty
two
fun.
cards that can be triggered from the graveyard. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a target for Tidying yet, and also he cannot banish Chaos Space this turn. But for next turn, he should be all set up.
In the
Okay, so
meantime, going back to the vote, it looks like chat thinks that Colm has the better playmat, winning with 6 votes to 3.
Yu-Gi-Oh players love two things, girls and dragons, and apparently girls win out between those two.
I guess so, unless the girl is a dragon, of course. That's why we see Chamber Dragon made. There we go. The big boy is dropping down. It's not even a big boy. He's... Oh, is he going to destroy it to revive too? That's what Quad Barrel does, right? Discard, target a monster, And then when you target a link monster, you revive 2 dragons or 2 rockets specifically.
I'm unsure about that. I could look it up for you.
You basically revive monsters up to the link rating of the destroyed monster. So he's going to destroy a thing, and Tracer and the Recharger are back, and now he's going to go into either Romulus or Savage. Savage here, he has the link to in graveyard, so I guess that makes sense. 2 counters because of Quad Boral Dragon.
Yeah, he's gonna get 2 Borals. And he has to pass turn on that.
Yep.
Again, we see the interaction of Lancia and the Psy-frames. The Psy-frames do stick on the field.
Very nice. Very strong. Kowloon being activated. Is he going to let it through? That's the question.
Three cards left.
Three cards. He is going to Savage this.
Okay. So that means that would still need a continuous card to place in a spell and trap card zone, or have 2 monsters in his hand. And between just 3 cards left in the hand, those odds are not in his favor. But it does look like that is the case. Normal summons a monster and reveals a monster, so he can start playing.
Yep, special summons Lala.
Well,
pretty strong.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Definitely. There goes the Qinglong. You have level 9 on board, no tuners, however. Luckily, Qinglong is there to fix that issue.
Also, it's relevant that Psy-frame Driver is a level 6. That might come up.
Oh, definitely, for sure. You can do some silly stuff with that.
Yeah.
Oof. Honestly, it's hard for me to talk right now because they're both in such pinches of positions where they can't play optimally and they're just trying to fetch a combo. And the moment it happens, they just do the silliest stuff. Like, oof.
But this game currently does look in favor of Calm, right? Like, he has everything to start going off by the looks of it.
It sure looks like it for sure.
Is he gonna send the Trenwu? No, he's gonna send Chuche.
Doing some level manipulation right there. Oh, he's gonna use. He's either gonna activate Qinglong to use the effect to remove the Boral Savage attack boost, which might be relevant. He's also going to remove the counter for the next turn if he doesn't out it, but he's probably going to out it.
Yeah, there's Vermilion Dragon Mech, which could potentially take care of that. And he does.
Solved. There we go, another level 9. Pretty good.
Which one? Probably a Shenshen? Yeah.
Shenshen it is.
You know, maybe if True King of All Calamities is not playable anymore in the future, we could see funny business with XX Saber Gothams going on. I kind of want to see that happen, but I also don't want to see that happen.
I kind of want to see it happen for Gothams to be relevant again for at least a while, but I don't like being hand-looped for 5. So, you know.
The solution to that problem is, and the chat is immediately going to hate me for this, but what if, and hear me out, what if Maxi?
Okay, I didn't want to hear you out. However, in Japan, he's been performing just fine, honestly, and the meta right there is very, very silly because no one dares overextend over there. So you get some very weird games. Then again, over here we get these same weird games where it's not because they don't want to overextend, but because they cannot overextend. So in this case, it was Lancia forcing both players into silly plays, making sure that they at least had a board to end on without being able to go nuts. Over there, it's Max C saying, okay, I drop Max C. And it's like, how do I get to a nice board state without giving my opponent too many draws? But also when Max C is legal, suddenly you get a very interesting way of deck building where combo decks don't really want Max C because combo decks play a lot of garnets. You don't want to see those in your hand. You don't want to draw those off of Max C.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Martin did use the effect of Chaos Space, putting a card back on the bottom of his deck. Now he's going to banish a light monster in the form of... oh, he's banishing for the Chaos Dragon to return. Yeah.
There we go.
Light in the dark. In defense mode. Yeah, he will need to stall out that True King of Calamities.
That makes sense.
He's gonna Link Summon. Maybe for the Hieratic Seal. Yep, there it is.
The Heavenly Spheres. Okay. I mean, it's a way to contest the VFD, and I guess that's a good call right now because Calm currently only has one card in hand, so I guess Heavenly Spheres is a safe way to play. In the meantime, he is, however, gonna go a bit further than that.
Bring out the Tracer as some extra defense, I think. Yeah, passes turn.
Draw for turn. There you go, and now you're basically forced to go into Heavenly Spheres.
Yeah, has to chain it in the draw phase.
Yep.
To bounce back the True King of Calamities and the monster that he brings out with... Oh, it's probably called Light.
Right.
So that the Heavenly Spheres was not able to activate its other effect to special summon a monster from the deck.
Yeah,
However,
I mean,
Chainlink 3 is Rocket Tracer, destroying the World Legacy Guard Dragon to bring out a rocket monster from a deck.
yep. There's the Rocket Synchron. Bit of a defensive wall.
Okay. Calm has only 2 cards in hand, but he does have a stacked graveyard.
Sure does. Is it enough though? There's not really a way to get something back. I don't think there's a Nyan Nyan in graveyard. So we're very specifically looking for something in a Lao Lao.
He
Oh,
banishes...
2 for the Chin Chin.
Oh, don't they have to be different attributes?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, Lancia and Driver are both light, so we cannot do that.
Yep.
But he's
Yep.
gonna bring back the Shenshin. And he has another monster in the hand, the GG.
Yep, the Skarm of this deck. Except you return from graveyard to hand.
Yep.
Sending a Qinglong, proving to create more big combos.
Yeah, we know that Martin is very low on life points. Only barely just alive. Sending the Qinglong to the graveyard.
Yep.
Which is probably going to get banished to search another monster from the deck.
Oh yeah, most likely. I mean, he also already has a Qinglong on hand. So it's like Lulu Qinglong in his hand if I... Oh no, I'm not paying attention, I'm sorry. Don't worry about it, it's fine, it's late, it's finals.
You had one job, Gabio.
I had one job. See, the key word here is had because it's past tense.
We're not doing casual finals, okay?
We're not doing casual finals, you're absolutely right.
So please take the tie from your head. I know the people at home can't see it, but I can see his camera and Gabio has his tie wrapped around his head. It's
Okay, funny guy. In the meantime, he's gonna go to start his Charge Warrior, draw a card, attack with it. He's gonna go a boom into another boom.
and he's
that's
booming
it.
hard enough. Yep. Whew. Okay, so the first game goes to Calm. But now
Strong performance.
definitely.
Can you do something for me though? can you stop predicting every hand trap in the game? Because you called double DD Crow today. You called double DD Crow. You called every Ash Blossom we saw. I'm pretty sure you called a Bell. You called a Nibiru, and you called the Gamma into Gamma.
Yeah, I just need Karibo to get my bingo chart completed. So whenever an attack is declared, I'm gonna declare Karibo.
Nice.
Sadly, Danik is already out with his Karibo dinosaur deck.
Rough stuff. Maybe next time.
Karibo dinosaur has like 0 synergy. Don't build this, guys.
Please build this, guys. That would be wonderful. Wait, what level is Ultimate Conductor Tyranno?
10. Yeah.
10. There we go. Winkariba level 10.
We were talking about Very Fun Dragon with Danik earlier. And I was like, yo, build a Karibo deck that turbos out 2 Wind Karibo level 9s. But
Mhm.
apparently, Wind Karibo level 9 has a condition that you can only control one of them. So
Whoa,
way
what?
back in 2008, people were already future-proofing Karibos against Very Fun Dragon Turbo.
Oh, wow.
You can say a lot about the people who create this game, but one thing they do is future-proof Karibo decks.
They definitely future-proof Karibo by making a Karibo. In the meantime, there is another poll in chat. This time it's the question, is Ryan a writer for The Simpsons? Also known as, is Ryan a psychic? I think you are, man. I think you just don't know it yet.
Want to put some channel points on the line for it?
Definitely. I'm just gonna say yeah, votes, and there we go. Some extra points right there. Boom.
Yuri, don't spoil my secret.
Well, that's just proving that I'm earning some points.
Okay, I have something to confess. In my beard lives a very small man who's really good at Yu-Gi-Oh!
He's just whispering you truths, both bitter and warm. Oh,
Okay,
Seifert
my
coming
dad
down.
summons Seifert while Colm is role-playing as a Paleozoic player.
Ash.
Gamma!
Gamma. Gamma?
No
No.
second Gamma. Whew, okay.
Alright, Gamma into Gamma. Nope,
So that
just
is
Ash.
Gamma number 74 that we see coming down today.
It's definitely a strong card.
The small man in the beard is not coaching because he's actually the spirit of an ancient pharaoh.
Oh, that's different. Yeah. I've
Yeah,
seen the show. That's definitely different.
what people forget is that this beard once was the Millennium Sideburns.
Oh man, I'll never forget Millennium Sideburns with Michael Wacello. Legendary duo.
The first time I heard that joke being made, I had to sit down for a second.
In the meantime, we see that Seifert is searching the Rocket Tracer to hand. Quick Launch has been used on Rocket Synchron. Why can Yugi get away with coaching? Because he's the protagonist. He has plot armor.
I don't know whether you noticed it, but both Duelist Kingdom and Battle City and the Kaiba Corp Grand Prix had terrible judges.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. People were dying on there and they were just like, oh, it's fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! It's part of the game. Here we go. We're gonna see the Chaos Dragon result.
Wow! It mills Lancia, and he can grab Lancia.
Can grab Lancia.
That is cool. And he mills Chaos Space as well.
Absolutely bonkers. Absolutely bonkers.
The little man approves.
I think everyone approves this. That was
Everybody liked that.
incredible. Yep, Heavenly Spheres coming down. It's a very good bounce to make sure that combos are not live anymore. Banishes Striker for the Wyver Buster. So we're going to see some Guard Dragon combos.
Yep. Question is,
There
does
we
he
go.
have the World Legacy Guard Dragon? Oh, he doesn't even need it. He can
No?
just bring out the
Striker
Collapse
Dragon.
Serpent. That's going to go into Pisty.
No, Striker Dragon, I think.
Oh, that's also an option. Yeah.
And then you summon something from deck. You make sure you get rid of the LP and something. You're going to make a Pisty eventually. Oh, never mind. Gamma. Gamma coming down. No Gamma into Gamma because he was patiently waiting for this to happen.
Yeah.
That is some.
This is definitely taking me by surprise.
That's peak Yu-Gi-Oh! Colm just knew the matchup. He knew what was going to happen. There was. I mean, there's no reason to keep the Gamma unless you know exactly that this situation is going to occur
Well,
regardless.
there is a good reason to keep the Gamma. What if you knew for some reason that your opponent had Lancia in hand?
Ah, I see. I
So that
see.
was
I
his
hear you.
conundrum at this point. Do I use my Gamma right now to stop this, or do I keep it and stop the Lancia? But I think if he didn't Gamma right here, the opponent would have been able to summon Borreload Dragon and get some negations on that could have negated Gamma.
Definitely. According to someone in chat, the little man living inside your beard told you to summon Exodia pieces? In the
I
meantime,
don't remember summoning Exodia pieces, but yeah,
oh, that's fine.
The Gamma does make the second effect of Boot Sector Launch live yet again. This is like Deja Vu, the tournament.
It is Deja Vu the tournament, but that's high stake Yu-Gi-Oh for you. Going into Savage. There it is. Grabbing. I don't think he has any Link 2s right now. I think it's Striker, Striker, and LP in Graveyard.
Speaking of Exodia, all jokes aside, I think Exodia pieces could all go to 3.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like,
I'm
I
gonna.
don't even think Exodia would play multiples of each piece.
Good question. I'm not sure.
Somebody
I'm not
should
sure.
test it. Like, yeah, you could play 2 sets of Exodia, for example, but they're gonna brick in your hand so hard.
I mean, they are, but suddenly Jack in the Hand is a playable card when you have multiple Exodia pieces.
Oh yeah, right now you can't really give your opponent an Exodia piece, right?
Oh, unless you activate Exchange, but then they'll just steal another Exodia piece.
There was this super convoluted combo video by
Mhm.
a YouTube channel, Tainted Wisdom, where he tried to put a full set of Exodia into the opponent's hand by looping Exchange.
That sounds wonderful. In the meantime, we are going to go to game 3.
Yes, it seemed like Martin opened Exodia as well.
Mm-hmm,
Even though
mm-hmm.
Colm was playing out his hand traps amazingly, Martin just had way too much advantage.
Yeah, that was. It just got out of hand a bit too quickly. Like even being able to play through several hand traps, you don't need to worry, and that's just scary.
Yeah, so one more game separates us from knowing the winner of this PlayStation 5 tournament.
Yeah, I said it earlier in the tournament. You've said it earlier in the tournament, but I don't think there's any other situation where a game 3 is more important than this one. This is the all-important game 3.
It literally all comes down to this.
Oh, can you feel it? Can you feel the tension?
Look at the poll results. They are 50-50. They're neck and neck.
Oh, they are 50-50.
Ah, man. It's getting tense? Sure, it's getting tense.
It's getting heated tonight, boys. It's oh wow.
Welcome to Yu-Gi-Oh, where you get a full chair, but you only need the edge.
You only need the tip of your seat.
It's gonna be Colm who should be starting out the last game of the tournament. We see some heavy supporting in the chat.
Oh yeah, look at that. Support is right there. That's so
Can I get
sweet of
some?
him.
Can I get some love for Colm and Martin or whoever you're rooting for? Or love for Gabio? That's appreciated as well.
Aw. I mean, if anyone deserves some love, then it's definitely not everyone actually. I was trying to specify anyone, but like this tournament couldn't have been made possible without the organizers, without the
Yeah.
players, because the players are here. Without the viewers, it wouldn't have been as exciting to commentate this tournament as it is. So the viewers are actually adding so much to the tournament as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a wonderful day, honestly,
the-
and we're going to end it wonderfully with this game 3. It looks like they're done siding, and
Yeah. A
it's
big thank you to the organization and the rest of the staff. They prepared a massive Excel file which has links to all the deck lists and all the pairings, and it's just helping us out so much.
beautiful.
Very
It's
interesting.
their organization. Oh, big love for everyone. And that being said, let's start the all important game 3.
Draw 5, draw 5.
I
Let's
draw
go.
5.
It's go
Yep.
time.
See, I told you, I told you before about how Yu-Gi-Oh sometimes feel like footsies, right? The fighting game
Mhm.
term. In my head, I just heard final round, just ready to go.
Yes, and we have 24 minutes and a half left for this final game, so I don't think time will be an issue. Hopefully not. Okay, we see normal, special. That is Gigi and Lili.
Will Gigi create the GG here? That's the question. Sending the
Qinglong.
Qinglong, thank you. Making sure that once again you'll find either a Lulu or a Lao Lao.
Oh, he actually has to send the trap.
Yeah, because Lily is two foolishes. So you target one type, you send another type to the graveyard, and then you send the third type to the graveyard as well, because you're a double foolish with Lily. So in this case, he sent Chuchi, not Shangwu, implying that he's probably going for some big shenanigans with the levels. He doesn't need a lot of stuff from the graveyard, so he's probably going to send Yang Yan there manually.
And after he
Ooh.
discards Call by the Grave, Martin sees his chance and Ash
Yikes.
blossoms.
Yep.
But there's a triple
the
tactics
triple
talent.
tactics! The bait!
Okay,
The
we're gonna
bait!
see Martin sent. There's Ghost Bell, Devil World Legacy, Guard Dragon, and the Rocket Synchron. Oh, that is
Oh,
not a good hand. Oh wow.
that call by the grave was definitely bait. He said, like, I'm gonna show you this, so you're gonna hand trap, and then my talents is gonna be live, and there you go.
And Bell
You're
is
not
gonna
gonna
be
get
returned for the deck.
Oh, I feel like this is just game. Look at this hand, like
This
double
is
world legacy Guard
devastating.
Dragon, Rocket Synchron. What is he gonna do here? I'm not sure. It's an absolute top deck win if Martin wants to get this still.
He could go into Halki Firebrax maybe.
Sort of, kind of, but not
Oh
really.
no, he doesn't
cannot-
have
you
any
cannot
link.
destroy-
He doesn't have any link ones that point down. So he's really gonna need a good top deck. Meanwhile, Corm is gonna, do what Virtual Will does.
Get in the Lao Lao, sending stuff to graveyard.
Keep extending. Ah,
He's gonna send Jiang Wu in this case, probably.
which is the
Trap
Call
card,
of the
the other
Hunters
trap.
by banishing it. Yeah.
No, another Qinglong.
Another Qinglong. All three of his copies are played.
He is ready.
Everything must be going through Martin's head at this moment. Like,
Oh yeah, no doubt.
okay, there's
This
a
is
Shen Shen.
game.
Chuche boosting up the level, making the Lily level 9. Here it comes. And that's it. Draw.
All right, top deck of Destiny. This is what you need. So we know 2 World Legacy Guard Dragon, we know the Rocket Synchron, and we know that he drew a mystery card now. Is it enough to play through a VFD? He's going to normal summon the Rocket Synchron. VFD is going to chain to that True King of all calamities, proving to be the MVP of this tournament.
Colm waited until a monster was summoned just to play around the Psyframe Gamma.
Yep, very clever.
Especially since we've been seeing Gamma summoned like every game.
Every game. He's going
Link
to
1
make
into Striker Dragon.
World Legacy Guard Dragon, summon it back. Make a Link 2.
Going into the Heavenly Sphere.
That makes
Okay.
sense. Setting a
Sets
mystery
1.
face down. It's not looking too good. It's not looking impossible, but it's not looking great.
But he is still alive. That's important.
That is very true.
He was
See,
able to establish something.
another calamity effect going down.
Probably calling light.
Yep, most likely. Yep, gotta bounce that.
Is going to chain.
Yep, you have no choice. Otherwise, you're gonna eat chunks of damage. You still are, but just a bit less now.
Let's see how Colm chooses to proceed from here. He has some resources in his graveyard. Oh, here comes a Kowloon. Wow. That's an amazing follow-up.
That is an amazing follow-up. I don't think he could have found anything better in this situation. Yep, Lulu.
Oh.
Yep. Very strong. Sending stuff to graveyard. He already has the Qinglong in grave, so maybe in this case, oh, he has to send a monster then. Oh, he had the 3rd Qinglong. I thought he had both in grave at that point.
I also thought he already went through all 3 of them, but apparently not.
Nope, there we go. So Qinglong going to graveyard, finding a GG. GG also summoning itself, probably gonna send a Shangwu this time. I assume he's gonna target the Lulu in this situation. Or he would target Chuche regardless to send a Nyan Nyan to graveyard.
Let's see how. This is intense, right? Let's see how he chooses to play it out.
I'm not even playing and I'm sweating bullets here. GG sending a Xianwu. There it is. So he did target the Lulu there. And that's absolutely perfect because he hasn't used Qinglong this turn yet. So he can do Qinglong, search something. First, he's going to go into a draw so that he doesn't have to pitch a thing he searches with Qinglong.
Yep, here comes a Stardust Charge Warrior.
Exactly.
A card from the Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's manga.
A very cool card. And there we go, banish Qinglong.
Yep. And that is going to search a monster.
Yep.
Probably one of the, perhaps a Lao Lao?
Yeah, definitely a Lao Lao because you want to revive your GG in this situation. Lao Lao being the tuner. So if you want to go into level 9 shenanigans, you definitely need your Lao Lao if you want to do some weird stuff with Chuchi because he also has a Chu. Oh no, he already used the Chuchi in graveyard. My bad. I almost wanted to say maybe some weird level manipulation stuff, but Lalo is going to summon Gigi, is going to summon Nyan Nyan, so that works regardless. There it is.
Ooh, another big board.
Very, very strong. And you can still go into weird level 9 stuff because, as you see a level 6 tuner, you see a level 3 tuner, you see a level 3 non-tuner, you see a level 6 non-tuner. And there we go. That's the first level 9. Is he going to do the Vermilion shenanigans again to maybe pop the mystery face down? There it is, Vermilion.
Yeah.
Shuffle back the Chinlong with Nyan Nyan, and he's going to banish anything soon. If he doesn't have any tuners engraved yet, he already has the Lala on the field, so we can just synchro summon. Luckily, he already has the Lulu to banish, popping the mystery face down, being a quick launch.
So we know that his last card in hand is in fact the second copy of World Legacy Guard Dragon.
It sure is.
So
Rough hand.
no surprise Gamma, no surprise Nibiru.
Nothing crazy here. I think that should do it. I'm not gonna count my eggs before I don't know how that saying works. I almost wanted to say I'm not gonna count my eggs before the harvest's done, but I hope you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. Don't sell the skin of the bear before you shot it. Is the
Exactly.
Dutch
Thank you.
version of that. Yeah.
Thank you. Perfect. Well, there's Chao Feng. Chao Feng probably gonna do some stuff too. That's what it's for, after all.
Whew. We're actually seeing Yang Xing cards.
We're actually seeing Yang Xing cards. We're getting a very
Count the eggs before. Now he has 3 level 9s.
I'm not going to count my writings before they're on the wall we just got. That's beautiful. There we go. Chen Chen being back, 3 level 9, so he's going to go into VFD and a Chen Chen, but that's a lot of big boy damage already.
Is that 8,000 points of damage?
I don't think so. I think Chao Feng is 29, Chen Chen is 29, and Vermilion is 27.
Come on, Comb. Just overlay 3 level 9s. We want to see something spicy.
He keeps Chao Feng on the board though, so he's gonna keep Chao Feng. So when it gets destroyed, it searches an Ash, I guess. Oh no, there it goes, and there it is. Searches the Ash. In the meantime, chat's berating Calm on missing lethal. I think this is the same result though. I think this looks like lethal, but with extra steps.
Okay, Martin, this might be your final turn. And
no,
Lancia coming too late.
A bit too late there. Rough stuff. Oof. I need to lie down for a moment.
Well, it is 10:30 already, so
this
good
was
time to turn.
Devastating. What a finals. What a finals.
But we see Colm Carew taking the event with his virtual world deck. Amazing, impressive. He saved the organization some pretty pennies on shipping costs.
Definitely, yeah. Just making sure it's a domestic shipment.
Yep.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Well, congratulations to Colm for winning the PS5 tournaments. Enjoy your PS5. That's sick. We're quickly going to ask Colm if he still has the time and energy for an interview. If he does, that'd be wonderful. If he wouldn't have the energy, I definitely understand after an entire day of very intense Yu-Gi-Oh-ing trying to win that PS5. So stay tuned for a moment while we find out.
Yeah, that was the event. So Cabio is gonna try to grab Colm for a winner's interview, and as for me, that was it. I'm heading home.
All right, Ryan. Well, thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for being here. You've been wonderful company during this tournament. Same goes for Kai, our other caster. Wonderful performance. I think everyone's been wonderful company. Looking at the players was a lot of fun. The chat's been great company, very interactive. They've been very, very, very talkative, which I really like when chat does that. So thank you guys for that. And yeah, have a great night, Ryan.
Yep, Ryan Atlas signing out. Peace.
All right, so in the meantime, we're still waiting on confirmation whether Colm is ready to do a player interview, because I want to really pick his brain for a moment there. I'm really interested in what went through his mind during those last 3 games, because there was so much stuff happening. both on the board, in the players' minds, in the chat, everyone talking about it. Very intense. Ryan calling the Ash Gamma Gamma immediately at the start of the round, like game one, just do a thing. It gets ashed. Gamma, Gamma, pretty strong, pretty crazy. It worked out crazy. It's oh my days. Gamma Ash Gamma, yeah. Gamma Ash Gamma Ash, yeah. Selling. Oh no, Ryan, don't do this to us. I don't need to see the whole list. I've seen the post, and that's more than enough for me for now. Let's quickly see. Give me 1 second, because we'll find some confirmation on when the winner will be ready. All right, I'm being pinged that it's just one more minute where I need to entertain you guys. Maybe I can show you some interesting cards that I wanted to talk about today that didn't see play, but that I feel like deserve see play. So, for example, let's grab a... Where is it? Where is it? Am I going to find it? There it is. I wanted to talk to you guys about this card, No Material. It's a very strong card, but it's exclusively strong when you go second, because you need to control no cards. When your opponent special summons something, you make sure that the card that's being special summoned is locked out of everything. It cannot be used for ritual, synchro, exceeds, link, anything, which is a pretty good lock depending on what you want to lock out. And I feel like at certain points it could work against Virtual World. It's definitely not your best option, but I feel like it's a very good budget option if you want to go second against Virtual World, because you just lock one of their level 9s, and suddenly they have a tougher time making DFD. Now, of course, during this tournament, it's been proven that they can easily make some more level 9s. As you saw during Game 3 of the finals, he dropped 3 level 9s very easily. It was Vermilion, Chao Feng, and the Chen Chen. So it doesn't work out all the time, but I still think it's a very good card, a very good budget option if you want to build a nice go second deck. But yeah, I wanted to ask you guys, what do you think of that? So, because I think it's wonderful. It's very nice. Same goes for, let's find another card here. Banning Cloud Castle might be a nice idea. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not gonna be one to speculate about what is good or what is bad to put on a Forbidden Unlimited list. There's definitely some options out there, depending on what the biggest threat would be considered by players. Yeah, good question. I really don't know. Killers thinks that No Material does not have enough impact against the Synchros. Yeah, that's a very good point, honestly. Gnome should be dropped earlier, but still uses 2 good hands. Probably just useful as a second hand trap. Yeah, that makes sense. That sounds fair. Now, in the meantime, I'm going to look for another card that we maybe can discuss. We've been seeing Twin Twisters today already, so let's not talk about that. All right, in the meantime, I'm getting confirmation that we are not able to do a final interview with the winner. However, tomorrow we will have a deck list ready on the Team Careers YouTube channel, so make sure you check that out tomorrow. That being said, if there's not going to be an interview anymore, I'm going to wrap up as well. So once again, I want to thank you guys for being there with us. I want to thank my co-casters, the organization, all the players. Make sure to stay hydrated still, even though it's right before bedtime. It's always important to stay hydrated, even when you go to bed. Yeah, thanks for being there. Thank you, everyone. Love you guys, and hopefully see you next time. Peace.